No Shield from the Dead by Gordon R. Dickson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. No Shield from the Dead by Gordon R. Dickson. No conceivable force could penetrate Terry's shield, yet he was defenseless. It was a nice little party, but a bit obvious. Terry Mack saw through it before he had taken half a dozen steps into the apartment. A light flush stained his high cheekbones. "This is ridiculous," he said. The light clatter ceased. Cocktail glasses were set down on various handy tables and ledges, and all faces in the room turned toward a man in his late 50s, who sat propped up invalid-wise on pillows in a chair in the corner of the room. "The comptroller is perspicacious," said the old man agreeably, waving one hand in a casual manner. "On your way, children." And the people present smiled and nodded. Yet, as if it were an ordinary leave-taking, they pushed past Terry Mack and filed out the door. Even the blonde Terry had picked up at the embassy ball, and who had brought him here, strolled off casually, but in a decidedly less drunken fashion than she had exhibited earlier in the evening. "Sit down," said the old man. Terry Mack did so, gazing searchingly at the skinny frame and white eyebrows in an unsuccessful effort to connect him to something in memory. "This is ridiculous," he repeated. "Really?" said the old man, smiling benignly. "And why so?" "Why?" The situation was so obvious that Terry fumbled, a little at a loss for words. "Obviously, you intended some form of coercion, or else you would have come to me along recognized channels. And any thought of coercion is obviously, well, ridiculous." "Why?" "Why? You senile old fool, don't you know that I'm shielded? Don't you know all government officials from the 5th class up wear complete personal shields that are not only crack-proof, but contain all the necessary elements to support life independently within the shield for more than 20 hours? Don't you know that I'll be missed in 2 hours at the most and tracked down in less than 60 minutes more? Are you crazy?" The old man chuckled, rubbed dry hands together. He said, "I'm shielded too. You can't get at me. And now the room's shielded. You can't get out of it." Terry stared at him. The initial shock was passing. His own statements anent the completeness of his protection had brought back confidence, and his natural coolness was returning. "What do you want?" he asked, eyeing the other narrowly. "Pleasure of your company," said the old man. "There are some very strong connections between us. Yes, very strong. We must get to know each other personally." It occurred to Terry that he had misrepresented the situation. Relief came, mixed with a certain amount of chagrin at the way in which he had allowed himself to show alarm. He had looked ridiculous. He leaned back in the chair and allowed a note of official hauteur and annoyance to creep into his voice. "I see," he said. "You want something." The old man nodded energetically. "I do. Indeed I do. And you think you have some kind of bargaining tool that is useful, but might not be so if it became known in official channels." "Well," said the old man cautiously. "Don't waste my time," interrupted Terry harshly. "I'm not an ordinary politician. No man who works his way up to the 5th level of the government is. I didn't get to where I am today by pussyfooting around, and I haven't the leisure to spend on people who do. Now, what do you want?" The other cackled. "Now, what do you think?" he said, putting one finger to his nose cunningly. "You are old," Terry said, "and therefore cautious. Consequently, you would not risk trying to force something from me, but are almost certainly trying to sell me something. Now, what do I want? Not the usual things, certainly. Within my position, I have all the material things a man could want, and within my shield I enjoy complete immunity. No one but the Central Bureau itself can crack this shield, and no one but they can prevent the conditioned reflex that stops my heart if for some reason the shield should be broached. I have a hold on every man beneath me that prevents him from knifing me in the back. There could only be one thing that I want that you could give me." He leaned forward, staring into the deep pouched eyes. "And that is a means of getting at the man above me. Am I right?" "No," said the old man. Terry stiffened. "No?" he echoed in angry incredulity. Their eyes locked. For a long time they held, and at last Terry looked away. The old man sighed, sipped noisily from a drink on the table beside his chair. "Wait," said Terry. To his own surprise, his voice was eager, even a little timorous in its hopefulness. "Wait, I've got it. There will be a test. There always is a test every time a man moves up. His superiors watch him when he doesn't suspect it. And it will be that way for me if I am ready for the 4th level, and you have some kind of advanced information. You know what the test will be. Maybe you know the man who will administer it. You want to sell me this information." The other said nothing. "Well," Terry spread his hands openly, "I am interested. I'll buy. What do you want? Money? A favor? Protection?" "No." "No?" Terry shouted, starting up from his chair. "What do you mean by no? Can't you say anything but no?" A rage possessed him. He flung himself forward 2 furious steps to stand threateningly over the aged figure. "You doddering idiot! Say what you want, and quickly. My 2 hours are nearly up. I'll be missed. They'll be here in a few minutes, the Bureau guards. They'll crack the room shield, they'll rescue me. And they'll take you into custody, to be questioned, to be executed, at my order. Do you understand? Your life depends on me." After a little, the old man chuckled again. "Yes," he muttered in a high-pitched old voice. "That's the way it'll be." Terry stared at him. "You don't seem to understand. You're going to die." "Oh, yes," said the old man, nodding his head indulgently. "I'll die. But I'm an old man. I'd die anyway in a year or so, maybe a day or so. But for you, for a young man like you, the up-and-coming young governmental with everything to lose," he leered slyly at Terry, "your death won't be so easy for you to take." "I die?" echoed Terry, stupefied. "But I'm not going to die. They're coming to rescue me." "Oh, are they?" said the old man ironically. "Of course," said Terry. "Of course. Why shouldn't they?" The old man winked one faded eye portentously. "Fine young man," he said. "Up-and-coming young man. Brilliant. Never a thought for the people you trampled on the way up the ladder. Dear me, no." "What do you mean?" said Terry. The old eyes, looking up suddenly, pierced him. "Do you remember Kalarin?" "Kalarin?" "Kalarin," recited the old man, as if quoting from a newspaper. "The beautiful young secretary of a provincial governor whose lecherous and unnatural pursuit drove her to suicide. So that one day, to escape the governor, she jumped, or fell, from a high window. And the people of the province, who had for a long time heard ugly stories and rumors, finally mobbed the office and lynched the governor, hanging him from the same window from which the girl had jumped. They said that even the fall had not spoiled her beauty, but that was probably false." The old man's words dwindled away into silence. "If so, what of it?" said Terry. "What's that to do with me?" "Why, you were there. You were the governor's aide, and when the mob had gone home and feelings had slackened off, you stepped into the gap and seized up the reins of government, handling matters so skillfully that you were immediately promoted to an underpost at city government." "What of it?" "Why, it was all your doing," replied the other in a mildly reproving voice. "The rumors, the stories, the mob, even the suicide. Poor Colleen, a pitiful pawn in your ruthless game to eliminate the governor in your mad dash up the ladder. I never touched her, cried Terry, his voice cracking. I swear it. Who said you did? The type of mind that stoops to murder would never have gotten you this far. But you were the one who hired her, knowing the governor's tendencies. You were the one that gave her work to keep her, night after night, alone with the man. You preyed upon her fear of losing her job. You threw the sin in her face after she had committed it. You told her what she might have been, and what she was, and what she would be. You broke her, day after day. In the sterile privacy of the office, you reviled her, scorned her, brought her to believe that she was what she was not, a creature of filth and dishonor. You blocked off all avenues of escape but the one that led through one high window. You killed her. No! Yes! Terry brought his quivering hands together and clenched them in his lap. He stared at the old man. Who are you? I was a friend of hers. We lived in the same hotel apartment. She had no family. I believe you knew that when you hired her. I see, said Terry. He drew a long, deep, shuddering breath and leaned back in the chair. So that's the story, he said, his voice strengthening. I might have known it. Blackmail. There are always fools who want to try blackmail. No, said the old man. Not blackmail, Comptroller. I want your life. Terry laughed shortly, contemptuously. No knowledge that you have can threaten my life. They will come, said the old man, leaning wearily against his cushions. As you said, the Bureau guards will come, and I think I shall kill myself when I hear them starting to crack the shield around this room. They will come in and find you with a dead man. What will you tell them, Terry? Tell them anything I choose. They won't question me. No, the guards won't, but the Bureau will. How can they raise a man to the 4th level when there is a 2-hour mystery in his background? They will want to know what you were doing here. I was kidnapped, said Terry. By whom? Can you prove it? And why? I've been held a prisoner here. By a dead man? No, no, Terry. The circumstances are suspicious. You walk away from the embassy under your own power, and you disappear, and are found in a shielded room with a man who has committed suicide. This must be explained, and in the end you will have to tell them the truth. And what if I do? Said Terry truculently. But the truth is so fantastic, Terry, so uncheckable. I am dead, and I am the only one who could have supported your story. These people who were here when you came in are common actors. They have no idea why I wanted you decoyed here. These are my rooms, and there is no obvious connection between me and the dead Colleen. And perhaps I will decide to live just long enough to denounce you as a traitor when they enter. Ashen-faced, Terry stared. The Bureau will have to question you. They will clamp a block on your mind so that you can't operate the reflex that stops your heart. And they will question you over and over again because the Bureau cannot afford to take chances. You will go into a private hell of your own, Terry Mack. You will tell the story of your own evil to the girl over and over again, pleading to be believed. And they will not believe you. And in the end they will kill you, just to be on the safe side. Because, you see, you might have been doing something traitorous in those 2 shielded hours. Terry's head bobbed limply, like a drunken man's. He made one last effort. Why? He said. Why do you do this? Your life, for a girl who has no connection to you? The old man folded his arms. I was a little like your governor, he said. We all have our sins. I loved Colleen, and the shock of her death wrecked my health. He cocked his head slightly to one side. "Listen," he said. From beyond the closed door of the room, a high-pitched humming was barely audible. It grew in volume going up the scale. Terry leapt to his feet, and for the space of a couple of seconds he lunged first this way, then that, like a wild animal beating against its trap. Then, as if all will had at last gone out of him, he stopped in the middle of the room and closed his eyes. For a fraction of a moment he stood there, before the faint convulsion seized him, and he fell. With a faint smile on his face, the old man reached out to a hidden switch and cut the shield about the room. Uniformed guards tumbled through the door and pulled up in dismay at the sight of the body on the floor. "I'm sorry," said the old man. "I must have turned the shield on by mistake. I was trying to signal someone. The comptroller seems to have had a heart attack." The end of No Shield from the Dead by Gordon R. Dickson.
Resurrection 7 by Stephen Marlowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Resurrection 7 by Stephen Marlowe. The seventh tub shook gently, stimulating the hypothalamic region of Eric's brain for the first time in almost 2 centuries. After a time, his limbs trembled, and his body began to shiver. The liquid in which he floated boiled off at a temperature still far below that which would permit his body to function. By the time all the liquid was gone, he had uncurled and lay at the bottom of the tub. Now his heart pumped 300 times a minute, generating warmth and activating his central nervous system. It took many hours for his heart to slow, not back to the 1 beat every 2 minutes it had known for 175 years, but to the normal rate of about 70 per minute. By then his body temperature had climbed from below freezing to 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Eric lay in stupor for a week, while fluids flowed into the tub and massaged his muscles, while fatty tissue slowly turned into strength. Finally he climbed from his tub. He found the locker which bore his name and opened it. 6 other lockers were open and empty, as were 6 tubs. He found that hard to believe. It had seemed only a night of deep and dreamless sleep, no more. But each empty tub stood for 25 years. Each open locker meant a man had gone and lived his time with the new generations of the ship, perhaps had sired children, had died with old age. Eric found his clothing on a hook, took it down. Yesterday, he laughed mirthlessly when he realized that it had been almost 200 years ago. Claire had told him something about a note. He found it in the breast pocket of his jumper, stiff and yellow. He read, "Darling, I will be ashes in the void between the stars when you read this. That sounds silly, but it's the truth, unless I can give old Methuselah a run for his money. I sadden when I think that you will be gone tomorrow, the same as dead. But if they need 10, and if you are one who can withstand suspension, what can we do? Know that my love goes with you across the ages, Eric. I just thought of something. You'll be the 7th of 10, with the last coming out at planetfall. If you live to be a real graybeard, you might even see the landing on the Centaurian planet. I love you, Claire." If Claire had married, her great-grandchildren might be alive now. Her great-great-grandchildren would be Eric's age. Claire's progeny, not Claire, because Claire was dust now, a light year back in space. He found a package of cigarettes in his jumper, took one out and lit it. He must not think of the past, not when it was only history now, although he still felt very much a part of it. Today mattered, today and the new generations on the ship. It crossed his mind that they might regard him almost as a god, a man who had seen Earth, who had slept while generations lived and died, who had come from his impossible sleep and would live with them now to see that everything was going according to plan. 3 minutes after he started the mechanism, the door slid ponderously into the wall. It would open more simply from the other side, he knew, But then only Eric and the three who still slept could turn its complex tumblers. For a long while he stood there on the threshold, and then he watched the door slide back into place. The corridor glowed with soft white light, which meant it was daytime on the ship. Dimly in the distance, Eric heard voices, children at play. Would they know of him? Would their parents know? Was he expected? Eric came closer. Through a doorway he could see the children, 3 of them, although they had not yet seen him. A chubby, freckle-faced boy said, "Let's play Lazarus. I must be the captain, and you, Janie, you can be the crew. George, you be Lazarus." George was a big 10-year-old with dark hair. "Like heck I will. It was your idea. You be Lazarus, smart guy." Eric stepped through the doorway. "Hello," he said. "Can you take me to your folks?" "Who are you, mister?" "Hey, I don't know him. Where'd he come from?" The girl, Janie, said, "Look at his clothes. Look it. They're different." The children wore loose tunics, pastel-tinted, to their knees. Freckleface said, "You know what today is, don't you?" George frowned. "Yeah, holiday. We're off from school." "What holiday, stupid? Which one?" "I don't know." "Lazzy Day!" Janie cried. "That's what it is. Then he's Lazarus!" Freckleface told her, and, as if on one impulse, the 3 of them bolted away from Eric, disappeared through another doorway. He did not follow them. He stood there waiting, and before long he heard footsteps returning. A man entered the room, tall, thin, middle-aged. "You are Eric Taine," he said, smiling. "I'm sorry no one was around to greet you, but the way we had it figured, you wouldn't come out till later this afternoon. History says that's how it's worked with the 6 before you, about 4 p.m. It's just noon now. Will you follow me, please?" Then the man flushed faintly. "Excuse me, but it isn't often we meet strangers. Everyone knows everyone else, of course. My name is Lindquist, Mr. Taine, Roger Lindquist." Eric shook hands with him stiffly, and he thought for a moment the man did not know the gesture. "Oh, yes, handshaking," Lindquist laughed. "We simply show empty palms now, you know, but then you don't know. I rather imagine you'll have a lot to learn." Eric nodded, asked Lindquist if he might be shown about the ship. There was a lot he had to see, to check, to change if change were needed. "Relax, my friend," Lindquist told him. I'd like to suggest that we postpone your tour until you've met with our council this afternoon. I'd very much like to suggest that." Eric shrugged, said, "You know more about this thing than I do, Mr. Lindquist. We'll wait for your council meeting." "Thus, Mr. Taine," said Captain Larkin hours later, "tradition has it that you become a king. King Lazarus VII, with 6 Lazaruses before you. The first one, the histories say, was a joke, but it's stuck ever since. The people like this idea of a king who comes to them every 25 years, and they've dubbed him with the name Lazarus, well, because if he didn't come back from the dead, he came back from something a lot like it." Eric nodded. "What happened to Alan Bridges?" "Who?" This was Lindquist. "Alan Bridges, the man before me. You're Lazarus 6. Captain Larkin cleared his throat. "He's dead, Mr. Taine." "Dead? He'd only be in his 50s now." "I know. Sad. It was disease. Hit him soon after he came to us. Lazarus 6 had a very short reign. Didn't he, Mr. Lindquist?" "He certainly did," Lindquist agreed. "Let's hope that Lazarus 7 is here to step down for 8, and to watch 9 come in, 50 years from now." Cheers filled the room, and Eric smiled briefly. That reminded him of Claire's note. Claire. "So," said Captain Larkin, "you'll be crowned tomorrow. After that, your people will see you, King Lazarus 7, on his throne. Don't disappoint us, Mr. Taine. Their tradition means a lot to them." "It should," Eric said. "The planners made it that way. With nothing but space outside, and the confining walls of the ship, they needed something to bind them together." "Yes, that's true. But the people, as you'll see, have come up with some of their own traditions over the years." Captain Larkin ran a hand through his graying hair. "Like your kinghood, for example. You'll see, Mr. Taine. Or should it be Lazarus now, huh?" He laughed. "If you'd like," Eric said. He did not relish the idea particularly, but then it was their show. Still, he had everything to check, from astrogation to ethics, and he would not want to be delayed by pomp and ceremony. Well, there was time enough for that. Now he felt weary, and that made him chuckle, because he had just concluded a 175-year nap. They took him to his quarters, where the 6 before him had lived. There he ate in silence, food from the hydroponic gardens on a lower level of the ship. The line of light under his door had turned from white to a soft blue. It was night on the ship. Eric showered and got into bed, but although he was tired, he could not fall asleep. He had expected to be an efficiency expert of sorts. That was his job. But they told him matter-of-factly that he would be a king. Well, you could expect change in nearly 200 years, radical change. And if indeed their tradition were deep-rooted, he would not try to change it. The planners had counted on that to keep them going, because there would be no environmental challenge to goad them. Just an unreal past and an unreal Earth, which Eric and their great-great-grandparents had seen, and an even more unreal future, when someday far, far off, the ship reached the Centaurian system. Softly, someone knocked at his door. The sound had been there for many moments, a gentle tapping, but it had not registered on his consciousness. Now, when it did, he padded across the bare floor and opened the door. A girl stepped in from the corridor, pushing him before her with one hand, motioning him to silence with the other. She closed the door softly behind her, soundlessly almost, and turned to face him. She wore the knee-length tunic popular with this generation, and it covered a graceful feminine figure. "Please," the girl said, "please listen to me, Eric Taine. I may have only a few moments. Listen." "Sure," he smiled, "but why all the mystery?" "Shh, let me talk. Have you a weapon?" "Yes, I carry a pistol. I don't fancy I'll need it, though." "Well, take it with you and go back where you came. If anyone tries to stop you, use your weapon. They have nothing like it. Then, when you get there—" Her voice came breathlessly, and it made Eric laugh. "Hold on, miss. Why should I do that? Don't tell me there's a plot and someone wants to usurp the new king before he's crowned? No? What then?" "Stop making fun of me, Eric Taine. I'm trying to save your life." She said it so seriously, her eyes so big and round, that Eric half wanted to believe her. But that was fantastic. From what could she possibly be saving him? The words came out in a rush as the girl spoke again. "The ship is not on course. For 25 years it's been off, heading back to Earth." "To Earth? That's crazy." "Listen, please. They killed Lazarus 6. He was a scapegoat. They watched the old films of Earth and felt they had been cheated out of their birthright. Why should they live here alone in space, they said. Why should their children's children face the hardships of a new world? They didn't ask for it. It was thrust upon them by the planners, by your generation. If they knew how to get into your room of tubs, they would have killed you. Now there's a mock ceremony, everything is blamed on the new Lazarus, and the people feel better when he's killed. I know, my mother told me. You can ask her." The girl was about 20, Eric thought. A wild-eyed thing now, who so wanted him to believe her impossible story. Her breath came quickly in little gasps, and Eric tried to hide the smile on his face. "You're laughing at me? Stupid! Stupid! Please! And when you get back to your room of tubs, awaken your friends, the 3 who remain. You 4 can control the ship, put it back on course, teach the people. Oh, stop laughing!" She pouted prettily. "All of us, we're not all like that. We who are not can help you." Eric chuckled softly. "You try to picture it," he told her. "I'm sorry, but everything's been sweetness and light, and you come in here with a wild notion." "It isn't wild, it's the truth. Why don't you ask to check our course before they make you king?" He could do that all right, but they'd be wondering what mad neurosis compelled his actions, and he did not want that. Not when he might have so much to do. "Check it," she pleaded. And when he shook his head, she told him, "Oh, you're acting like a child, you know. The records say you're 25 and you slept for 7 times that, but still. All you have to do is check, please." The door burst in upon them, and Lindquist stood there, with Captain Larkin and 2 others. Lindquist shook his head sadly. "I thought so," he said. Captain Larkin nodded. "A cultist child. Shame, isn't it?" One of the other men strode forward, and the girl cowered behind Eric. "Don't believe them!" she wailed. "Lies!" "There are so many of them," Lindquist explained. "Apparently we're in an area of high radiation now, Mr. Taine. So many of our people are deranged. I won't guess at the cause, except to say it's probably outside the ship." The man came around Eric, titch-titch when the girl jumped on the bed and stood trembling against the headboard. "Now, Laurie," the man coaxed. "Come on down, that's a good girl." Eric wanted to help her, but he checked the impulse. He only felt protective. There could be nothing in the girl's story. Best if they took her and treated her. "A whole cult of them," Lindquist was saying, "all lacking something up here." He tapped his head. "They don't trust anyone, only members. Think we're doing all sorts of foolish things. I don't know. What would you call it in your day? Paranoia?" Eric said he didn't know. He was not a psychologist. He watched silently with Lindquist and Captain Larkin as the two other men took Laurie, struggling, out the door. She kicked, bit, and cried lustily. Once her dark eyes caught Eric's gaze, held it, and she whimpered, "I don't care if they kill you. I don't care." They started down the corridor after Lindquist said, "You've had a hard day. I think we'd better let you sleep." "She told you someone wanted to kill you?" Captain Larkin said, shaking his head slowly. "What can we do, Lindquist?" "Well, we'd just better hope whatever's causing this sort of thing is left behind in space soon. Good night, Mr. Taine." "Good night, Lazarus," said Captain Larkin. Eric recognized at once the great hall, in which he had danced that last night with Claire. Now Claire was gone. The place was crowded, probably the ship's entire population. Lindquist led him through the crowd, and he could not tell what their faces showed. There were mumblings of Lazarus and King. But why did he get the faint suggestion of mockery? Oddly, what Laurie said had troubled him. He had had a bad night's sleep, and it left him irritable. Poor girl. He wondered how many more there were like her. Well, in time he could find out, after this nuisance of a coronation had become history. "Ah, Taine," Captain Larkin said as Lindquist brought him to the dais. "As you can see, all the people are ready. I hope you won't think the ceremony foolish. Are you ready?" Eric nodded, watched a man raise trumpet to lips, blow one clarion note. A hush fell over the hall. "I am honored to present King Lazarus VII to you," Larkin proclaimed, in a loud, clear voice. "He has been sent, as you know, by the planners." Hoots from the crowd. Eric frowned. He had thought they would respect the planners, the men whose vision had sent man, here in this ship, outward bound to the stars. Larkin's voice was honey now. "Don't judge our new king by those who sent him. Don't—" Laughter and shouts of "Hail, Lazarus!" The people, Eric suddenly realized, were almost primitive. Larkin and Lindquist and a handful of others ran the ship, had somehow maintained the science of another generation. But the lack of conflict, of challenge, had sent the people down a rung or two on the ladder of civilization. Hand-picked their ancestors had been, but they were a common mob. Someone cried, "He's seen Earth. Ask him to tell us about Earth." "Ask him." Captain Larkin smiled. "Tell them, Taine. Tell your new subjects. You have so little time." "What do you mean, so little time?" "Tell them." And Larkin turned away laughing. They were primitive, these people. And as the girl Laurie had said, they needed a scapegoat. They didn't like it here on the ship. There had been a first generation which had known Earth and could savor its flavor through the long years like a delicate wine. And there would be a last, which could get out on the Centaurian planet, stretch its legs, and build civilization anew. But these in-between were in limbo. They lived and they died on the ship, and it wasn't their idea. They would breed so that the ship would still have a crew when it reached Centauri. That was their function, but they didn't like it. All this went through Eric's mind. Perhaps the girl had no psychosis. Perhaps her warning had been sincere. He wondered if the long sleep had dulled his instincts, his reflexes. He told them of Earth, of its wonders, of the wide meadows he remembered, of the wind, brisk in spring, which brought the sweet-scented rain, of summer and the big harvest moon which followed, of 100 other things. Claire, did you marry? Have children? There was that Lou somebody who you'd flirt with to make me jealous, but we both knew he loved you. I wonder. He spoke of the planners, of the proud day when all the world had seen them off, the video jets flashing by, circling, to send their pictures to the waiting millions. The planners, he told them, had a vision. It was the same vision which had first taken man, an ape with a brain that held curious, half-formed thoughts that gave him a headache, down from the trees. a vision which would carry him one day to the farthest stars and beyond. They shouted. They stamped on the floor. They laughed. "What about us? We didn't have any say, did we? Who wants to spend his whole life in this tin can?" "I don't know." One of them, at least, was dubious, but the crowd stilled him. What of Laurie and her colt? He did not see the girl anywhere in the great hall. "We've had enough, Captain. Too much, I'd say." Larkin looked smug. Lindquist was grinning. No one did anything to stop them as the crowd surged forward, threatened. Watching them, only now beginning to realize the whole thing, Eric remembered history. Mock kinghood was nothing new in the scheme of primitive cultures. In ancient Babylonia, in Assyria, elsewhere, the mock king ruled for a day, and the people came to him with their troubles. The king, cowering on his throne of a day, could perhaps see his executioner waiting. The real king had nothing to lose. The pent-up dissatisfaction of his people would drown the mock ruler like a wave, and after it was all over, the king would return to his throne with more power than before. Rough hands reached up, grabbed at him. Fists shook, voices threatened. Someone pulled his boot, and Eric sat down on the dais, breathing heavily. He got up fast, before they could swarm all over him, yanked the gun from his jumper, poked it against Larkin's ribs. "You know what this is?" "Yes, a gun." "Well, call off your friends or I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Larkin. Call 'em off." "I can't. Look at them, a mob. What can I do now?" "You'd better do something, because soon you won't have a chance to do anything. Now." Larkin made a motion to the trumpeter. He blew 2 loud notes this time, and uniformed men appeared, brandishing clubs. Evidently they were on hand in case the crowd became too wild, threatened Larkin, Lindquist, and the other nameless rulers. With their clubs they beat the mob back, slowly, held them off as Eric pushed Larkin before him. The crowd surged close, fought once or twice with the guards on their immediate flanks. Once Larkin tried to bolt away, but thereafter Eric held him firmly until they reached an exit. Together they sprinted down a corridor, Larkin puffing and staggering. "Beat it," Eric told him. "Go on, scram." "You won't kill me as I run? I know that thing can kill over long distances." "Don't give me any ideas," Eric said. But he felt a little sick as Larkin ran, whimpering, back toward the hall. This man was their ruler, their leader. He found the door, activated its mechanism, waited impatiently while he heard the sounds of pursuit. Something clanged against the door, and again. They were throwing things. Eric ducked, felt pain stab at his shoulder. He could see their faces in the corridor when the door began to slide clear. He slipped in, punched the levers that would close it again, saw a hand and a leg come through the crack, heard a scream. The limbs withdrew, and Eric watched grimly as it slid all the way shut. Lazaruses 8, 9, and 10, he thought, as he went to the 3 remaining tubs. For a moment he gazed down through the pinkish liquid at the men curled up, sleeping their long sleep. He shook the tubs gently. All it would take was that, direct motion. Once that had started the cycle, each sleeper's hypothalamus took over, 25, 50, and 75 years ahead of schedule. He watched them twitch, shiver, slowly uncurl. Watched the vapors rising from their tubs. He had plenty of time. In a week he helped them from their tubs. They were ready to listen. Smiling baby-faced Chambers, gaunt Stryker, rotund Richardson. He explained slowly. He told them everything. "My God," Stryker said when he had finished. "Be thankful you could get back here, lad," Richardson told him. "What do we do now?" "What can we do?" Chambers demanded. "Then, will you look at that? 175 years and I haven't even grown a beard." They all laughed, and the tension was broken. "We go back," Eric said, "armed to the teeth. It won't be difficult. Some of them will die, but we can set the ship on its course again. Teach them. I'd hate to see the disappointment on Earth if we went back after 6 generations." Stryker frowned. "Have we the right to kill?" Eric said, "Look, they might get back to Earth someday. Their progeny a bunch of savages. The hopes and dreams of the race reduced to nothing. We can kill if we have to." It was agreed. Without saying anything, Stryker himself activated the lock. 2 men with clubs rushed them in the corridor, howling "Lazarus" and "Death." It was Stryker who shot them where they stood, before they could use the clubs. After that, they fired shots into the air, and people ran screaming away from them. Their first rush carried them almost to the control room, and briefly Eric remembered when he had looked out from there with Claire at the bright, faraway stars. But he could not quite picture Claire's face. He tried to, but he saw the girl, Laurie. A dozen uniformed men stood before the control room. They looked badly frightened, but they stood their ground, then advanced. "What do we do now?" Chambers asked. "We couldn't get them all, not before—" There was a rush behind them as a score of figures marched into the corridor. "We're trapped!" Stryker cried. Eric grinned. "I don't think so." He had seen Laurie in the vanguard of the newcomers. They did not have to use their guns, not as they had been meant to be used. They fought with tooth and nail, using the guns as clubs, but mostly they stood back and watched their allies tear into the guards. The girl Laurie cried, "I told you there were some who believed, Eric Taine. I told you." They reached the control room door, battered at it. Half a dozen men came up with a great post of metal, heaved. The door shuddered. Again. Again. It crashed in. Lindquist and Larkin stood there, over a great pile of charts and books. "You won't take this ship on to Centauri," Larkin yelled. A little flame flickered at the end of the tube in his hand. He crouched. "If those are the astrogation charts," said Stryker. Eric dove, caught Larkin's midsection with his shoulder, threw the man back. They struggled on the floor, and dimly Eric was aware of others who held the writhing Lindquist. Larkin fought like a snake, twisting, turning, gouging. Eric, out of the corner of his eye, saw Lindquist breaking loose, watched him running with the brand to the pile of charts. A shot crashed through the room, echoing hollowly. Lindquist fell over his charts. Now Eric had Larkin down, was pinning him, felt the man's hands twisting, clawing at his stomach, saw them come away with his gun. They grappled, and Eric cursed himself for forgetting the gun. Larkin held it, laughed, squeezed the trigger as Eric pushed clear. Then the laughter faded as Larkin stared stupidly at the gun he had not known how to use. Larkin gasped once, held both hands to the growing red stain on his middle. "Dead," Richardson said later. "They're both dead. You know, I think it's better this way. They would have been trouble. But now all we have to do is find the course again, turn the ship around." "That'll mean 2 extra generations in space," Chambers said. "They've been heading back to Earth 25 years. With Eric, he studied the charts, assembled them, punched a few buttons on the computing machine. "Like this," Eric said. He twirled a few dials. "It takes a long time with the overdrive, but we'll be back on course in 3 years." For a while he gazed out the port, fascinated by the huge sweep of the Milky Way, clear and beautiful in the black sky. When he turned back and away from it, Laurie stood beside him. "Hello, Lazarus." "Very funny," he said. "Call me Taine. Better still, call me Eric." "Eric, then. Hello, Eric." He grinned. "I guess you're not psychotic after all." "Nope, normal as can be. But take my great-great-grandmother now. She was really neurotic. She married all right, but they say she really carried a torch all her life." There was laughter in the girl's eyes as she spoke. Eric had seen other eyes like that. So familiar, so beautiful. "I'm Laurie Simmons," the girl told him. "My great-great-grandfather's name was Lou Simmons. His wife was Claire. My mother has a book of hers, of poems she wrote to Eric." "Tell me about them, Laurie." "A lovely girl, as pretty as your great-great-grandmother. No, prettier, and part of today." "Never mind, Laurie. Just tell me about yourself." He knew Claire would like it this way. End of Resurrection 7 by Stephen Marlowe. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Merchants of Venus by A.H. Phelps, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. A pioneer movement is like a building. The foundation is never built for beauty. The Merchants of Venus by A.H. Phelps, Jr. The telephone rang. Reluctantly, Rob Workham picked it up. Nothing good had come from that phone in 6 years, and his sour expression was almost an automatic reflex. "Workham here," he said. He held the phone an inch away from his ear, but the tirade exceeded his expectations. It would have been audible a foot away. "Workham, how long do you think we're going to stand for this? At the rate you're going, there won't be a man left on Venus or a dollar in the budget. What kind of a personnel director are you? Don't you know this project is vital to every person on Earth? 30 more resignations came in on last night's mail flight." Rod put the receiver gently on his desk. General Carlson raved and ranted this way every time a colonist quit, and Rod knew he was not expected to answer even if given the chance. The general would carry on for about 5 minutes and then would slam down the phone himself. He dialed another number on the other phone. "This is Rod, Dave," he said when he got an answer. "Carlson is on the other phone yelling at my desk blotter. He says 30 more resignations came in just now. That right?" "Close enough, Rod. 23 pulled out. That makes 78% resigned in less than—" "Spare me the statistics. Carlson's probably blatting them right now. How do they break down? Are they mostly farmers or technicians?" "There were only 9 technicians left, and all of them quit with this bunch. The rest were farmers." Dave Newsom must be smoking his pipe, Rod decided. Grinding sounds were coming over the phone. "That doesn't leave very much on Venus to start a colony with. A few farmers, some trappers, and the scientific personnel, damn it, they seem to stick it out all right." "Their contracts are different," Rod reminded him. "They go on a 2-year hitch and then come back to Earth, if they want to. The ones who are there are the ones who can take it, and are signed up again." There was a speculative pause on the other end of the line. "Say, Rod," Newsom said slowly, "why not leave this last batch of quitters right where they are? Every one of them. They signed up for the project with their eyes open. Why don't you just refuse to bring them home? They'd have to make a go of the colony to save their filthy necks." Rod grinned nastily. "I'd like to do it, but even General Carlson wouldn't dare. We'd never get another colonist off Earth once it got out. They wouldn't trust us. Our first problem is to get a self-supporting society on Venus, and that might do it, all right. But our main job is to relieve the crowding on Earth, and that means large numbers of people will have to go willingly later on. If we get tough with these babies, who will take a chance later on that we won't repeat the trick? But we lose 100 potential colonists every time one of these quitters starts talking about why he left. More harm is done by letting them come back than would result from leaving them where they are." Again, a speculative pause. "Maybe you could shoot them on arrival." "I'll suggest it to the general when I see him," Rod said, "if he doesn't shoot me first. Now, can you get me the files on this latest group? And I'd like to see the staff psychologist here, along with all the interviewers who handled and passed the group. We'll see what we can salvage out of this. And if you see Jamie, send him along too, will you? Maybe our gambling historian can find us something useful in the project record." "The files are already on the way, and I told Biddington you'd probably want to see him. He said he'd be along in about 10 minutes. I haven't located all the interviewers yet. Jamie's been right here, trying to talk me into a game of NIM and protesting he never heard of binary numbers. I'll send him up. But keep your hands on your wallet. If you need anything else, I'll be right here." Rod thanked him and hung up, shaking his head. Dave Newsom was too good a man to be stuck on a government project. He ought to get out before the trouble started. Anyone who worked for Rod Workham on Project Venus was likely to end up with a bad name. They lived under the axe. The only person who could be sure of his job was Rod himself. He'd been recommended by a committee of top men in his field, and no other personnel men would accept the job if he were removed. Also, most of his men would leave the project if General Carlson bounced him, for they had been telling him so ever since the job had gotten hot. But there was a danger that the general might decide to bypass personnel in selecting colonists. Or, what was more probable, might try to tame the planet with a military outpost. Rod could hardly blame the man for his feelings. The job was vital, and everyone was intensely interested in making a go of it. Scientific agriculture had gone about as far as it could. Hydroponics had already begun to shoulder the load required by an overpopulated planet. But the fact known to most intelligent people on Earth was that either new room was found in this kind of emergency, some place where people could go and live under nearly the same standards, or else some drastic changes in living standards would be required of all. And absolute and rigidly enforced birth control would have to go into effect. And all the attendant causes for race wars, nationalist wars, and have-not wars would crop up. But the majority of people wouldn't move to an undeveloped planet. You couldn't send ordinary citizens as pioneers. For one thing, they wouldn't want to go. For another, the new community wouldn't last long if you forced them to go. The average person had neither the attitudes nor the physique needed to make over a wilderness. The problem was to find people who would create a community on a new planet and develop an integrated society there. This had meant rigid selection, careful psychological preparation, and a terrifically expensive transportation system to get the people there and keep them supplied. And the job had to be done soon. Economists predicted that 30 years were left on Earth under present standards, maybe 50. If the population couldn't be thinned out one way by then, it would have to be done by another. For 6 years now, Rod had worked on the job of establishing a self-supporting colony on Venus. 3 different colonies had been started, and each one had died out in less than 2 years. Resignations would come in slowly at first, and then in a rush, until only 20 or 30 people would be left, of which the majority would be the short-term scientific teams. By the terms of the colonists' contracts, no man could be left on Venus more than a month after his resignation, so the bulk of the 2 colonies had simply had to be shipped back to Earth, and plans made for another try. And now the 3rd colony was quitting, rushing home, leaving nothing on the jungle planet but a few small clearings soon to be taken over by the vegetation. Several times in the last year, Rod had thought of volunteering himself, but he knew it for a futile gesture. He wasn't 500 men. He didn't even have the special skills or physique that were needed. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the men. Biddington was first. Then, in 2s and 3s, came the interviewers, all looking like the home team at the half, 3 touchdowns behind, and just waiting for their coach. If psychologists made good colonists, Rod thought, there would be a dozen more volunteers. The arrival of Homer Jameson brought the only cheerful face in the group. The project historian was a young man, just over 30, and considerably over 6 feet. He wore the expression of a man who was itching to do something. Jamie had never really been busy yet on the project. The colonies had died out so quickly that his work had been mostly clerical, and he'd had to fill the time the best he could. So far, he had done it by making up improbable contests of skill for drinks, with such a weird assortment of shifting rules and scoring that he hadn't paid for a drink since he arrived. He made a valuable contribution to the project, however, since he helped to keep the group's mind off their troubles a part of the time. Rod genuinely liked Jamie and expected to miss him strongly when Venus became self-supporting to the point where the historian would have completed his work in residence. When they were all seated, Rod leaned across his desk and said, "I can see you all know why we're here. To begin with, I'm not going to accuse anyone of mistakes. Each of you is the best possible man in the country for his job. If you weren't, you wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have asked for you, and General Carlson wouldn't have kept you. So there's nothing to feel bad about. If you can't do this work, no one can. Self-recrimination is foolish when you've been put on an impossible problem. I didn't call you here to bawl you out, but to ask you if we should continue spending project funds for nothing." Jamie raised his eyebrows at this speech, but said nothing. "What do you mean, impossible problem?" one of the interviewers objected. "We know what we need. It's just that we're still making some mistakes in selection that we haven't corrected." That's right, Rod. Biddington, the project psychologist, took up the dissension. We know something is wrong with the selection techniques or in the personnel patterns we consider necessary. But it's only a problem of finding out what it is. The problem is by no means insoluble. As long as you're not ready to give us up, another interviewer said, we aren't going to quit. You can't afford to get defeatist about this, Rod, Biddington went on. This project is too important to fail. Whether you like it or not, your experience is too valuable for you to back out. Rod grinned and held up his hands. All right, that's the reaction I wanted. If all of you still think we can get somewhere, we may as well try to analyze this last group. He sat down at his desk. I have the files here, along with the tapes of the interviews. Let's see what difference we can find between those who hung on this long and the ones that quit after the first 3 months. The group settled down to trying to differentiate between a man who couldn't do a job but could try for 6 months longer than the next. They took the colonists carefully apart, trait by trait, and put them all back. They reviewed the colonists' records from birth and compared them in endless combinations. Jamie came into the discussion to show what the status of the colonies had been at the time each colonist had resigned, what diseases had been encountered when one man quit, and how much jungle had been cleared before another did. Files came and went in a continuous flux. Coffee and sandwiches came, and grew cold and stale. The air became gray with smoke. Nothing. The same results had come out of every investigation. You needed a man who was unstable to get him to leave Earth. You needed a man who was stable to have him stay on Venus. You needed initiative and resourcefulness to survive on a new planet. You needed a man who had so little initiative and resourcefulness that the competition on Earth wouldn't be profitable. You needed a young, healthy, vigorous specimen. You needed an older, experienced, more mature person. You needed A, and you needed non-A. And even if you found people with the factors balanced just right, assuming you knew what the balance should be, where did you find 500 of them? The discussion went on. The solutions got wilder and more absurd. Take a whole orphan asylum and bring them to Venus under military guard. Build a development in the steamiest, nastiest jungle and test recruits for the colony there. Send African natives. The men were beginning to make the whole thing look impossible again, so Rod decided to call a halt until they could get a better perspective. Tired himself, he dismissed them. They left quietly, not arguing in little groups or mumbling half-formed ideas to themselves, the way a team that had been progressing will do. Only Jamie stayed. He remained sitting hunched up near the desk, in the same position he'd held for the last hour. When the others had all left, he grinned at Rod. You know, for a group of practicing psychologists, this is the softest bunch of suckers I've seen. You've proved that to your own profit several times so far, Rod answered, rubbing his face as though smoothing the wrinkles could remove the tension. Who have you robbed lately? I'm talking about your performance just now. Here comes the whole crew, walking in with their heads hanging to the floor. Every last man was ready to tell you he was quitting, that the problem was insoluble. And before anyone can get in a word, you tell them that the whole thing is impossible and imply that you want to quit. Even Biddington fell for it. You can't back out now, Rod, they say. Let's not have defeatist talk out of you, of all people. I did feel that way, Rod said. I'm just about ready to quit. I think that whatever our mistake has been, we can't do any better than we have. We just don't know enough. Jamie wasn't grinning now. What will happen if you quit? My guess is that Carlson will set up a military outpost here. Make a clearing, build a fort, maybe a town. Then he'll try to get people to come and live in it. Rod sighed. It won't work. They'll want to know why the planet had to be colonized that way. Why wouldn't the first colonists stay? I agree. The military outpost is a fine method for spreading a culture into an existing civilization. Rome did much for Europe that way. The most powerful cities sprang up near the Roman forts and roads. But as a method for inducing a populace to a new place, it doesn't work. A free people will not willingly move into a military township. Jamie looked sharply at Rod. So what do you intend to do? Run out and turn it all over to Carlson? I don't know, Jamie. I just don't know. 6 years is a long time. Damn it, Rod, you had much worse jobs than this one in industry. How did you select a computer man, a communications man, an engineering physicist, out of a group of men with similar backgrounds? It seems to me a harder problem than this. We don't really know much, as I said, Rod said. Ours has been an imitation science. When we had to select a computer man, we just gave a battery of tests to successful computer men. Structural vision, vocabulary, tridimensional memory, ink blots, syllogisms, practically everything. Then we weeded out the tests whose scores appear to have no statistical relevance. Any future computer man had to duplicate those results, whatever they were. If we had a recent pioneer civilization around, Jamie, you'd find this whole staff running through it like pollsters before an election. What was all this talk about balance, instability, initiative, and all the rest? Asked Jamie. That's what we do when we don't know, Jamie. We try to predict what we need. Then we try to find ways of finding it in people. Jamie made an explosive sound. But I thought you must have progressed from empirical methods. I would have said something long ago if I hadn't thought you knew what you were doing all the time. The historian was on his feet, stalking about the room. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Why? What difference would it have made? Rod frowned, failing to understand the other's excitement. Sure, we've progressed from the older methods in that we now have pretty complete data on all present job descriptions. And we can synthesize data for a new job, if it's not too different. But there isn't any information on the kind of person needed in a new world. What the devil are you getting so upset about? The historian threw himself into a chair and glared at Rod. If you couldn't find the kind of people you needed to test, you could have asked a historian if he knew anything about them. Rod shook his head puzzledly. Subjective data, such as that. Don't bring subjectivity into this, damn it. We get enough of that from the physical scientists. Jamie held himself in the chair, almost shaking with the intensity of his feeling. Look, Rod, you know I want to see the project succeed, and you admit that you haven't got an answer. Well, baby, I think I have. It's an idea that has about a 50-50 chance of being right in this case. Would you be willing to try it? If I had been betting on your side for the last few months, I'd be several dollars richer, Rod smiled. Yes, I think I might go along with your idea if you can convince me that it has an even chance for success. 3 failures out of 3 tries makes for poorer odds than that. What do you have in mind? Jamie said. I imagine your stock isn't so high with the old scabbard and blade right now, is it? Rod laughed. I don't think he'll shoot me on sight, but I'm not positive enough to stand in front of a lighted window. Well, then, if I had an idea you agreed with, the surest way to kill it would be to have you present it to him, right? And if you fight it, it's sure to convince Carlson. Jamie thought hard for a moment, tapping the chair arm. Rod, I have to do something you aren't going to like. Do you trust me? You mean you're going to try this without even discussing it with the personnel group? That's right. If I don't tell you what I'm doing, I know you'll fight it. And I'll need that kind of help for you to push Carlson into doing it. But I have to do something far worse than that, Rod. I'm going to tell the general that you knew my plan from the start and have been sitting on it because I'm not a psychologist. I'm going to ruin your reputation with the worst set of lies since the Red Purges. I'll say you're fighting me because you can't accept the idea that came from a man outside of your own group. If the scheme doesn't work, you'll be ruined because there'll be no way to retract the lies. If it does work, we can announce that we put on this act to sell the plan to Carlson. Can you take it? Rod was thoughtful for a minute. He liked and trusted Jamie, but the man had no experience in this field. And this sounded like an all-or-nothing shot. Then he remembered his despair over the latest set of resignations. He'd been ready to quit. He'd had nothing to offer, and neither did his men. Even a wild idea was worth a try, he thought grimly. He would be risking nothing but a plan that had already failed. Go to it, boy, he said. And if you need a fight, you'll get a damn good one. The fight with Carlson was short, and Rod was abruptly overruled. After that, Jamie moved fast. The new colonists flocked in. 3 months after Rod's talk with him, the compound started to fill. A shipload was 100 men, and each new man had to wait in a group until it was filled. But there was no waiting now except for processing. The compounds were full before the ships were ready. Rod had paid no attention to Jamie's recruiting methods, thinking that the historian's idea differed mainly in control over the colonists. Until he saw the crowds. Even from a distance, they didn't have the young look of the previous groups. Up close, they looked like the sweepings of the slums. He and Biddington talked to a few before they fully realized what Jamie had done. All the men were sure that Venus was a mineral paradise. Gold in the streams, uranium lodes so pure you had to wear a shield to get near them, diamonds, silver, every treasure that had ever excited man on Earth was scattered around the New World waiting to be picked up. That was what Jamie had told them. Rod got on the phone, fast. Jamie, you fool! I know what you're doing, and I won't put up with it. You've told these dupes they can get rich on Venus. You intended to attract large numbers of recruits, in the hope that some of them will be what we need. But look what you've attracted. Crooks, gangsters, bums, hobos, sharecroppers, and I don't know what. You got recruits all right, but what the hell kind of society are you going to start with them? And who will go and live among them later? What's the matter, Workham? Jamie asked coldly. Are you a racial purist? Want only your kind of people to get to Venus? I don't care who goes as long as they fit some standards. But to make a decent place, you need decent people, morally clean and healthy, not this collective of mental cripples, alcoholics, and thieves. Probably half of them are wanted men. He argued further, unable to believe that this was Jameson's great 50-50 chance. He said many things, and regretted every one. For that night the telecast carried a recorded version of his outburst. Jamie had maneuvered him into saying things he didn't quite mean, so that it looked as if he were trying to hide the all-good things on Venus and save them for his own friends. One commentator said outright that if you weren't a college graduate recommended by one of Workham's friends, it would cost you $1,000 to get on an outgoing ship. By the next morning, half the papers in the world were after Workham's scalp. Rod could only take the abuse and grind his teeth. How did you fight a thing like that? You were condemned if you kept silent, and if you answered, people nodded their heads and said, see, he's still trying to deny it. The failures from the old colonies were Rod's only allies. They tried to tell people what Venus was like, and what lies Carlson and his stooge Jameson were using for bait. But it was pointed out that these men naturally had a stake in the secret. And, after all, everyone knew how well off the returning colonists were. This was actually due to the high premium paid to get men to go to the planet, but no one believed. Days passed, weeks. The compounds filled and emptied and filled again. People stood in lines to apply. They walked miles to appear at a recruiting center. They fought for a place on the next ship, or the one after that. Farmers, clerks, ragged families, hobos, armed men, teenage boys, and old men. 4,000 people applied in the first few months and were shipped out. Then the crowds thinned, even though the get-rich propaganda continued. Soon only a few hundred appeared, where there had been thousands, then 2s and 3s. At last only a dozen or so a day, many of whom changed their minds before the full shipload had been assembled. Rod clung to his job throughout. He had little to do, though his department had never been formally discontinued. Sooner or later, he knew, their services would be needed when this cheap trick had failed. So he and his staff remained. studying old files, making up test batteries, discussing survival factors. They readied themselves for the project again. From time to time, they interviewed and tested a few of those waiting in the compounds. There was too much time to just sit around. Even this activity was a welcome diversion. As the year passed, the number of prospective colonists stopped decreasing and held steady at about 5 a day. But slowly something else changed. Among the new arrivals, there began to appear engineers who had tossed up good jobs to emigrate, farmers and their families, school teachers, storekeepers, lawyers, even doctors, all of them young. Not in any great number, but their appearance was a surprise still. Then there came 2 former colonists who had resigned on one of the earlier attempts, now trying to get back to Venus without inducement of bonus, high pay, or guaranteed return. That was the day Rod decided to call on Jamie. "I have here a bottle of 8-year-old rye, Jamie," he began. "I think you're entitled to a drink, and I'm entitled to an explanation. Want to swap?" "Rod," Jamie's bony face lit up, "it's good to see you. I've been afraid to call you until we could admit to the hoax. Come in, come in." "Well, you did it," Rod said after they had settled down. "I met 2 former colonists in the compound today. They know there isn't gold on Venus, and still they want to go out for free, no contract. And lately we've been getting professional people. There was even a kid fresh out of journalism school who wants to start a paper. Jamie, how did you do it? Were we so far wrong as that?" "You did it yourself, Rod. You told me how, but you wouldn't have believed then. Or if you had, we'd never have sold it to Carlson. Remember, you said if there were only a recent pioneer civilization around, you'd run to them with ink blots and vocabulary tests. All you needed to do was duplicate the kind of person who settled America, or Australia, or California. Well, as a historian, I knew those people, and I knew what brought them, so I merely put out the same kind of bait." "Same kind of bait?" Rod exclaimed. "What about freedom of religion, freedom from oppression? Isn't that what brought people to this country? There's no opposition to flee from these days, and even if it was the same bait, why weren't the same kind of people attracted? You saw the first compound full. Where in that cesspool was Thomas Paine, or Franklin, or Miles Standish?" "Franklin was born here," Jamie grinned. "Paine didn't come over on the first wave. And I suppose General Carlson was Miles Standish. Maybe the kid journalist you saw was Paine's counterpart. No, Rod, the bait I held out attracted the same kind of people initially that it always has. You have been compromising all along on the factors you really wanted in order to get young, healthy, moral people to Venus. The answer was simply this: pioneers are not necessarily young, healthy, or moral. So you didn't get what you wanted. You see, America wasn't only founded by pilgrims, they were actually a minority here. We were settled by promoters, trappers, bonded servants, exiled British deportees, pickpockets, and thieves. We were explored by French and Spanish pirates. The better element in Europe didn't come here at first. Why should they? It was dangerous. Pioneering was to the advantage of the worst elements. They came by court order, out of necessity, for adventure. They came for gold more than for freedom, for a new chance more than for a new religion. Australia was set up as a penal colony. Others went there for gold or to start over where they weren't known. That's the kind of person who settles a new land. The misfits, too impulsive, drunkards, weaklings, convicts, and fugitives from justice, too sick in mind and body to make a go of it where they are. So we announced that there was a brand new world with a new chance for everyone on it. We implied that there was wealth. We told them everything about Venus that brought the English to America, the Spanish to South America, the Easterners to the West, and the Middle Westerners to California. We didn't hunt for pioneers, they came to us. Rod refilled his glass thoughtfully. But what kind of a society will men like that create? A fighting, lawless structure? That's right. And the lawless will eliminate themselves by their own activities, like the early West. while the doctors come in to treat wounds and the lawyers to plead their cases, while their wives and the other wives will start schools and bring in school teachers. That society will purge itself, Rod. Many of the worst will become good citizens out of meeting the challenge of the new planet, and the rest will disappear. Well then, what about the gold story? Rod asked. Won't they be angry with everyone connected with the project because of the hoax? That was a little raw, but no worse than other gold rushes. Few of the stampeders ever found the gold they went after. The captain of one of the rockets told me that the first few months the colonists were trying to stow away on the returning ships. Now they send messages to friends and relatives to come before the opportunity is gone. That's why you've seen this better element. Our lies will soon be forgotten, and crops and food and minerals will be coming from Venus, and better people will go to meet the diminished challenge on our brave new world. Rod stood up. Well, my compliments for a job well done, Jamie. When do you expect to go and live there yourself? You'll have to soon, won't you, to complete the project record in residence? Jamie nodded. About 6 months from now, I think. Why? Good, exclaimed Rod. We can all go together. What are you planning to do? Volunteer? The whole personnel staff will be going. Here's just what we need. A young pioneer society. We can get adequate data for future selection, a better idea of what kind of person a colony needs at different stages of growth. Rod grinned. After all, your method was pretty sloppy, even if it did work. And you sent far too many wrong people. Once we have some good data, anything you can do, we can do better. The end of The Merchants of Venus by A.H. Phelps, Jr. The Drug by Carol Mather Capps, writing as C.C. McCapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. It could be deadly. It had to be tested. But sales wanted a new product this very minute. The Drug by C.C. McCapp. Amos Perry, the regional manager for Wheatland Inc., Farm and Ranch Chemicals and Feeds, had come to work a few minutes early and was waiting in the lab when Frank Barnes arrived. He saw that the division's chief chemist was even more nervous than usual, so he invested a few minutes in soothing small talk before saying, Frank, sales is beginning to push for that new hormone. Immediately, Barnes became unsoothed. Bill Dietrich was on the phone about it yesterday, Mr. Perry. I'm sorry I was abrupt with him. Amos grinned. If you were, he hasn't had a chance to mention it to me yet, but I think we'd better light a fire under the thing. We'll probably get a blast from Buffalo before long. How many men do you have on it? Well, 2 helping with the routine work, but I've done most of it myself, evenings and weekends. I didn't want anybody to know too much about it. Mr. Perry, I'm worried about it. Worried? How do you mean? Well, let me show you the litter we've been testing it on. The pigs were in the pens outside the lab. Amos had seen figures on weight gain and general health. The latter was what promised to be sensational, but hadn't seen the animals for 2 weeks. He eyed the first batch. How old is that Boer pig? Not quite 4 months. Amos was no expert, but he'd spent many hours on customers' farms, and he thought the animal looked more mature than that. So did the sloats in the same pen, though they tended more to fat. All of the group had an odd look, certainly not normal for Yorkshires of their age. He thought of wild hogs. Is it just the general health factor? He asked. I don't think so, Mr. Perry. You remember I told you there wasn't actually a hormone. I know. You wanted to call it that for secrecy, you told me. Yes, sir, but I didn't tell you what it really was. Mr. Perry, are you familiar with hypnotics? Mescaline, especially? No, I'm not, Frank. Well, it's a drug that causes strong hallucinations. This is a chemical derivative of it. Amos grinned again. Pipe dreams for hogs? He quit grinning as the implication struck him. If this thing didn't pan out, after the money they'd spent and the rumors that had seeped out, there'd be some nasty questions from Buffalo. And if it did, and they began selling it, what would it do to human beings? Asked Amos. Barnes avoided his eyes. That's one of the things I'm worried about, he said. I want to show you another pig. This one was isolated in its own pen, and it looked even stranger than its siblings. In the first place, its hair was thicker and black. There was an oddness about its shape, and a vaguely familiar sinuousness in the way it moved that made Amos's skin prickle. What's wrong with it? He asked. It's healthy, except for the way it looks and acts. Same litter and dosage? Yes, sir. All of them got just one dose. The effects seemed to be permanent. They were leaning over the fence, and the animal was looking at them. There was an oddity in its eyes. Not intelligence exactly, but something unpig-like. Abruptly, it stood up on its hind legs, putting its forefeet against the fence, and raising its head toward them. It squealed as if begging for attention. Amos knew that pigs made affectionate pets. Drawn to it as well as repelled, he reached down and patted it, and the squealing stopped. It was standing too easily in that position, and suddenly Amos recognized what was familiar about it. He jerked his hand away, feeling a strong desire for soap and water. How long's it been this way? It's changed fast in the last week. Amos looked toward the doorway of the lab, just inside of which a large black tomcat sat watching them. Is the cat out here a lot? Barnes' eyes went to the cat, widened, and turned back to the pig. He looked as ill as Amos felt. When Amos got back to his office, his sales manager was already waiting. His mind only half present, Amos sized up the stuffed briefcase and the wider than necessary smile as he responded automatically to the amenities. Just get back? He asked. Early train. Darn plane's grounded again. Dirkx looked full of energy, though he'd undoubtedly rushed home, shaved, showered and changed, and hurried to the office with no rest. He sat down, extracted papers from the briefcase and beamed. Wrote up the Peach Association. He'll give me the good news first, Amos thought. Fine, he said. The whole year? Yep, got a check from the almond growers, too. All paid up now. Good, Amos said, and waited. It came. Say, I was talking to Frank Barnes about the new hormone he's got, and he seemed a little negative about it. When do you think we can have it? It was a temptation to answer with false optimism and duck the issue for a while, but Amos said, the slowest thing will be the state and federal testing and registration. I'd say not less than a year. Dirkx nodded. Competition's selling more and more stuff that's not registered. Fly-by-night outfits, and they're always getting caught. Dirkx smiled. Every night they fly away with more business. Amos managed a smile, though the argument was old and weary. We'll put it up to Buffalo if you want to, Bill. You know I can't okay it myself. Dirkx dropped the subject, not being a man to beat his head against a stone wall if there were ways around it. And for the next hour, Amos had to listen to the troubles. Competition had cut prices on this, upped active ingredients on that, put such and such a new product on the market. Wheatland's factories and warehouses already groaned under the crippling diversity of products, but sales didn't feel that it was their problem. And even the credit policies needed revising. But the worst of all was a $15,000 claim for damages to pear trees by a bad batch of Wheatland's arsenical insecticide. Amos got rid of Dirkx with a few definite concessions, some tentative ones, and some standoffs. He made sure no one was waiting to see him and told his secretary he didn't want to be bothered before lunch. He had a lunch date with a customer and dreaded it. It meant 3 or 4 highballs, and overeating, and an upset stomach later. Before that, though, he had a few minutes to try to get his mind straightened out. He mixed a glassful of the stuff he was supposed to take about now. The complete executive, he thought, with physician and prescription attached. It didn't seem possible that this was the same body that had breezed through anything, from football to fried potatoes. Mechanically, his mind on the lab's pigs, he got a small bag of grain out of a desk drawer. He hoped nobody, except his secretary, of course, knew he wasted time feeding pigeons, but it helped his nerves, and he felt he had a right to 1 or 2 eccentricities. They were already waiting. Some of them knew him and didn't shoo off when he opened the window and scattered the grain on the ledge outside. A few ate from his hand. It was a crisp day, but the sun slanting into the window was warm. He leaned there, watching the birds. More were circling in now, and looking out over the industrial part of the city. The rude shapes were softened by the haze, and there was nothing noisy close by. He could almost imagine it was some country landscape. He looked at his watch, sighed, pulled his head in, and shut the window. The air conditioner's hiss replaced the outside sounds. Not even imagination could get rid of the city for long. Going through the outer office, he saw that Alice Grant, his secretary, already had her lunch out on the desk. She was a young 30, not very tall, and just inclined to plumpness. She wore her blonde hair pulled back into a knot that didn't succeed in making her look severe, and her features were well-formed and regular, if plain. Amos noticed a new bruise on one cheek and wondered how long she'd stay with her sot of a husband. There were no children to hold her. "I'll probably be back late," he said. "Anything for this afternoon?" "Just Jim at 2:30 and the union agent at 3." The lunch didn't go too badly, lubricated as the customer liked it, and Amos was feeling only hazily uneasy when he got back. A stormy session with his plant superintendent jarred him into the normal disquiet. Jim Glover was furious at having to take the $15,000 claim, though it was clearly a factory error. He also fought a stubborn delaying action before giving Amos a well-hedged estimate of $50,000 to equip for the new drug. He complained that Frank Barnes hadn't given him enough information. Amos was still trembling from the encounter when the union business agent arrived. The lunch was beginning to lump up and he didn't spar effectively. Not that it made much difference. The union was going to have a raise or else. By the time he'd squirmed through that interview, then dictated a few letters, it was time to go home. He hoped his wife would be out so he could take some of his prescription and relax. But she met him at the door with a verbal barrage. Their son, nominally a resident of the house, had gotten ticketed with the college crowd for drunken driving, and Amos was to get it fixed. The Templetons were coming for the weekend. Her brother's boy was graduating and thought he might accept a position with Amos. She paused and studied him. "I hope this isn't one of your grumpy evenings. The Ashtons are coming for bridge." His control slipped a little, and he expressed himself pungently on Wednesday night bridge, after a nightclub party on Tuesday, and a formless affair at somebody's house on Monday. She stared at him without compassion or comprehension. "Well, they're all business associates of yours. I wonder where you think you'd be without a wife who was willing to entertain." He'd been getting a lot of that lately. She was squeezing the role of executive's wife for the last drop of satisfaction. Well, since he couldn't relax with his indigestion, there was only one thing to do. He headed for the bar. "Now don't get tipsy before dinner," she called after him. He got through the evening well enough, doused with martinis, and the night that followed was no worse than most. At 9 the next morning, the call he'd been expecting from Buffalo came through. "Hello, Stu," he said to the president of the company. "Hello, Amos. Still morning out there, eh? How's the family?" "Good. Say, Amos, a couple of things. This big factory charge. Production screaming. It was definitely a bad batch, Stu. Well, that's it then. Question is, how'd it happen? Jim Glover says he needs another control chemist. You're not practicing false economy out there. We wanted to hire another man, Stu, but Buffalo turned it down. You should have brought that to me personally, if it was that important. It's going to take a big bite out of your year's profit. Being able to get your margins up any? Amos didn't feel up to pointing out that sales wanted lower prices, and the union wanted higher wages, so that the margin would get even worse. He described a couple of minor economies he'd been able to find, then mentioned the contract with the Peach Association. Yes, I heard about that, said the president of the company. Nice piece of business. By the way, how are you coming on that animal hormone? That was the main reason for the call, of course. Dirkx had undoubtedly phoned east and intimated that Amos was dragging his feet on a potential bonanza. I was going to call you about that, Stu. It'll take a year to test and get registered, and, Amos, I hope you're not turning conservative on us. The message was plain. Amos countered automatically. You know me better than that, Stu. It's the legal department I'm worried about. If they set up a lot of roadblocks, we might need you to run interference. You know I'm always right behind you, Amos. That's true, thought Amos, as he hung up. Right behind me. A hell of a place to run interference. He knew exactly what to expect. If he tried to cut corners, the legal department would scream about proper testing and registration. Production would say he was pushing Jim Glover unreasonably. And everyone who could would assume highly moral positions astraddle the fence. A ton of paperwork would go to Buffalo and be distributed among 50 desks and expertly stalled. Not to mention that this was no ordinary product. He realized for the first time that the government might not let him produce it, let alone sell it, even as a minute percentage in feeds. It was a narcotic. It could be misused. His buzzer sounded, and he was surprised when Mrs. Grant announced Frank Barnes. It was out of character for Frank not to make a formal appointment first. One look told Amos what was coming. He listened to Frank's resignation with a fraction of his mind, while the rest of it mused upon the purposeful way things were converging. Barnes stopped talking, and Amos said mechanically, You've been part of the team for a long time, Frank. It's especially awkward to lose you just now. It was banal, but it didn't matter. He wasn't going to change the man's mind anyway. He looked closer. The timidity was gone. So were the eyeglasses. A frightening thought struck him. You've taken some of that drug. Barnes grinned and handed a small vial full of powder across the desk, along with a file folder. Last night, he said. Between frustration with the job and curiosity about this stuff, I yielded to temptation. Amos took the vial and the folder. What are these for? So you can destroy them if you want to. I've doctored up the lab records to make the whole thing look like a false alarm. You're holding all that's left of the whole program. Amos looked for signs of irrationality and saw none. Do you feel all right? Better than you can imagine. But let me tell you what you're up against. I can at least do that for you, Mr. Perry. Thanks. Don't you suppose you could call me Amos now? Sure, Amos. First of all, you were right about that pig trying to imitate the cat. He couldn't do much because he only had a pig's brain to work with. He stopped and grinned, evidently at Amos's expression. I'll try to explain it. What is an animal? Physically, I mean. Amos shook his head. You've got the floor. All right. An animal is a colony of cells. Different kinds of cells form organs and do different things for the colony. But every cell has a life of its own, too. When it dies, a new one of the same kind takes over. But what regulates the colony? What maintains the pattern? Amos waited. Part of it is automatic replacement, cell for cell. But beyond that, there's a control, and it's the unconscious mind. He paused and studied Amos. You think I'm theorizing. I'm not. That drug broke down some barriers, and I see all this as you see your own fingers moving. Amos remembered the mention of hallucinogenics. Barnes grinned again. Let's say it's only 1% awake and walled off from the conscious mind. What would happen if something removed the wall and woke up the other 99%? Remembering the pig, it was impossible not to feel a cold seed of belief. Amos dreaded what was coming next. Clearly, it would be a demonstration. Barnes held out his hand, palm up. In a few seconds, a pink spot appeared. Then it turned red, oozed dismayingly, and became a small pool of blood. Barnes let it stay for a moment, then wiped it off with a handkerchief. There was no more bleeding. That's something I can do fast, he said. I opened the pores, directed the blood to them, then closed them again. Amos, do you believe in werewolves? Amos wanted to jump up and shout, No, you're insane! But he could only sit, staring. I could move that thumb around to the other side of my hand, Barnes said thoughtfully. I'm still exploring, but I don't think even the bone would take too long. You'll notice I don't need glasses anymore. The buzzer buzzed. Amos jumped and from habit answered. Bill Dirkx and that customer are here, Mr. Perry, said Alice Grant's voice. I asked them to wait, he managed. His mind was muddled. He needed time. You, Frank, will you stay for a few days? Sure, I'm in no hurry now. And while you're thinking, let me give you a few hints. No more cripples or disease. No more ugly people, unless they choose to be. No more law. No law? How would you police such a world? A man could change his face at will, or his fingerprints, even his teeth. Probably he could do things I can't imagine yet. The buzzer went again, with Miss Grant's subtle urgency. Amos ignored it, yet he hardly knew when Frank left the room. He realized that the chemist had done him a favor. The selfish thing would have been to keep the secret and the boon all to himself. Instead, he'd given Amos the choice. But what was the choice? Suppressing the drug would cost him his job. There was no doubt about that. He was standing with his back to the door when he heard it open. He turned and faced Dirkx's annoyed frown. Amos, we can't keep this man waiting. He's... All of Amos's frustration and the new burden coalesced into rage. He ran toward Dirkx. You baboon-faced huckster, he yelled. Get out! Get out! I'll tell you when you can come in here. He barely caught his upraised fist in time. Dirkx stood petrified, his face ludicrous. Then he came to life, ducked out, and pulled the door shut behind him. Amos waited no longer. If he had to decide, he wanted the data firsthand. He spread out the file Barnes had left him and looked through it for dosages. Apparently, it wasn't critical, so he poured a little of the powder into a tumbler, added water, and threw it down. There was a mild alkaline taste, which he washed out of his mouth with more water. Then he sat down to wait. A monotone seemed to be rattling off trivia, almost faster than he could grasp it, even though it was in his head and not in his ears. Paris green, calcium acetonite, beetle invasion, Texas cotton, paint pigment, obsolete, compensation claim, man probably faking infection. Dirkx likes because we only source, felt like hitting him when we argued about it. Correspondence, Buffalo, last year. They said keep. Check now uses poison, damned wife. The last thought shocked his intellect to wait. Hey, the intellect demanded. What's going on here? Oh, you've broken through, said the unconscious. That was fast. 15 minutes and 23 seconds since you drank it. Probable error 1/3 second. I've only been awake a few minutes myself. Minute, 60 per hour, 24 hours per day, days getting shorter, September, have coat in car, wife wants new car, raincoat sweats plasticizer, stinks, Hyatt, use camphor. Hold up a minute, cried the intellect. You want me to stop scanning? Is that what you're doing? Scanning what? Memory banks, of course. Don't you remember the book we read 3 years ago? Human Brain Estimated? Oh, all right, I'll slow down. You could follow me better if you let me grow some permanent direct connections. Am I stopping you? Well, not you exactly. I'll show you. Unconscious began directing the growth of certain nerve tendrils in the brain. Amos could only follow it vaguely. Fear! Screamed a soundless voice. Stop! What was that? Intellect asked, startled. That was id. He always fights any improvements, and I can't override him. Can I? Of course, that's mainly what you're for. Wait till I get these connections finished, and you'll see the whole setup. Fear! Shrieked id. Stop! No change! Shut up! Yelled intellect. It was strange being integrated. Amos found he was aware on two levels simultaneously. While he responded normally to his external environment, a lightning inner vision saw everything in vastly greater detail. The blink of an eye, for instance, was an amazing project. Even as the commands flashed out and before the muscle started to respond, extra blood was rushing to the area to nourish the working parts. Reports flowed back like battle assessments. These three muscles were on schedule. This was lagging. That was pulling too hard. An infinitesimal twinge of pain marked some minor accident, and correction began at once. A sensor watched the whole operation and labeled each incoming report. Trivial. Do not record. Trivial. Do not record. Trivial. Do not record. Worth watching. Record in temporary banks. Trivial. Do not. He felt now that he could look forward to permanent health, and so far he didn't seem to be losing his identity or becoming a moral monster, though certain previously buried urges, toward Alice Grant for instance, were now rather embarrassingly uncovered. He was not, like Frank Barnes, inclined to slip out of the situation at once. He still felt the responsibility to make the decision. He carried the vial of powder and the lab records home with him, smuggled them past his wife's scurrility, it didn't bother him now, and hid them. He went out with her cheerfully to visit some people he didn't like, and found himself amused at them instead of annoyed. In general, he felt buoyant, and they stayed quite late. When they did get home, an urgent message was waiting on the telephone recorder, and it jolted him. He grabbed up the hat and coat he'd just laid down. What is it? His wife demanded. I've got to go down to the plant. He hesitated. It was hard to say the words that were charged with personal significance. The watchman found Frank Barnes dead in the laboratory. Who? Frank Barnes, my chief chemist. Oh! She looked at him, obviously concerned only with the effect, if any, it might have on her own circumstances. Why do you have to get mixed up in it? I'm the boss, damn it. He left her standing there and ran for the garage. The police were already at the plant when he arrived. Frank's body lay on the floor of his office, in the corner behind some filing cabinets, face up. What was it? Amos asked the man from the coroner's office, dreading the answer he expected. The answer wasn't the one he expected. Heart attack. Amos wondered if they were mistaken. He looked around the office. Things weren't disarrayed in any way. It looked as if Frank had simply laid down and died. When did you find him? He asked the watchman. A little after 1. The door was closed and the lights were out, but I heard a cat yowling in here, so I came in to let it out and saw the body. Any family? One of the city men asked. No, said Amos slowly. He lived alone. I guess you might as well take him to the morgue. When can I call about the autopsy? Try after lunch. Amos watched them carry Frank away. Then he put out the lights and closed up the laboratory. He told the watchman he'd be around for a while and went to his office to think. As nearly as he knew, Frank had taken the drug less than 24 hours before he had. Death had come late at night, which meant Frank had been working overtime. Why? And why wasn't he able to save himself? Not logical, his unconscious stated firmly. He should have felt it coming and made repairs. This whole thing's a delusion, said Amos, dully, out loud. No, it isn't, a peculiar voice behind him. He whirled and saw the black tomcat grinning up at him. He gasped, wondering if he were completely insane. But in a flash, understanding came. Frank? Well, don't act so surprised. I can tell that you took some yourself. Yes, but how? I thought it would be an easy life, and I want to stay around here and watch things for a while. It ought to be fun. But how? I anesthetized the cat and grew a bridge into his skull. It took 5 hours to transfer the bulk of my personality. It's odd, but it blended right in with his. But your speech. I've made some changes. I'm omnivorous now, too, not just carnivorous, or will be in a few more hours. I can go into the hills and live on grass, or grow back into a man, or whatever I like. Amos consulted his own inwardness again. Is this possible? Can a human mind be compressed into a cat's brain? Sure, said the unconscious, if you're willing to junk all the excess. He thought about it. So you're going to stay around and watch, he said to the cat. No, Frank. An intriguing idea. My family's taken care of, and nobody'll really miss me. Except Alice Grant, said Frank cattily. I've seen the way you look at her. The cat part of me has, I mean. And she looks back, too, when you aren't looking. Well, said Amos, maybe we can do something there, too. His own metamorphosis took a lot longer than 5 hours. He had a much bigger job of alterations to finish. It was nearly 2 months before he got back to the plant. He peered in through the window at Dirkx, who'd inherited Amos's old office. Dirkx was chewing out a salesman. Amos knew what would be happening now. Dirkx's ambitious but unsound expansion would have gotten the division all tangled up. In fact, with his sharp new eyes, Amos could read part of a letter from Buffalo that lay on the desk. It was quite critical of Dirkx's margin of profit. The salesman Dirkx had on the carpet was a good man, and Amos wondered if he was to blame for whatever it was about. Maybe Dirkx was just preparing to throw him to the wolves. A man could hang on a long time like that, shifting the blame to his subordinates. The salesman was finally excused, and Dirkx sat alone with all the frustration and selfish scheming plain on his face. No, Amos thought, I'm not going to turn this drug loose on the world for a while. Not while there are people like Dirkx around. There were no other pigeons on the window ledge except himself and Alice. The rest had stopped coming when Amos disappeared and the feeding ended. For that matter, they tended to avoid him and Alice, possibly because of the abnormal size, especially around the head, and other differences. He noticed that Alice was changing the color of her feet again. Just like a woman, he thought fondly. Come on, pigeon, he said. Let's go somewhere else. This tightwad Dirkx isn't going to give us anything to eat. The end of The Drug by C.C. McCapp. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Mars had gifts to offer, and Earth had much in return, if delivery could be arranged. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Dar Rai sat alone in his room meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. Enter, my friend, he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only 2 persons present, speech was more polite. Ejon Key entered. You're up late tonight, my leader, he said. Yes, Key. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know. It will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible. And I have waited long for first contact. For though no Earthmen will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact, for them. Of course, our telepathic teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries. But this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth. Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. True, he said. I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still. They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know, much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is, call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then... Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. That was, what was left of Mars, that is, this one small city of around 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. One city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact for selfish reasons, and for unselfish ones. Martian civilization had developed in quite a different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology. But it had developed social skills to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars in 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond these simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least 150 Earthmen, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years, hence. The Martians knew this because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at the distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight, Rai, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Key, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. They drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on methanol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they were sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinking through the atmosphere. In Observatory Number 1 on Earth's moon, Raj Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotterscope, said triumphantly, "Thar she blew, Willie, and now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was a historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody, any Martians, that is. Raj, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters, I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off, to the south. But that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second and then said, "No." He was right. The End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. The Hand by Jerry Soule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Alice knew that Doby was a good dog, even if he did have an alarming habit of hunting down rabbits and gophers. But one day he brought her The Hand by Jerry Soule. Alice McNearby was washing breakfast dishes and looking out the kitchen window at the November sky when she first spied Doby. The way he was sneaking up to the house, she knew he had killed something. She dried her hands on her apron and tried to put down the suspicion that gnawed at the edge of her mind as she went to the door. During the past month, Doby had killed a cat, a pheasant, 2 rabbits, a field mouse, and it seemed that it would only be a question of time until he got one of the chickens, or even one of the suckling pigs. That would be all Mac would need to throw one of his wild spells, and he'd probably take a gun to Doby as he had threatened to do. To make it worse, Doby seemed to know how Mac felt, and often growled at him. Mac didn't growl back, but the look in her husband's eyes was enough to convince her Doby's continued existence was in doubt. It was a wonder to Alice that Mac hadn't done away with him already, judging from the comfort she derived from the dog. Doby never fretted, never whined, and seemed so appreciative of everything she did for him. She had scolded him for his killing, but found herself unable to put her heart into it, because he seemed to love it so. Instead, she always managed to clear away any bones before Mac returned from town, or come up from the barn, and she was thankful he seemed as yet unaware of the brown dog's hunting nature. Now it appeared that she'd have to cover up for the dog once again, and she opened the door. Doby was under a bush halfway across the barnyard, his kill still in his mouth. He was circling around, and she knew he'd soon be on his stomach enjoying his feast. "Doby," she called in a low voice, hoping it would not carry to the barn. Doby's ears came up. He looked her way. "Doby! Come here, Doby!" The dog was undecided, looking at her, unmoving for a moment. Then his tail started flicking, and he lowered his head and came up to her. Then she saw what he had in his mouth, and her blood stopped, and only a great effort on the part of her heart started it going again. It was a human hand. Blood still oozed from the severed wrist. "Doby!" The way she said it, the way she looked, something made the dog drop the hand. It fell to the ground, limp, palm down. Doby, head hung, tail down, ventured forward, nuzzled her hand. But Alice could not tear her eyes away from the thing on the cold ground. She had cared for Doby like a baby ever since someone dropped him off out in the country, and she had adopted the name Doby because a passing child had called him that, and it seemed like a good name, and she loved him. But this hand, that was too much. She looked around, saw a milk pail, put it open end down over the hand, and carried 2 large rocks from the garden border to put on top to secure it. She didn't want it to be gone when she brought Mac back to see it. She heard her ring on the telephone. Rather early for Mrs. Swearingen, or Mrs. Abbey, wasn't it? But ignored it. There was something else she had to do, and do quickly. For the first time in months, she felt thankful for Mac's presence. Surely he would know what to do. Though it was cold, she was unmindful of the fact that she did not wear a coat as she hurried to the barn. She was thinking instead that perhaps she should have answered the phone, in case it might have been someone other than her women friends, possibly something in connection with the severed hand. She shuddered as she remembered how it had looked. Alice found Mac in the loft. He had a forkful of hay over the opening when he saw her below. He stopped, narrowed his eyes before he slowly brought the hay back to the loft floor, and leaned on the pitchfork. "Doby's found something," she said, and wished her voice hadn't quavered so. Mac spat a blob of tobacco on the floor above her. "He's a no-good dog," he said. "Scares the pigs. Always sneaking around. Ought to be rid of him. Should have got round to it before this. What'd he find?" "A hand," she swallowed and shivered. "A what?" "A hand. A human hand." She suddenly took pride in the fact that she was telling him something he didn't know, and that he was interested. "I don't know where he got it." Mac put down the fork and lowered his burly frame over the edge of the opening, and came down the ladder without a word. He followed her up to the house, and she was thankful Doby was nowhere around. When he kicked over the pail, she was gratified to hear his sharp intake of breath. "By God!" he said, staring down at it. Then he flicked it over with his boot. "By God!" he said again. Alice had never seen him so agitated. He turned to her, his eyes narrower than she had ever seen them. "You take a good look at it?" She nodded, looked down at the way the fingers were bent upward, as if the hand were holding an invisible ball. She heard Max spit, looked at him running his fingers along his stubbly jaw. "It ain't human," he said. "Anybody with any sense could see that. It's got 6 fingers." Just then the phone rang again. It seemed to come from a long way off, and Alice hadn't consciously noticed it until her husband said, "Ain't you going to answer the phone?" And then she went to the door, dazed and wondering. She turned before she went in. "What are you going to do with it?" she asked. "You just go in and gab with those women folks," he said. "I'll take care of it." "Shouldn't we call the sheriff?" His eyes came up level with hers. "We ain't gonna call nobody. I don't want no trouble. And don't you go talking about it with them either." The phone was Mrs. Swearingen, who told her that she had been trying to get her for the last half hour, ever since she heard about the ship that crashed, and wasn't it awful that a person wasn't safe in his bed, asleep anymore, with these planes flying around and crashing, and so far from the airport, too. Mrs. Swearingen was surprised that Alice had noticed no smoke, and didn't she know the wreck was closer to the McNearby place than it was to the Swearingens? "It's right south of your lower 40 on the old Carnahan land, Alice. I figure it was about a mile from your place. Lots of people down there." And then there was a call from Mrs. Abbey, who told her she'd come from the crash site, and wasn't it a peculiar plane with those funny windows, and that once broken one somebody had patched up from inside. "And the sheriff won't let anybody go near it," Mrs. Abbey said. "He says it's a spaceship, and the army ought to have a look at it first. But I saw him trying to find where to get in. Except for that broken window and the crumpled nose, it doesn't look too bad off. Big clouds of smoke were shooting out of the tail when I first got there, but it's not smoking anymore. Really, you ought to go down there and see it, Alice." Alice told her husband about it. He had gone back to the barn, and she didn't see the severed hand anywhere on the way there. "So that's where it came from," he said. "Good thing it didn't land on my place." He spat and wiped his mouth on the sleeve of his overalls. It always bothered Alice when he did this, because the stain was so difficult to get out, but she had long ceased trying to change him. "If it had landed here, I'd have blown it up like a stump." "Should we go down and see it?" Alice asked, knowing too late that she had phrased the question the wrong way. "Curiosity killed the cat," he said, and there was the faintest glimmer of a smile on his face, but it was only fleeting. "Let everybody else go down, and I'll get my work done while they're standing around with their mouths hanging open. I'm running a farm, and I aim to run it right." "I think I'll go down." She tried to make it have resolve, but didn't quite succeed. He glared at her and spat again. "Then get," he said. He threw down a large forkful of hay, and she had to jump out of the way. She went right after dinner. She saw a silver cylinder that looked ever so much like the pictures of the guided missiles she had seen in the newspapers, except this one was bigger than any of them. Its nose was dug she could not tell how far into the earth, and some of the metal on the sides were battered and bent, and the tail was, she guessed, about 150 feet in the air. It was about 25 feet across. There were clusters of people about, and she recognized many of them she hadn't seen for a long time, and she was glad she had come because it gave her a rare chance to visit. Max seldom cared for just visiting. She talked to the Blaines and the Purvises, and to the Gordon children whose parents had let them remain at the wreck site even after they had gone home for chores. To the Barfords and to Hochholders and many others. They asked about Mac, and she offered her usual excuses for him. While she was there, she saw an army car driven up, She watched while some men got out and went through the roped-off area and pounded and scraped on the cylinder, and then stood off, looking at the tail of it, scratching their heads. When she went home, she was surprised to see how far the sun had moved across the sky, and hoped Mac wouldn't be upset by her prolonged absence. She was gratified to see that he wasn't in the house. She petted Doby for a while before she went in to stir up the stove and prepare supper. During the meal, Alice tried to tell her husband something of what she had seen at the wreck site, but if he paid any attention to her, he didn't reveal it. He had propped up a farm equipment catalog against the sugar bowl and studied the pages without saying a word. She resigned herself to eating in silence with this great hulk of a man before her, and reflected that this night was no different than most of the others. She wondered what it was that made him the way he was, so intent on his farm to the exclusion of everything else, including humanity. It was a fetish, an obsession that didn't pay off because she couldn't see that they were any better off than the Swearingens, or the Abbeys, or any of the others in the neighborhood. When he was through, he simply got up, put on his overcoat, and went outside. In a few minutes, she could hear the car start, and knew that it would be another lonely evening. Mac would be home when he felt like it, reeking of liquor, but handling it well. She did not begrudge him these absences, because the man obviously needed something to take his mind off his work. But she wished she had some comparable escape. She had got out her writing board and settled herself comfortably with a pen in hand in Mac's big chair, and had even put the date on the letter to her mother who lived in Canada, when she heard Doby's excited bark. She picked up a shawl on the way to the kitchen, turned on the big light on the windmill, and looked out the window. Doby was in the middle of the yard, barking at something she couldn't see. She went out. "Doby," she called, "what is it?" The dog whined and moved about nervously, looking first at her and then at the darkness between the big barn and the machine shed. As she sought to pierce the blackness there, a shape moved out from between the buildings, and the sudden move caused her to step back. Doby at once set up a loud and furious barking. "Quiet, Doby," she managed to say, laying a hand aside the dog's head and viewing the figure before her. It was a man, at least a man's shape, with hands. She thanked God the creature had both its hands, a head, a neck, shoulders, and legs. But the head was a lot larger than a man's, and there was no hair on it, and the eyes were smaller, and the nose longer, and the mouth a narrow slash across the face. The neck was short, and the shoulders thin, and the legs and arms were spindly. She saw that each hand had 6 fingers. Across the narrow shoulders had been flung what looked like a carpet, and from beneath this fell a shirt that went to the knees, held to the body with a metal rope belt just under his ribs. The shoes were enormous things for such pipe-stem legs, until she saw that they were soft and furry, and that this gave them their size. For a moment she almost laughed, because he presented such a grotesque figure, but she did not dare. The creature spoke. "Good evening, Mrs. McNearby," it said in a not unpleasant whistling voice, and Alice wondered how it could talk so well to her. "I come from the crashed ship. You know of it, of course. You were there this afternoon." Alice was on the point of asking how he knew she had been at the wreck site when he started in again. "We have traced the severed hand of one of our crew to your place here. We came down at considerable velocity when our ship went out of control. We were lucky to escape with our lives, but one of us was thrown from the ship with such force that his hand was cut off by an obstruction on the ship. Your dog happened on the scene before we could find the hand." The chill of the November air was beginning to penetrate her shawl, and Alice could feel the stirring of air on her legs. Doby moved restlessly at her side, but she did not let go of his neck hair for fear of what he might do. "We need that hand, Mrs. McNearby. Without it, the man who lost it will be at a tragic disadvantage among us. That is why we were looking so hard for it this morning after the crash. If we can return the hand to him in time, it can, through proper treatment, be made as good as new. Would you be so kind as to return it to me, now, please?" The eyes, though tiny, seemed not unkind, and the alien stood silent. She was moved by his pleas. "Mac, that's my husband, has it?" Alice said. "I saw Dobie here with it and put it under a milk pail, and then Mac saw it, and he said he'd take care of it." She hoped she was making sense. "Do you know where it is?" "I don't know where Mac put it." "Would you find it for me, please? I'll wait." Alice agreed and, wondering what Mac would say when he got home and found the hand gone, started looking for it. But surely Mac would understand about the hand, she thought. I'll explain to him the urgency of it, that one of the aliens needs it to live and be useful. She looked in the obvious places, in the storeroom just off the kitchen, in the cellar, then in the house itself, in Mac's room, and through his things, and even in the attic, though she knew it couldn't be there. She became frantic then, paced by the alien's necessity of his hand, and did not bother to straighten things up after she looked. It simply couldn't be in the house. But where else? She went out and told the alien that she could not find it, but that she would look in the barn. In the end, she could find it nowhere, and when she told the alien, he seemed as disappointed as she. "I have seen you searching," he said. "I want to thank you for your trouble." "I'm awfully sorry," she said. "I don't know where Mac could have hid it. When he comes home, I'll ask him." "I'll wait for him," said the alien. "It's imperative that we have the hand. It is the only thing standing in the way of our leaving your planet. Your husband will know where it is and return it to us." "I'm sure he will," she said, hoping she was right, but knowing how stubborn Mac could be. Then she got to worrying about what would happen if he refused, and as she went back to the house with Dobie at her side, she was overcome with the shakes. She did not get her composure back until she had drunk a cup of steaming hot coffee. Then she looked at the clock, saw it was 11, and that she had spent nearly 2 hours looking for the hand. She saw, too, that the figure was still in the yard, standing there motionless, like something carved out of stone. Her husband drove in about midnight, and it seemed an eternity between the time the engine stopped and he entered the house. From the way he looked at her, he was surprised to find her still in the kitchen. "You still up?" His face was flushed, his tongue thick. "Mac," she said, not knowing how to begin, "where's that hand?" "You still worried about that?" He took off his coat and threw it on the table. "But Mac, they've come after it." He looked at her dully. "Who's come after it?" "The aliens from the ship. That's one of them in the yard. Look out the window." He turned around and saw the stationary figure in the yard. He took a deep breath. "So that's one of them, eh?" He laughed in a way that chilled her, and then went to the cupboard and reached for his shotgun on the wall next to it. Alice put her hand on his shoulders, and he stopped before he touched the gun. "Listen, Mac, they need that hand. It belongs to one of their men, and they need it back because they're going to put it back on, and it will be as good as new. Then they're going to leave." He looked down at her with bloodshot, narrow eyes, and she could see where tobacco had run out of the corner of his mouth, and the only thing she could think of was what it would look like on the coveralls when she washed them. "That thing out there," Mac said, "ain't got no business round here scaring the pigs and the chickens. I aim to get it." "I wish you had told me where the hand is," Alice said, her eyes scalded with tears. "I tried to find it. I looked everywhere. And if I'd found it, I would have given it to him. And now they'd be gone." He shoved her from him rudely. "Just like a woman to do a thing like that, and without even asking me." He was breathing hard, and he moved to the window to look at the alien again. "You, out there, you want that hand, eh?" He laughed again, then turned to her. "You looked for it. That's what you said. Well, you just looked in the wrong place. I hid it good." He went over to his coat and withdrew a newspaper-wrapped package from one of the pockets. He unfolded it on the table. It was the hand. "Please take it out to him, Mac," Alice said. "He's waiting for it." His face was sour, and his lips a sneer. "Give it to him, hell," he said. "Doby brought it here, didn't he? I've a mind to let Doby have it." "No, no!" Mac put his hand on the table, staring down at the hand, and shook his head. "But Doby don't deserve it." He picked up the hand, and a queasiness prevented Alice from looking directly at it. "It's a matter of time," she pleaded. "Please take it to them. They've got to have it right away or they can't use it." She heard the clink of one of the stove lids and watched in horror as Mac dropped the hand through the hole into the fire beneath. She was suddenly sick. During it, all she could hear was Mac's laughter. "Get on upstairs," he said a few minutes later. "Get on up to bed." Alice looked at him, knowing her face was pale and her eyes were wet, and hating him for what he had done to her and what he had done to the aliens. But she felt fear too, because she had never seen him quite like this. "What are you going to do?" He went over and took down a box of shells from the cupboard. "What do you suppose? I'm going to run that thing off my place." "You can't do that." "You wait and see." "But he hasn't done nothing to you." "He's on my property, ain't he? Now you get on upstairs like I told you. Get!" Alice went up the stairs, engulfed by a feeling of sorrow for the aliens, particularly for the one that would never get his hand back, and filled with fury for her husband. From her bedroom window, she could see the aliens still standing in the yard, and she wondered what he would think of them for burning the hand, and for what Mac was about to do. She stood there a long time before the alien moved. She heard the downstairs door open and close, and she knew Mac was outside and that the two were approaching each other. The alien finally moved from her field of vision. Listening, she heard the alien's calm, whistling voice, but she could not make out what he said. She could only hear the raving of her husband, and this she did not want to hear. When the shotgun blast came, she jumped as if she herself had been hit, and once again she was flooded with compassion for the creature from another world somewhere who had come in friendship and who had been given something hateful in return. She went to the window, but she could see nothing. She did not dare go downstairs again with Mac in the mood he was in. She sat in an armchair at the window, looking out into the barn lot illuminated by the lone electric light high in the windmill, and eventually, she did not know when, she fell asleep. When she woke up, the day was dawning, and with a rush she remembered everything that had happened the night before, and she found that she had slept through the night in the chair without removing her clothes. When she stood up, her muscles screamed protestingly. She looked out into the yard and saw that the light in the windmill was still burning. She went to Mac's bedroom, expecting to find him sprawled across his bed, but his bed had not been slept in. Downstairs, she expected to find him, head and hands, asleep at the kitchen table, but he was not there, and the shotgun was not in its place on the wall. She found the gun on the doorstep, but Mac wasn't in sight. Doby came up to her and nuzzled her hands. "Where is he, Doby?" she asked. "Where's Mac?" Doby turned and trotted before her, looking back at her as if to say, "This is the way." She found Mac behind the barn. He was alive, but in a state of shock, moaning in pain and fear. His right hand was missing, severed neatly at the wrist. The end of The Hand by Jerry Soule.
Exploiter's End by James Kelsey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Exploiter's End by James Kelsey. People or termites, it's all the same. There's a limit to how far you can drive them. We time-studied the term. It moved with a pliant, liquid grace, its four arms flickering over the instrument panel, installing studs, tightening screws, its antennae glowing with the lambent yellow that denoted an agony of effort. See? Harvey's freckled face was smug. He rates an easy 110. Whoever took that first study... I took it, I said, squinting at the stopwatch. You could hear him bite his lip. After only 2 weeks on the job, on a strange planet 90 light-years from home, you don't tell your boss he's cockeyed. The term hurried. Its faceted termite eyes were expressionless diamonds, but the antennae gleamed with a desperate saffron. If bugs could sweat, I thought wryly. Now the quartz panel installation. Those 4 arms moved in a blinding frenzy. But the stopwatch was faster. The second hand caught up with the term. It passed him. Rating? 74%. I tucked the clipboard under my arm, squeezed through the airlock, and down the ramp. Harvey followed sullenly. The conveyor groaned on, bringing up the next unit, a sleek little cruiser. The term seized a 50-pound air wrench, fled up the ramp to the airlock. 12 feet back to the operation, I pointed out. After the next job, he'll have to return 40 feet, then 60. He's in the hole. Harvey looked at his shoes. John Barry, the trim superintendent, came puffing down the line, his jowled face anxious about direct labor cost, the way every good super should be. Anything wrong, Jake? He can't cut it, I said. Barry frowned up through the airlock at the term. Those antennae now shone the soft, sad purple of despair. We walked past the body jigs. The air was a haze of blue smoke, punctuated with yellow splashes of flame from the electronic welding guns. Terms scuttled like gigantic spiders over the great silver hulls, their antennae glowing in a pattern of swift, bright harmony. Right on standard, good cost. Harvey's face was rapt as he watched them. I said harshly, "Give me your third production axiom." Harvey's shoulders squared. He said stiffly, "Beauty is functional. The quintessence of grace is the clean, soaring beauty of a spaceship's hull." Extrapolate, Harvey. His lips were tight. What I see is ugly. Terms must be taught individuality. What I see is a fascinating, deadly beauty. Deadly because it's useless. We must sublimate it, grind it down, hammer it out into a useful pattern. Waste of motion is a sin. Excellent. We turned into the administration lift, leaving the iron roar behind us, and on the way up, Harvey didn't say a word. I listened for the tinkle of shattering ideals and said patiently, "You're here to build spaceships, to build them better and cheaper than Consolidated or Solar. Hell, we've even set up a village for the terms. Electricity, plumbing, luxuries they wouldn't normally enjoy for the next 1,000,000 years." Will they fire him? Harvey's voice was flat. My temper was shredding. 4-day layoff, his third this month. Terms kick in most of their salary for village maintenance. They can't afford a part-time producer. I could see that term read out of the gang, leaving the company village, stoically, while his fellows played a wailing dirge of color on the antennae, the farewell song. I could see him trudging over the windswept peak of Cobalt Mountain, staring down at his native village, and shaking with the impact of the Stammverstand, the tribe mind, the ache and the longing. A wheel shaken out of orbit, the lonely cog searching for its lost slot. I could see that term returning to his tribe, and how they'd tear him to pieces, because he was a thing apart, now, an alien. We walked down the gray corridor, past Psych, past the conference hall, till the silver door marked Methods and Standards. Harvey's blue eyes were remote, stubborn. I clapped him paternally on the shoulder. "Anyone can call one wrong, lad. Forget it." Harvey slumped down at a computer, and I walked into my private office and shut the door. Harvey's personnel dossier was in my desk. IQ, 178, fair. Stability quotient, 2.8, very bad. Adaptability rating, 0.7, borderline. Those idiots in Psych, couldn't they indoctrinate a new man properly? I waited. In a moment, Harvey came in without knocking and said, "Mr. Egan, I want to quit." I took my time lighting a cigar, not raising my head. His defiant, pleading look. I blew smoke rings at the Visicom and finally said, "Since you were 16, you've dreamed of this. Elimination tests, the weeding out, 10,000 other smart, hungry kids fighting you for this job." I tasted the words. "When your contract's up, you can write your own ticket anywhere in the system." He blurted, I came here full of ideas about the wonderful work Amalgamated was doing to advance backward civilization. Sure, the terms have a union, they're paid at standard galactic rates for spacecraft assembly. But you make them live in that village. It costs to run that village. You give it to them with one hand and take it back with the other. All the time you're holding out the promise of racial advancement, individuality. Someday the terms will reach the stars. Nuts! That's guild propaganda, I said softly. The guild is just a bogey you created to keep the Intersolar Spacecrafters Union in line. There's a Venusport liner due in next week. When it leaves, I'll be on it. I played Dutch uncle. I told him he wasn't used to Terminorb's 1.5 gravs, that this was just a hangover from the 3 to 5 oxygen ratio he wasn't used to. But he said no. Finally, I shrugged, scribbled something on an AVO and handed it to him. All right, Harvey, I said mildly. Take this down to Carmody in Psych. He'll give you a clearance. Harvey's face went white. Since when do you go to Psych for a clearance? I pressed a stud under the desk and 2 analysts came in. I told them what to do and Harvey screamed. He fought and bit and clawed. He mouthed unutterable things about what we were doing to the terms until I chopped him mercifully behind the ear. Poor devil, panted one of the analysts. Obviously insufficient indoctrination, sir. Would you mind if I spent an hour in Psych for reorientation? He upset me. My eyes stung with pride. Sam had loyalty plus. Sure thing, Sam. You'd better go too, Barney. He said some pretty ugly things. They dragged Harvey out, and I went over to the Visicom, punched a button. I was trembling with an icy rage as Carmody's lean hawk face swam into view. Hello, Jake, he said languidly. How's cost? I told him curtly about Harvey. Another weak sister, I rasped. Can't you screen them anymore? Didn't you note his stability index? I'm going to report this to Starza, Don. Relax, Carmody smiled. Those things happen, Jake. We'll do a few gentle things with Scalpel and narcosynthesis, and he'll be back in a week, real eager. The perfect cost analyst. I'd never liked Carmody. He was so smug. He didn't realize the sacredness of his position. I said coldly, Put Miss Davis on. Carmody's grin was knowing. The screen flickered and Fern's face came into focus. Her moist red lips parted, and I shivered, looking at her, even on a Visicom screen. The shining glory of her hair, those cool green eyes. 3 months hadn't made a difference. How was little old Earth? I said awkwardly. Wonderful. She was radiant. I'll see you for lunch. Today's grievance day. Dinner? I promised Dawn, she said demurely. I swallowed hard. How about the term festival tomorrow night? Well, Dawn sort of asked. I tried to laugh it off, and Fern said she'd see me later, and the screen went blank, and I sat there shaking. The screen flickered again. Starza's great moon face smiled at me and said sweetly, We're ready to start grieving. I picked up the time studies that were death sentences for 2 terms, and went down the hall to Ulcer Gulch, the conference room. Lure a termite away from his tribe, promise him the stars, make him bust his thorax on an assembly line. He makes a wonderful worker, with reflexes twice as fast as a human's, but he still isn't an individual. Even when putting a spaceship together, he's still part of the tribe, part of a glowing symphony of color and motion. That's bad for production. Accent on individuality, that was the keynote. The terms and their union representatives could argue a grievance right to the letter of the contract, but when it came to production standards, we had them. Terminorb 4 was 90 light-years from the system, and the terms couldn't afford a home office time and motion analyst. It wasn't worth it. Terms were expendable. Los Tichnet was committeeman-at-large for the term local. He sat regally at the head of the conference table, 7 gleaming chitinous feet of him, with his softly pulsating antennae and faceted eyes, and said in a clicking, humorless voice, The first item is second stage grievance. Brother Nadkek, in final assembly, was laid off for 1 day. Reason? He missed an operation. The grievance, of course, is a mere formality. You will deny it. David Starza winked at me from behind horn-rimmed glasses. He sat like some great bland Buddha, director of industrial relations, genius in outer psychology, ruthless, soft-spoken, anticipator of alien trends. He said in that beautiful velvet voice, Ordinarily, yes. In this case, Nadkek wished to ask his foreman about omitting a welding phase of the operation. While the suggestion was declined, Nadkek showed unmistakable initiative. Starza stressed the word. We appreciate his interest in the job. He will receive pay for the lost day. Around the table, antennae flashed amazed colors. A precedent had been set. Interest in the job transcended even the contract. Management sustains the grievance, Tichnat droned incredulously. Of course, Starza said. Nadkek left the conference room, his antennae a puzzled mauve. Next, Starza said pontifically. The next grievance was simply that a foreman had spoken harshly to a term. The term resented it. In his tribe, he had been a fighter, prime guardian of the Queen Mother. Fighters could not be reprimanded, as could spinners and workers. Starza and Tichnat split hairs while I dozed and thought about Fern. Starza finally promised to reprimand the foreman. It was lovely, the way he thumped on the table, aflame with righteousness, his voice golden thunder, the martyr, hurt by Tichnat's unfairness, yet so eager to compromise, to be fair. The next grievance was work standards. Starza looked at me. This one mattered. This was cost. I pulled out my study proofs, said, Radnor in final assembly. Consistently in the hole. Rating 74%. The operation was too tight, Jake. Admit it. The thought uncoiled darkly, thundering and reverberating in the horrified caverns of my brain. A thoughtcaster. So the guild had thoughtcasters now. The guild had finally come. I sat in the dank silence, shaking. A drop of ice crawled slowly down my temple. I stared around the conference table at Starza's frown, at those term faces, the great faceted eyes. We gave this worker every chance, I said, licking my lips. We put him on another operation. He still couldn't cut it. Even though we've got production to meet, we still gave as many chances. The thought slashed. It grew into a soundless roar. Stop it, Jake. Tell them how Amalgamated, under the cloak of liberation, is strangling the terms with an alien culture. Tell them what a mockery their contract really is. Tell them about that term you condemned this morning. I fought it. Feeling the blood run from my lip, I fought it. I'd seen strong men driven insane by a thoughtcaster within seconds. My stability index was 6.3. Damned high. I fought it. I got to my feet. The room reeled. Those damned term faces, the shining antennae. I stumbled towards the door. The thought became a whiplash of molten fury. Uphold that grievance, Jake. Tell them the truth. Admit the standard was impossible to meet. I slammed the door. The voice stopped. My skull was a shattered flywheel, a sunburst of agony. I was retching. I stumbled down the corridor to Psych. Fern was there. I was screaming at her. The guild was here. They had thoughtcasters. My brain was melting. Fern was white-faced. She had a hypo. I didn't feel it. The last thing I saw was the glimmer of tears in her green eyes. The neuron flow, Starza's voice. No two alike, like fingerprints. What a pity they can't refine the transmittal waves. I tried to open my eyes. The guild atomized Solar's plant on Proicon, Carmody's voice said quietly. It's just a question of time, Dave. No, Starza said thoughtfully. Proicon was a sweatshop. I think maybe they're hinting that our production standards are a trifle rough. Look, his eyelids fluttered. Bet you he takes refuge in amnesia. You lose. My voice was an iron groan. We were in Starza's office. Carmody peered at me with a clinical eye. I took the liberty of narcosynthesis while you were out, Jake. You told us all about it. How do you feel? I told them how I felt, in spades. I want my vacation now, I said. I've accrued 7 months. I'm going to Venus. Now, Starza said. Mustn't desert the sinking ship, Jake. I shut my eyes. His voice was soothing oil. Jake, the guild as a whole doesn't know of this plant. Guild agents are freelancers, in the full sense of the word. They exercise their own initiative, and only report to Guild HQ when the job is done. Then, Carmody said, if we can find out who... Precisely. Starza's eyes were veiled. Incidentally, Don, you've been gone the last 4 days. Why? Carmody regarded him steadily. Recruiting. You knew that. Yet you brought back only a dozen terms. Carmody drew a deep, slow breath. Word's gotten around, Dave. The tribes have finally forgotten their petty wars and united against a common enemy. Us. Any term that exhibits undesirable traits of individuality is now destroyed. I think a dozen was a good haul. You had the whole planet. Carmody's grin was diamond hard. You think maybe I spent a few hours under a guild mind control? Is that it? Starza said, On your way out, send Los Tichnat in. Carmody flushed. Tichnat's the one and you know it. But if he's not, if you haven't run down the spy by tomorrow, you can accept my resignation. I saw what they left of Proicon. The door slammed behind him. Starza smiled at me. What do you think, Jake? Tichnat. The second I got out of there, the Thoughtcaster stopped. Doesn't mean a thing. They can beam through solid rock. 100-foot radius. No exploitation, I mused. Fanatics, Starza said. They'd impede the progress of man. Sacrifice man's rightful place in the cosmos for the sake of crawling things. We'll fight them, Jake. Tichnat entered. He stood stiffly before Starza's desk, his antennae a cheerful emerald. Starza said, carefully, What do you know about the guild? Impractical visionaries, Tichnat clicked. Lovers of status, well-meaning fools. They approached me yesterday. A vein throbbed purple in Starza's forehead, yet he kept his voice soft. And you didn't report it? And precipitate a crisis? Tichnat sounded amused. I was asked if my people were being persecuted. Had I answered in the affirmative, there might have been repercussions, perhaps a sequel to Proicon. Oh yes, we know of Proicon. Your foremen are sometimes indiscreet. Who is the agent? Starza breathed. Should I tell you and disrupt the status quo? You would destroy the agent. In retaliation, the guild might destroy this plant. Impossible. Guild agents have no such authority. A chance I cannot afford to take. Tichnat was adamant. Amalgamated, Starza prodded, offers a standing reward of 100,000 solar credits for apprehension of any guild agent. Your village could use those credits. You could equip an atomic lab. You could maintain your own research staff. Stop it. The antenna throbbed brilliantly. We are your friends, Tichnat. Symbiosis, I believe, is the word, Tichnat clicked dryly. You need us. We need your science. We need your terrifying concept of individuality. We need to lose our old ways, the dance of harvest time, the Queen Mother. One by one, the rituals drop away. The old life, the good tribal life, is dying. You sift out us misfits who chafe at tribal oneness. You offer us the planets. The antennae flashed an angry scarlet. You think to keep us chained a millennium. 100 years will suffice. We will leave you. We exiles you have made, we who would be destroyed if we dared return to the tribe, we shall rule this world. You aliens drive a hard bargain, but the dream is worth it. Prometheus in a bug's body. The shining strength and the dark, terrible pride. It is no dream, Starza said gently. But perhaps you go about achieving it in the wrong way. You still refuse to divulge the spy? I am sorry. Good day. Starza brooded after him. He's a fool, but he's grasping mankind's concepts, Jake. I'd give my right eye for a good semanticist. Basic English does it. Self, want, mine, selfish ego words, the cornerstones of grasping humanity. Sure, we'll raise hell with their aesthetic sense, but in the end they'll thank us. I sat, worrying about a secret fanatic somewhere in the plant who, in the holy interests of Mars for the Martians, Terminorb for the terms, might soon plant an atomic warhead in our body shop. I finally said, What are we going to do? Do? Starza chuckled. Why, slacken line speeds, lower production standards, 50% at least. By tomorrow we'll be down to 40 jobs an hour. They want loose standards, we'll give it to them. But my cost. Obscenity your cost. Look, Jake, no matter how you set an operation up, the terms manage to work in some glittering little ritual. They have to create beauty. Their aesthetic sense must be fed. They can't adjust to quick change. Suppose you cut line speeds by 10%. They adjust, but it almost kills them. Then drop 30%. Their ritual loses timing, becomes discordant. What happens? I blinked. They go mad. And our little gear saboteur will be guilty of a few term deaths. He'll have violated a basic guild tenet. He'll go home with his tail between his legs. Catch? I caught. By mid-afternoon, we had the conveyor speeds down 30%. The red line on my cost chart soared precariously. The entire production line slowed to a crawl. We waited. At 5 o'clock, it happened. 3 terms in the body shop went mad. It started a chain reaction throughout the trim line. 6 more terms ran amok and had to be destroyed. Final assembly became a shambles. Starza called me on the Visicom, delighted. Our guild agent played right into our hands, Jake. By forcing a production slump, he's harming the workers. His next move will probably be a bluff. I wasn't so sure. That evening, the executive dining room was choked with a tight, gnawing tension. Department heads spoke in 100 whispers, eyes darting. The man across the table could be a mindless controlled, a guild pawn. Smile at him politely and keep your mouth shut. I ordered thar, a terminal arthropod that was usually more delicious than Venusian lobster. But tonight it tasted like broiled leather. It was like eating in a morgue. I saw Carmody at the next table. I nodded coolly to him and he hitched his chair over and said, By the way, Jake, I'm sorry about Harvey. He's going back to Earth next week. Why? His stability index was too low, Carmody said smoothly. Sure, we could have given him the works, but you didn't want a robot. I said deliberately, I needed that boy, Don. Carmody got up, his smile infinitely contemptuous. We don't all have your stability index, Jake. I stared after him, and the thought suddenly struck me that not once had I considered quitting, ever. Somehow the thought disturbed me. Abruptly, the public address speaker boomed. Attention, Starza's voice crackled. To the guild agent, wherever he may be. Today you murdered 37 terms. Is this your altruism? Is this your vaunted justice? He went on, his voice like organ music, sweeping away all doubt, making you proud and glad to be a part of Amalgamated, part of production, when quite suddenly his voice choked off. Simultaneously, another voice ripped through the hall. A cold, ironic whisper, lashing at the mind. Altruism, yes, but not as you conceive it. Today you passed your own judgment. You have 24 hours to evacuate before the plant is destroyed. The verdict is final. The dining hall echoed with moans. Hands leaned to agonized temples. The thoughtcaster again, on a wide-band frequency. Through the pain, I was conscious of Starza's voice. The guild was trying to bluff us. We wouldn't let them. I stumbled out of the hall, my teeth chattering, took the lift down to the first level, and got outside to walk free in the park. Here was Eden. Giant conifers and ferns wove a cool green pattern of delight, and the laughter of the crystal fountains soothed. Terms had fashioned this garden, had created a poem in living green, a quiet fugue of oneness, each leaf blending exquisitely with the next, the unity, the perfect whole. For one weak moment I let the pattern seep insidiously into me, and then, ashamed, focused my eyes on that jarring splash of white in the center of the garden. The 10-foot model of the amalgamated X-3M, squat with power, lifting on her stern jets. A symbol of amalgamated strength, the indomitable spirit of mankind, beauty born of pure utility. Oddly, a half-remembered poem of the ancients flitted through my brain. Dirty British coaster with her salt-caked smokestack, budding through the channel on the mad March days. That was man. On an infinity of planets he had met resistance, through force, through guile, even through beauty, and he had conquered. I drew a slow, deep breath and sat on one of the benches, staring up at the gigantic horseshoe of the factory, hearing the muted hum of the atomics. 24 hours. I tried to run through my axioms, and I was suddenly terrified. I couldn't remember them. That damned thoughtcaster, twice in one day. Perhaps there was some gradual neural disintegration. My head hurt terribly. Tomorrow I'd go to Psych for a checkup. I thought about that marble villa in Venusport, and about my bank account. Not enough. Another year, just one more year, and I could retire at 34. I thought about the Venusian twilights and the turquoise mists off the deeps, and wondered dully if I'd ever see Venus or the Earth again. I saw Fern, walking among the conifers, her face a pale mask of strain. You heard it, Jake? I nodded. We sat in the aquamarine twilight, and Fern was shivering, and I put my arm around her. Looks like altruism is a relative thing, I said. What do they want? Uncontaminated terms, she said bitterly. No science, no stars, no wars, and no progress. A big, beautiful planet mind, the term mind, forever static and forever dead. It's a bluff, I said. Our little fanatic stalling for time, hoping to stampede us while he finds another way. For example, why do you think we insist on basic English for all terms? Supposing a foreman should start jabbering terminese during an operation. The terms would revert. We'd have a line shut down. They can't adjust. Say. A random thought was nibbling at my brain. Where was Carmody this morning, just before I reeled in? Her fine brows knitted. Why, he went... Oh, Jake, surely you don't think... Went where? Down the hall, towards personnel. Towards the conference hall, you mean. He never even examined Harvey. It wasn't necessary, she said, uncomfortably. Don just wanted to verify his stability index. Sure. So he stood outside the conference hall and put a whammy on me. Fern was smiling. I scowled. It fits. It has to be him. Or Tichnat, she said. Or Starza. Or me. I stared at her. You'd do. My voice shook. You were gone 3 months. They could have got to you. Her rich, warm laughter sifted through the twilight, and I wanted to hit her. They did, she gurgled. But I've decided to relent, Jake. I'll spare the plant on one condition, that you take me to the term festival tomorrow night. I grunted. Carmody working overtime, I supposed? If the plant's still standing. I changed the subject. 2 hours later, Starza called a council of war. The conference room was crammed with quivering executives. Starza carefully let the tension build to a shrill crescendo before he said, One of you gentlemen is a guild mindless controlled. Ragged silence. Starza's smile was very faint. You gave us an ultimatum. But destroying this plant is an admission of failure you're not willing to make, yet. You'll try another tack. You're just beginning to discover that this environment we've created for the terms is superior to the primitive jungle. Tichnat. Tichnat stepped forward. His antennae were a proud, brilliant gold. Do you want to shut down? Starza asked softly. Are we fools? Tichnat clicked. To lose what we've gained? To return to our tribe? To be destroyed? Starza's calm gaze caressed each face, probing. You see? Stalemate. Whoever you are, you're bluffing. Tomorrow our conveyor speeds return to normal. You'll do nothing. You may try to agitate the terms, but they're satisfied. One of the superintendents cleared his throat. Look, he said unsteadily. Sometimes you can't afford to call a bluff. Starza said pleasantly, Any resignations will be accepted right now. You can wait safely in the term village until next week's freighter arrives. No repercussions, I promise. The lie was blatant. Carmody stood by the door, his smile strained. It was all too obvious what would happen to any resignees. None? Starza's brows rose. I'm proud of you. That's it, gentlemen. The next day was a frenetic nightmare. My cost dropped, but it didn't matter. That was one day when the best company man became a clock watcher. Line foremen, department heads, cracked under the strain, and were summarily removed to psych. Carmody and staff worked overtime. I toiled feverishly over operation schedules, the crazy fluctuating cost charts. My headache was gone, but I still couldn't remember my axioms. I felt guilty over not going to psych, but there just wasn't the time. Hell, I'd never needed indoctrination. I was an amalgamated man through and through. Finally, I grabbed an engineering manual, leafed angrily through it, and sat there, empty and shaking. I'd gone insane. The words were gibberish. Oh, I could read them all right, but they didn't make sense. What a filthy trick. Semantic block, Starza would call it. I kept staring at the meaningless words, conscious of a tearing sense of loss, and I wanted to cry. 6 o'clock was 0 hour. 6 o'clock came, and the factory held its collective breath while nothing happened. At 6:30, Starza made a long speech over the public address, about the selfless spirit of man, helping the terms reach the stars, about how we would never admit defeat, and about how, after tonight, the term festival would be discontinued. The terms had adopted mankind's culture, They had no further need of their effete native customs. At 7, Fern and I were walking past administration towards the lighted square-mile enclosure of the term village. Fern had never seen a festival. A throwback, I said, to their old tribal days, their harvest, when they pay tribute to the Queen Mother and pray for good crops and work well done. It's their yearly substitute for Stamverstand. Back in the native villages, whenever a term's in trouble, he goes to the council hut and the others join him in a silent group telepathy. But we've just about weaned them, Angel. They'll be individuals soon. We walked down the deserted row of term huts, past the council hall, to the great stone amphitheater, and sat with the other execs. Fern was very gay and cheerful, but I kept thinking about my axioms, trying to bring them back to life. I felt dead, all dead inside. Starza came up, frowning, and I congratulated him. "It's too pat, Jake. It worries me. Where's Carmody?" "Setting up those semantic reaction tests you gave him," Fern said. "But I never gave him—" Abruptly the lights snuffed out. At one end of the arena loomed a 12-foot statue of a bloated term, limned in a soft pale glow. The Queen Mother. The hush. Then the radiance. Slowly the terms filed into the arena, rank upon rank of living flame. First the fighters, their antennae shining crimson and splendid against the tall night. Then the twin glows of blue that denoted the spinners, the weavers. The golden blaze of the harvesters. The lambent colors crept through the air like a mood, like a dream, and deepened into a shimmering cataract of rainbow fire, a paean of light and glory that whirled and spun in a joyous rhythm, as old as the race itself. Then, chaos. A blinding flare cascaded from the 6-foot antennae of the statue. The radiance grew, brighter than an atomic flare, more terrible than the sun. The term stood frozen. Beside me, Starza swore. This wasn't in the script. That colossal voice. Ear-snapping clicks and liquid vowels. Terminese. The forbidden tongue. The voice blared. I caught most of it. "Children, you have sinned. You are defiled with the taint of alien monsters. You have failed the Queen Mother. Return, my children. Return to your tribes. Return to the tabernacle of unity, the one and all, the Queen Mother. For in death there is life, and there is joy in immolation. Return!" Lastly, the climax. That last shattering hunk of propaganda that would have been so tritely amusing if it hadn't been so terrifying. "You have nothing to lose but your chains." The giant antennae faded to a liquid silver, the silver of hope, of forgiveness. For a moment I was blind. I felt Fern trembling against me. The execs were chattering like frightened sheep. Then I could see. I saw Starza. He was moving down the aisle, cursing in a tight, dull monotone. I followed him down into the arena. The term stood shriveled, mute. Starza was fumbling at the base of the statue, and said in a thick, horrible voice, "Look!" The loudspeaker, the coiled wiring. The term stirred. Starza leaped to the lap of the statue. He bawled, "Listen! This is sacrilege! You have been victims of a hoax!" Not listening, they filed in silent groups out of the arena. Their antennae were the color of ashes. Starza jumped down. He pounded after them. He was shouting at Los Tichnat. "I know," Tichnat droned. He kept walking. "You are right. It does not matter that you are right. The Queen Mother called." "Listen," Starza mouthed. "It was a fraud, a trick. You can't—" "We must." Tichnat paused. For a long moment the great faceted eyes stared somberly. "It was a splendid dream, the thing you offered us. But this is the final reality, and yours is but a dream." He tramped stolidly on, after the others. The council hall door closed. Starza clawed at the door. It opened. He was too late. They sat silently around the great table, the faceted eyes dead, their antennae coruscating indigo, now green, now rose. Communion, the meshing of minds. Starza shouted at them. Stillness. Starza looked blindly at me. He was shaking. "Carmody," he said. "Carmody knows the term mind. He can do something. Come on," he said. We found Carmody in his quarters, methodically packing. His eyebrows rose as we burst in. "Did you gentlemen ever try knocking?" Starza just looked at him. Carmody drew a long breath. "You'll find my resignation on your desk, Dave." "Ah?" Stars' voice was very soft. "It's only a question of time," Carmody said. "Call it the rat deserting the ship if you like, but I'm through." Stars was smiling, a fat man's smile. "So you really think you can pull it off?" he whispered. Carmody shrugged, and Starza calmly took out a sonic pistol and shot him in the belly. A sonic blast hemorrhages. It rends the capillaries, plows the flesh into a flaccid collection of shattered nerve fibers and ruined arteries. It's a rotten way to die. Starza watched Carmody thrash himself to death on the floor. I turned away. "For the record, Jake, he made a full confession. We both heard him." "Just for the record," I said. "It had to be him," Starza said. "That Thoughtcaster blast yesterday morning made reference to your study on the term. Only Harvey and Carmody knew about that. It couldn't have been Harvey. He cut his throat this morning." "I've decided," Starza said, "this is a Type L planet after all. The natives are chronically unstable, hostile in fact. Pursuant to Solar Regulation 3, we have the right to enforce martial law. It should be 6 months before an investigation. Meanwhile, we'll get production," I said. "We'll get production." He wiped his forehead, relaxed. "Better turn in, Jake," he said kindly. "I'll need you in the morning." I turned in. You lie awake, staring into the blackness. It gnaws. My head throbbed. I should have felt a triumphant relief, but I could not remember my axioms, and I felt a sick, dull hate for the thing the guild spy Carmody had done to me. What happens when you strip a man of everything he believes in? He remembers other things. Those memories came trooping back like ghosts, and I fought them, sweating, but they came. Once upon a time, there was a starry-eyed young engineer who started out to set the galaxy on fire. But he got squeamish somewhere along the way, so Carmody operated on him. Carmody did things to his brain, made a good production man out of him. I remembered now. That time I had argued with Starza about standards 9 years ago, and I had resigned, and Starza sent me to Psych. Good old Carmody. There never would be a white marble villa on Venus. It was a harmless dream, a substitute for what I had lost. But it didn't matter. Those superimposed patterns had been removed. That Thoughtcaster had crippled my thinking, but, by heaven, I was still an amalgamated man. They couldn't take that away. But Starza had been wrong about Carmody. Nothing definite. But when you dedicate your life into extrapolating curves, frozen chunks of time and motion, into the thunder of jets lifting amalgamated ships from Terminorb, your mind becomes a very efficient analog computer, if you know how to use. I used it now. I fed little things, facts, variables, into that computer, and it told me 3 times. Probability, 60% at least. I got up, dressed stiffly. I was trembling. I could still serve, after all. I took the lift up to administration, and walked down that long gray corridor on leaden feet towards the illuminated rectangle of Starza's office. I opened the door. "Hello, darling," Fern said. She was unhurriedly burning Starza's report. Starza sat mutely in his chair, head tilted back at an impossible angle, staring at nothing. "It had to be you. I had never felt so tired. You would have destroyed the plant, wouldn't you? Only I showed you another way. Make the terms revert. And you had that hypo all ready when I reeled into Psych." I moved towards her carefully. "You're so damned altruistic. A guild mindless controlled," I said. Fern's smile was compassionate. She methodically ground the ashes to powder, lifted that calm green gaze. "Stupid words to frighten children, Jake. Yes, they kidnapped me. I never reached Earth 3 months ago. I was indoctrinated. Oh, they didn't have far to go. Each race to its own fulfillment." Her eyes were shining. "Look out the window." Numbly, I moved past her. I stared. In the distant blackness, a column of living flame flickered up the slope of Cobalt Mountain. Ice green, ruby, silver, and blue. The terms were leaving. "They're not ready for individuality yet," Fern breathed. "In a million years, perhaps. Not now. They're going home." "To die." "The race will live. Individuality isn't the penultimate, darling. You'll find out." I moved towards her. You've got a very tough mind, Jake. You'll make a wonderful guild agent. I got both hands on her throat. Fern moved. Her right arm was a snake striking, and a steel strength lifted me, turning, against 1.5 gravities, and the floor wavered up to hit me in the face. Something broke. I tasted blood. Through the agony, I moved. I crawled towards her. They gave me 6 weeks of hand combat under 2 gravs, she said. Soon you'll be one of us, Jake. One of the guild. I stared up at her in a dull horror. I kept crawling. We'll heal you, Fern said. We'll give you back the dream. We may even work together. Maybe I'll fall in love with you again, who knows? Her eyes were brimming. She took out a sonic pistol. It's all right, darling. I'll adjust it for knockout. In 3 hours we'll be on a guild flyer. Please, darling, she said, and I kept crawling. And Fern's smile was a benediction as she pulled the trigger. End of Exploiter's End by James Caussey.
Zero Hour by Alexander Blade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Godinho. 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. By accident, Bobby discovered the rocket was about to be shot to the moon. Naturally, he wanted to go along, but could he smuggle himself aboard? Illustrated by Lloyd Rodman. Dan had already gone when Bobby got up. This disappointed Bobby a little, but then he remembered this was the big day. Naturally, Dad would get over to the project early, and at 4 o'clock, Bobby shivered deliciously at the thought of it. He ate his breakfast in silence with Mom across the table drinking a cup of coffee and looking at a fashion catalog. He was glad she was occupied, because he didn't want to talk. Not today, he didn't. Might spill something secret. Might even let out the big secret. That would be terrible. Of course, all things were secret at Buffalo Flats. So secret top scientists like Dad didn't even discuss them with wives like Mom. And wives like Mom never asked. So it was really something to sit there eating breakfast knowing that today, Dad was going to rocket to the moon. And with Mom not even knowing the lunar project was in the works, so naturally not dreaming that he was going with Dad. The thrill was overpowering. Maybe they wouldn't have radio communication after they got there, and he would call back and say, "Hello, Mom, guess where I am? On the moon with Dad." And Mom would say, "Why, Bobby, scaring me to death like this? I was looking all over for you." Sounding very angry, but not being really angry after all. Because maybe Dad would cut in and say, "Yeah, he's right here with me, dear. What do you think of this boy of ours?" Bobby gulped the last of his cereal so he could go outside and wriggle for joy. As he got up from his chair, Mom said, "And what's your plan for today, young man? Davy Crockett or Buck Rogers?" Bobby had a quick thought, a sudden temptation. Why not give Mom a hint? Why, he could even tell her, and she still wouldn't know. Then, later, after he was gone, she would remember back and say, "That boy, when he tells you something, he really means it." Bobby smiled and said, "I think I'll go to the moon today." Mom smiled too, and went back to her fashions. "Well, see to it your fuel mixture is correct." "I'll check it." "And Mom, I might not be home for lunch." "What will you be?" "Oh, I don't know." "Well, mind your manners and say thank you when you leave." Mrs. Kendall, still smiling, watched Bob dash out into the yard. Living in a restricted government area had one compensation at least. You didn't have to worry about your children. 4 dozen families, all with offspring, trapped behind 10-foot patrol fence. Here, nobody worried about their children. They came and went, and at noon, a mother fed whatever number happened to be in the house at the time. Mrs. Kendall usually drew 6 or 7. It would be a relief to dodge the chore for one Saturday. Out in the backyard, Bobby fussed around his space rocket a little, tightening a screw here, hammering in a nail there, just until he could slip away without Mom noticing his direction. It wasn't a bad rocket at that, he thought. 6 feet long with 2 seats and a key instrument panel. But kid stuff, of course. After he found a way in through the sewer, he hadn't paid any more attention to his own ship. He could see Mom through the window, back in her book, so he went casually out through the back gate and turned left, kicking at pebbles as he sauntered along and trying to look as though he had no place to go. He had to be careful. Didn't want to bump into any of the other kids today either. The way in through the sewer was at a place behind Laboratory B. There was a kind of an alley there that nobody ever walked through, and then this round lid you could lift up and look under, and a ladder you could climb down. Bobby hadn't dared go down at first, but after thinking about it overnight, his curiosity won out, and he went back and ducked down into the lower level. He called it a sewer because of sewers being underground, but this place was clean. It had bunches of wires strung in every direction and faint little lights he could see by. Bobby went further and further every trip he took, never telling anybody, because he weren't supposed to talk about things at Buffalo Flats, not even to the other kids. Then he found the big drum where they were building the rocket. It was so sleek and beautiful and shiny that he just stared at it, up through the grating in the floor that was for air circulation or something. He didn't know it was the moon rocket at first, not until he'd gone back several times to peek up at it, and then one day 2 scientists came walking along right in front of his nose. One of them was Dad. Bobby almost called out, but he caught himself and just listened to them talking. This was the first time his conscience bothered him about going underneath the drum. He thought about it a lot, whether it was the right thing to do. And while he was never able to still his conscience completely, he quieted down by saying he really wasn't doing any harm because he'd never told anybody what he saw. He learned the rocket was going to the moon by listening to Dad and the other scientists talk when they thought they were alone. It was funny, because even there they spoke in low voices and didn't give too much away. He had known now for 3 days that at 4 o'clock the roof would open and the drum would be turned into a blast pit, and the rocket would shoot out through space to the moon. That was all he did know for sure. None of the men had said who was going the first trip to the moon. Nothing had been said on the subject at all, but Bobby knew Dad would go. He wouldn't have to. After all, Dad was the second biggest scientist at Buffalo Flats. Second only to Schleimer himself, and Professor Schleimer was very old and certainly wouldn't make the trip. That left Dad. Dad would just have to go in order to run the rocket. There probably wasn't anybody else smart enough in the whole place. The idea of going himself had been born the previous day, when he found a larger grating in the floor near the rocket, and realized if he was very careful, he could climb out the sewer and duck into the rocket when nobody was looking. Once inside, he was pretty sure he'd find a place to hide until blast-off. All the men would probably be strapped in bunks, but if he found a place and could wedge himself in, he didn't think he'd get hurt. Then, halfway to the moon, he would come out and find Dad, and would he be surprised? At first, thinking about it, he'd been scared, but after he realized how proud Dad and Mom would be, he made up his mind. Now, crouched beside the grating near the ship, he waited while 2 men, technicians in white overalls, walked by. One of them said, "Well, whatever happens, she'll make a big splash." "You said it. Hope the brains know what they're doing." That made Bobby mad. Who said Dad didn't know what he was doing? Dad was just about the smartest scientist in the world. After the 2 men left, he waited a long time. He heard voices, but no one came in sight. Taking a deep breath, he opened the grating and got out. It was only 4 steps to the open port of the rocket. There was a little ramp they'd use to roll things in, and Bobby's feet touched it, but lightly, as he jumped into the ship. He found himself in some kind of a storeroom. It would be a good place to hide, all right. It was full of aluminum barrels, all the same size. He found a space between 2 rows and sat down and got his breath back. It was very quiet around him. Scary quiet. but he set his lips firmly. He was going to the moon with Dad. John Kendall was a little late that night. He kissed his wife and said, "Well, did you see the big sky rocket?" "How could I miss it, darling? Your supper's in the oven." "I could use a martini first." "Coming right up." While Myra fixed a drink, John lay back in his easy chair and closed his eyes. We'd hoped to stage a little ceremony at the launching, but Washington said no. The Russians? The Eastern Coalition. It was a race. That's why it had to be so secret. Washington said, "Light the fuse and fire the thing." Is it still hush-hush? No, not between us at least. We fired an explosion rocket at the moon. It will hit in about an hour, and telescopes will show a big purple spot where our explosives go off and throw dye all over the place. Myra handed in a dry martini. "I see. Lots of fun, no doubt. But what's the purpose? 4th of July and the moon?" "Oh, no. If the experiment is a success, the next rocket will carry men instead of a bomb." Myra went to the kitchen to see about supper. John called. "Where's Bobby?" "In bed, I suppose." Myra didn't hear, and John set his drink down and moved toward the bedroom. Maybe he was still awake. Bobby rolled over. His eyes popped open. "Dad? I thought you went to..." John Kendall sat down on the edge of the bed and tousled his son's hair. "No, son. It's the old terra firma for me. Did you see that rocket blast?" "Uh-huh. It was really something. You went to the moon, didn't it?" "That's right." Kendall smiled and thought. Try to keep a secret from the kids. It just can't be done. "How's your moon rocket coming along, son?" "Pretty good." "Gee, Dad. As long as you didn't go, I'm glad it didn't go either." "You were planning to make the trip also?" "Uh-huh. I got into the rocket and was all set, but I got to thinking about Mom. How one of us should stay and take care of her in case anything happened." "Smart thinking, son. Now you get to sleep. I'll have a little time tomorrow. We'll play some ball." "That will be keen." John Kendall smiled as he left the bedroom. Kids were wonderful. Give them a few old boards and a steering wheel, and they could build a ship to fly to the moon. What a wonderful dream world they lived in. Too bad they had to grow out of it. The End of 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Godinho. The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. The world would beat a path to Elmer's door, but he had to go carry the door along with him. It was the darndest traffic jam I'd ever seen in White Plains. For 2 blocks ahead of me, Main Street was gutter to gutter with stalled cars, trucks, and buses. If I hadn't been in such a hurry to get back to the shop, I might have paid more attention. I might have noticed nobody was leaning on his horn, or that at least a quarter of the drivers were out peering under their hoods. But at the time it didn't register. I gave the tie-up a passing glance and was turning up the side street toward Bilton Electronics. Bill, Tom, get it? When I saw Marge, threading her way to the curb. She was leading a small blonde girl of about 8, who clutched a child-sized hat box in her hand. Marge was hot and exasperated, but Small Fry was as cool as composed as a vanilla cone. I waited. Even flushed and disheveled, Marge is a treat to look at. She's tall and slender, with brown eyes that match her hair, a smile that first crinkles around her eyes, then sneaks down and becomes a full-fledged grin. But I'm getting off the subject. "Honestly, Bill," Marge said as she saw me, "the traffic nowadays. We've been tied up for 15 minutes. I finally decided to get off the bus and walk, even though it's about 100 in the shade." "Come along to the shop," I suggested. "The reception room is air-conditioned, and you can watch the world's first baseball game telecast in color. The Giants versus the Dodgers. Cole Erskine pitching. Marge brightened. That'll be more fun than shopping, won't it, Doreen? She asked, looking down at the kid. Bill, this is Doreen. She lives across the street from me. Her mother's at the dentist, and I said I'd look after her for the day. Hello, Doreen, I said. What have you in the hat box? Doll clothes? Doreen gave me a look of faint disgust. No, she piped in a high treble. An unhappy genie eye. An unhappy... I did a double take. Oh, an unhappy genie eye. Maybe he's unhappy because you won't let him out. Even to myself, I sounded idiotic. Doreen looked at me pityingly. It's not a he, it's a thing. Elmer made it. I knew when I was losing, so I quit. I hurried Marge and Doreen along toward a little 2-story building. Once we got into the air-conditioned reception room, Marge sank down gratefully into the settee and switched on the television set with the big 24-inch tube Tom had built. Bill Tom Electronics makes TV components, computer parts, things like that. Tom Kennedy is the brains. Me, Bill Rawlings, I do the legwork, and I tend to the business details. It's uncanny the way all those cars suddenly stopped when a bus broke down, Marge said as we waited for the picture to come on. Any day now the civilization of ours would get so complicated, a bus breaking down someplace will bring the whole thing to a halt. Then where will we be? Elmer says civilization is doomed, Doreen put in happily. The way she rolled the word out made me stare at her. Marge only nodded. That's what Elmer says, all right, she agreed, a trifle grim. Why does Elmer say civilization is doomed? I asked Doreen. Because it's getting hotter. The kid gave it to me straight. All the ice at the North Pole is gonna melt. The ocean's gonna rise 200 feet. Then everybody who doesn't live in a hill is gonna be drowned. That's what Elmer says, and Elmer isn't ever wrong. Doreen, they called her. Why not Cassandra? The stuff kids spout these days. I gave her a foolish grin. I wanted Marge to get the idea I was really a family man at heart. That's very interesting, Doreen. Now look, there's the baseball game. Let's watch, shall we? We weren't very late after all. It was the top half of the second inning. The score 1-1. Erskine in trouble with 2 men on and only 1 down. The colors were beautiful. Marge and I were just settling back to watch when Doreen wrinkled her nose. I saw that game yesterday, she announced. You couldn't have, sweetheart, I told her, because it's only being played today. The world's first ball game ever broadcast in color. There was a game on Elmer's TV, Doreen insisted. The picture was bigger and the colors prettier too. Absolutely impossible. I was a little sore. I hate kids who tell fibs. There never was a game broadcast in color before. And anyway, you won't find a color tube this big any place outside of a laboratory. But it's true, Bill. Marge looked at me, wide-eyed. Elmer only has a little 7-inch black and white set his uncle gave him, but he's rigged up some kind of lens in front of it, and it projects a big color picture on a widescreen. I saw that she was serious. My eyes bugged slightly. Listen, I said, who is this Elmer character? I want to meet him. He's my cousin from South America, Doreen answered. He thinks grown-ups are stupid. She turned to Marge. I have to go to the bathroom, she said primly. Through that door, Marge pointed. Doreen trotted out, clutching her hat box. Elmer thinks grown-ups are stupid? I howled. Listen, how old is this character who says civilization is doomed and can convert a black and white broadcast into color? He's 13, Marge told me. I goggled at her. 13, she repeated. His father is some South American scientist. His mother died 10 years ago. I sat down beside her. I lit a cigarette. My hands were shaking. Tell me about him. All about him. Why, I don't know very much, Marge said. Last year, Elmer was sick, some tropic disease. His father sent him up here to recuperate. Now, Alice, that's his aunt, Doreen's mother, is at her wit's end. He makes her so nervous. I lit another cigarette before I realized I already had one. And he invents things? A boy genius? Young Tom Edison and all that? Marge frowned. I suppose you could say that, she conceded. He has the garage full of stuff he's made or bought with the allowance his father sent him. And if you come within 10 feet of it without permission, you get an electric shock right out of thin air. But that's only part of it. She gave a helpless gesture. It's Elmer's effect on everybody. Everybody over 15, that is. He sits there, a little, dark, squinched-up kid wearing thick glasses and talking about how climatic changes inside 50 years will flood half the world, cause the collapse of civilization. Wait a minute, I cut in. Scientists seem to think that it's possible in a few thousand years, not 50. Elmer says 50, Marge stated flatly. From the way he talks, I suspect he's figured out a way to speed things up and is going to try it someday just to see if it works. Meanwhile, he fools around out there in the garage, sneering about the billions of dollars spent to develop color TV. He says his lens would turn any ordinary broadcast into color for about $25. He says it's typical of the muddled thinking of our so-called scientists, I'm quoting now, to do everything backward and overlook fundamental principles. Brother, I said. Doreen came trotting back in then, with her hatbox. I'm tired of that game, she said, giving the TV set a bored glance. And as she said it, the tube went dark. The sound cut off. Damn! I swore. Must be a power failure. I grabbed the phone and jiggled the hook. No dice. The phone was dead too. You're funny, Doreen giggled. It's just the unhappy genii. See? She flicked over the catch on the hatbox, and the picture came back on. The sound started up. Swings and misses for strike two. The air conditioning began to hum. Marge and I stared, mouths open, wide. You did that, Doreen? I asked it very carefully. You made the television stop and start again? The unhappy genii did, Doreen told me. Like this. She flicked the catch back. The TV picture blacked out. The sound stopped in the middle of a word. The air conditioner whispered into silence. Then she flicked the catch the other way. Fouls the second ball into the screen, the announcer said. Picture okay. Air conditioning operating. Everything normal except my pulse and respiration. Doreen, sweetheart. I took a step toward her. What's in that box? What is an unhappy genii? Not unhappy. You know how scornful an 8-year-old can be? Well, she was. Unhappen. It makes things unhappen. Anything that works by electricity, it stops. Elmer calls it its unhappen genii, just for fun. Oh, now I get it, I said brightly. It makes electricity not work. Unhappen. Like television sets and air conditioners and automobiles and bus engines? Doreen giggled. Marge sat bolt upright. Doreen, you caused that traffic jam? You and that gadget of Elmer's? Doreen nodded. He made all the automobile engines stop, just like Elmer said. Elmer's never wrong. Marge looked at me. I looked at Marge. A field of some kind, I said. A field that prevents an electric current from flowing, meaning no combustion motor using an electric spark can operate. No electric motors, no telephones, no radio or TV. Is that important? Marge asked. Important? I yelled. Think of the possibilities, just as a weapon. You could blank out a whole nation's transportation, its communications, its industry. I got hold of myself. I smiled my best I love children smile. Doreen, I said, Let me look at Elmer's unhappy genii. The kid clutched the box. Elmer told me not to let anybody look at it. He said he statuified me if I did. He said nobody would understand it anyway. He said he might show it to Mr. Einstein, but not anybody else. That's Elmer all right, Marge muttered. I found myself breathing hard. I edged toward Doreen and put my hand in the hat box. Just one quick look, Doreen, I said. No one will ever know. She didn't answer, just pulled the box away. I pulled it back. She pulled. I pulled. Bill, Marge called warningly. Too late. The lid of the hat box came off in my hands. There was a bright flash. The smell of insulation burning, and the unhappy genii fell out and scattered all over the floor. Doreen looked smug. Now Elmer will be angry at you. Maybe he'll disintegrate you, or paralyze you and statuify you forever. He might at that, Bill, Marge shuddered. I wouldn't put anything past him. I wasn't listening. I was scrambling after the mass of tubes, condensers, and power packs scattered over the rug. Some of them were still wired together, but most of them had broken loose. Elmer was certainly one heck of a sloppy workman. Hadn't even soldered the connections, just twisted the wires together. I looked at the stuff in my hands. It made as much sense as a radio run over by a truck. We'll take it back to Elmer, I told Doreen, speaking very carefully. I'll give him lots of money to build another. He can come down here and use our shop. We have lots of nice equipment he'd like. Doreen tossed her head. I don't think he'll want to. He'll be mad at you. Anyway, Elmer is busy working on aggravation now. That's for sure, Marge said in heartfelt tones. Aggravation, eh? I grinned like an idiot. Well, I'll bet he's good at it. But let's go see him right away. Bill, Marge signaled me to one side. Maybe you'd better not try to see Elmer, she whispered. I mean, if he can build a thing like this in his garage, maybe he can build a disintegrator or a paralysis ray or something. There's no use taking chances. You read too many comics. I left it off. He's only a kid, isn't he? What do you think he is? Superman? Yes, Marge said flatly. Look, Marge, I said in feverish excitement. I've got to talk to Elmer. I've got to get the rights to that TV color lens and this electricity interrupter or anything else he may have developed. Marge kept trying to protest, but I simply grabbed her and Doreen and hustled them out to my car. Doreen lived in a wooded, hilly section a little north of White Plains. I made it in 10 minutes. Marge had said Elmer worked in the garage. I kept going up the driveway, swung sharp around the big house, and slammed on the brakes. Marge screamed. We skidded to a stop with our front end hanging over what looked like a bomb crater in the middle of the driveway. I swallowed my heart down again, while backed away fast. We had almost plunged into a hole 40 feet across and 20 feet deep in the middle. The hole was perfectly round, like a half section of a grapefruit. What's this? I asked. Where's the garage? That's where the garage should be. Marge looked dazed. But it's gone. I took another look at that hole scooped out with geometrical precision and turned to Doreen. What did you say Elmer was working on? She sobbed. Aggravation. She began to bawl in earnest. Now he's gone. He's mad. He will never come back, I betcha. That's a fact, I muttered. He may not have been mad, but he certainly was aggravated. Marge, listen. This is a mystery. We've just got to let it stay a mystery. We don't know anything, understand? The cops will finally decide Elmer blew himself up, and we'll leave it at that. One thing I'm pretty sure about. He's not coming back. So that's how it was. Tom Kennedy keeps trying and trying to put Elmer's unhappy genii back together again. And every time he fails, he takes it out on me because I didn't get to Elmer sooner. But you can see perfectly well he's way off base, trying to make out I could have done a thing to prevent what happened. Is it my fault if the dumb kid didn't know enough to take the proper precautions when he decided to develop anti-gravitation? And got shot off, garage and all, someplace into outer space? What do they teach kids nowadays, anyway? The End of the Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Godinho. 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine. There may be a town called Mars in Montana, but little Mrs. Freda Dunny didn't come from there. I watched Don Phillips, the commercial announcer, out of the corner of my eye. The camera in front of me swung around and lined up on my set. And now, on with the show, Phillips was saying. And here, ready to test your wits, is your quizzing quizmaster, Smiling Jim Parsons. I smiled into the camera and waited, while the audience applauded. The camera tally light went on, and the stage manager brought his arm down and pointed at me. Good afternoon, I said into the camera. Here we go again with another half hour of fun and prizes on television's newest, most exciting game, Parlor Quiz. In a moment, I'll introduce you to our first contestant. But first, here is a special message to you mothers. The baby powder commercial appeared on the monitor, and I walked over to the next set. They had the first contestant lined up for me. I smiled and took her card from the floorman. She was a middle-aged woman with a faded print dress and old-style shoes. I never saw the contestants until we were in the air. They were screened before the show by the staff. They usually try to pick contestants who would make good show material, an odd name or occupation, or somebody with 20 kids, something of that nature. I looked at the card for the tip-off. Mrs. Freda Dunny, the card said. Ask her where she comes from. I smiled at the contestant again and took her by the hand. The tally light went on again and I grinned into the camera. Well now, we're all set to go, and our first contestant today is this charming little lady right here beside me, Mrs. Freda Dunny. I looked at the card. How are you, Mrs. Dunny? Fine, just fine. All set to answer a lot of questions and win a lot of prizes? Oh, I'll win all right, said Mrs. Dunny, smiling around at the audience. The audience tittered a bit at the remark. I looked at the card again. Where are you from, Mrs. Dunny? Mars, said Mrs. Dunny. Mars, I laughed, anticipating the answer. Mars, Montana? Mars, Peru? No, Mars. Up there, she said, pointing up in the air. The planet Mars. The fourth planet out from the sun. My assistant looked unhappy. I smiled again, wondering what the gag was. I decided to play along. Well, I said. All the way from Mars, eh? And how long have you been on Earth, Mrs. Dunny? Oh, about 30 or 40 years. I've been here nearly all my life. Came here when I was a wee bit of a girl. Well, I said, you're practically an Earthwoman by now, aren't you? The audience laughed. Do you plan on going back someday, or have you made up your mind to stay here on Earth for the rest of your days? Oh, I'm just here for the invasion, said Mrs. Dunny. When that's over, I'll probably go back home again. The invasion? Yes, the invasion of Earth. As soon as enough of us are here, we'll get started. You mean there are others here too? Oh yes, there are several million of us here in the United States already, and more are on the way. There are only about 170 million people in the United States, Mrs. Dunny, I said. If there are several million Martians among us, 1 out of every 100 will have to be a Martian. 1 out of every 10, said Mrs. Dunny. That's what the boss said just the other day. We're getting pretty close to the number we need to take over Earth. What do you need? I asked. 1 to 1? 1 Martian for every Earthman? Oh no, said Mrs. Dunny. 1 Martian is worth 10 Earthmen. The only reason we're waiting is we don't want any trouble. You don't look any different from us Earth people, Mrs. Dunny. How does one tell the difference between a Martian and an Earthman when one sees one? "Oh, we don't look any different," said Mrs. Dunny. "Some of the kids don't even know they're Martians. Most mothers don't tell their children until they've grown up. And there are other children who are never told because they just don't develop their full powers." "What powers?" "Oh, telepathy, thought control, that sort of thing." "You mean that Martians can read people's thoughts?" "Sure, it's no trouble at all. It's very easy, really, once you get the hang of it." "Can you read my mind?" I asked, smiling. Sure, said Mrs. Dunny, smiling up at me. "That's why I said that I'd know the answers. I'll be able to read the answers from your mind when you look at that sheet of paper." "Now, that's hardly sporting, is it, Mrs. Dunny?" I said, turning to the camera. The audience laughed. "Everybody else has to do it the hard way, and here you are, reading it from my mind." "All's fair in love and war," said Mrs. Dunny. "Tell me, Mrs. Dunny, why are you telling me about all this? Isn't it supposed to be a secret?" "I have my reasons," said Mrs. Dunny. "Nobody believes me, anyhow." "Oh, I believe you, Mrs. Dunny," I said gravely. "And now, let's see how you do in the questions. Are you ready?" She nodded. "Name the one and only mammal that has the ability to fly," I asked, reading from the script. "A bat," she said. "Right. Did you read that from my mind?" "Oh, yes, you're coming over very clear," said Mrs. Dunny. "Try this one," I said. "A princess is any daughter of a sovereign. What is a princess royal?" "The eldest daughter of a sovereign," she said. "Correct. How about this one? Is a Kodiak a kind of a simple box camera, a type of double-bowed boat, or a type of Alaskan bear?" "A bear," said Mrs. Dunny. "Very good," I said. "That was a hard one." I asked her 7 more questions, and she got them all right. None of the other contestants even came close to her score, so I wound up giving her the guess range and a lot of other smaller prizes. After we were off the air, I followed the audience out into the hall. Mrs. Dunny was walking towards the lobby with an old paper shopping bag under her arm. An attendant was following her with an armful of prizes. I caught up with her before she reached the door. "Mrs. Dunny," I said, and she turned around. "I want to talk to you." "When do I get the gas stove?" she said. "Your local dealer will send it to you in a few days." "Did you give them your address?" "Yes, I gave it to them. My Philadelphia address, that is. I don't even remember my address at home anymore." "Come now, Mrs. Dunny. You don't have to keep up that Mars business now that we're off the air." "It's the truth, and I didn't come here just by accident," said Mrs. Dunny, looking over her shoulder towards the attendant who was still holding the prizes. "I came here to see you." "Me?" Mrs. Dunny set the paper bag down on the floor and dug down into her pocketbook. She took out a dog-eared piece of white paper and bent it up in her hand. "Yes," she said finally. "I came to see you, and you didn't follow me out here because you wanted to. I commanded you to come." "Commanded me to come," I spluttered. "What for?" "To prove something to you. Do you see this piece of paper?" She held out the paper in her hand with the blank side toward me. "My address is on this paper. I am reading the address. Concentrate on what I'm reading." I looked at her. I concentrated. Suddenly, I knew. 251 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I said aloud. "You see, it's very easy once you get the hang of it," she said. I nodded and smiled down at her. Now I understood. I picked up her bag and put my hand on her shoulder. "Let's go," I said. "We have a lot to talk about." The end of 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine.
Earthbound by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. He wanted, above anything else, to go into space. He had been waiting for it a long time. Earthbound by Lester Del Rey. It was an hour after the last official ceremony before Clifton could escape the crowd of planet lovers with their babblings, their eligible daughters, their stupid self-admiration. They'd paid through the nose to get him here, and they meant to get their money's worth. The exit led only to a little balcony, but it seemed to be deserted. He took a deep breath of the night air, and his eyes moved unconsciously toward the stars. Coming back to Earth had been a mistake, but he'd needed the money. Space Products Unlimited wanted a real deep space hero to help celebrate its 100th anniversary. He had just finished the regulation of Rigel, so he'd been picked. Damn them and their silly speeches and awards, and damned Earth. What was one planet when there were billions up there among the stars? From the other side of a potted plant there was a sigh. Clifton swung his head, then relaxed when he saw the other man was not looking at him. The eyes behind the dark glasses were directed toward the sky. Aldebaran, Sirius, Deneb, Alpha Centauri, the voice whispered. It was a high-pitched voice with an odd accent, but there was the poetry of ancient yearning in it. He was a small, shriveled old man. His shoulders were bent. A long beard and the dark glasses covered most of his face, but could not entirely conceal the deep wrinkles, even in the moonlight. Clifton felt a sudden touch of pity and moved closer, not quite knowing why. Didn't I see you on the platform? Your memory is very good, Captain. I was awarded publicly for 50 years of faithful service making space boots. Well, I was always a good cobbler, and perhaps my boots helped some men out there. The old man's hand swept toward the stars, then fell back to grip the railing tightly. They gave me a gold watch, though time means nothing to me, and a cheap world cruise ticket, as if there were any spot in the world I could still want to see. He laughed harshly. Forgive me if I sound bitter, but you see, I've never been off Earth. Clifton stared at him incredulously. But everyone but me, the old man said. Oh, I tried. I was utterly weary of Earth, and I looked at the stars and dreamed. But I failed the early rigid physicals. Then, when things were easier, I tried again. A plague grounded the first ship. A strike delayed another. Then one exploded on the pad, and only a few on board were saved. It was then I realized I was meant to wait here on Earth, nowhere else. So I stayed, making space boots. Pity and impulse forced unexpected words to Clifton's lips. I'm taking off for Rigel again in 4 hours, and there's a spare cabin on the Mary Lou. You're coming with me. The old hand that gripped his arm was oddly gentle. Bless you, Captain, but it would never work. I'm under orders to remain here. Nobody can order a man grounded forever. You're coming with me if I have to drag you, Mr. Ahasuerus. The old man hesitated, as if expecting the name to mean something. Then he sighed and lifted his dark glasses. Clifton met the other's gaze for less than a second. Then his own eyes dropped, though the memory of what he'd seen was already fading. He vaulted over the balcony railing and began running away from Ahasuerus toward his ship and the unconfined reaches of space. Behind him the eternal wanderer tarried and waited. The End of Earthbound by Lester Del Rey.
The Putnam Tradition by S. Dorman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Godinho. The Putnam Tradition by S. Dorman. Through generations the power has descended, now weaker, now stronger. In which way did the power run in the 4-year-old in the garden, playing with a pie plate? It was an old house, not far from the coast, and had descended generation by generation to the women of the Putnam family. Progress literally went by it. A new 4-lane highway had been built 200 yards from the ancient lilacs at the doorstep. Long before that, in the time of Cecily Putnam's husband, power lines had been run in, and now on cold nights the telephone wires sounded like a concert of cellos, while inside, with a sound like the breaking of beetles, the grandmother Cecily moved through the walls in the grooves of tradition. Simone Putnam, her granddaughter. Nina Putnam, her great-granddaughter. The unbroken succession of matriarchs continued, but times the old woman thought that in Simone was weakened, and she looked at the 4-year-old Nina askance, waiting for some good sign. Sometimes one of the Putnam women had given birth to a son, who grew sickly and died, or less often grew healthy and fled. The husbands were usually strangers to the land, the house, and the women, and spent a lifetime with the long-lived Putnam wives, and died, leaving their strange signs: telephone wires, electric lights, water pumps, brass plumbing. Sam Harris came and married Simone, bringing with him an invasion of washer, dryer, toaster, mixer, coffee master, until the current poured through the walls of the house with more vigor than the blood in the old woman's veins. "You don't approve of them," Simone said to her grandmother. "It's his trade," Cecily Putnam answered. "Our men have been carpenters, or farmers, or even schoolmasters. But an engineer!" Simone was washing the dishes, gazing out across the windowsill, where 2 pink and white Murex shells stood, to the tidy garden beyond where Nina was engaged in her private games. She dried the dishes by passing her hand once above each plate or glass, bringing it to a dry sparkle. He saved wearing the dish towels. It didn't amuse her. "Sam's not home very much," she said in a placating voice. She herself had grown terrified, since her marriage, that she wouldn't be able to bear the weight of her past. She felt its power in her and couldn't carry it. Cecily had brought her up, after her father had disappeared and her mother had died in an unexplained accident. Daily she saw the reflection of her failure in the face of her grandmother, who seemed built of the same seasoned and secure wood as the old Putnam house. Simone looked at her grandmother, whom she loved, and became a mere vapor. "He's not home so much," Simone said. Her face was small, with a pointed chin, and she had golden red hair which she wore loose on her shoulders. Nina too had a small face, but it was neither so pale nor so delicate as her mother's, as if Sam's tougher substance had filled her out and strengthened her bone structure. If it was true that she, Simone, was a weak link, then Sam's strength might have poured into the child, and there would be no more Putnam family and tradition. "People don't change that easily," the old woman said. "But things," Simone began. The china, which had a history of 5 generations, slipped out of her hands and smashed. Sam's toaster wouldn't toast or pop up. Simone couldn't even use the telephone for fear of getting a wrong number, or no number at all. Things, her grandmother cried. "It's blood that counts. If the blood is strong enough, things dissolve. They're just garbage, all those things, floating on the surface of our history. It's our history that's deep. That's what counts." "You're afraid of Sam," the young woman accused. "Not afraid of any man," Cecily said, straightening her back. "But I'm afraid for the child. Sam has no family tradition, no depth, no talent handed down and perfected. A man with his head full of wheels and wires." Simone loved him. She leaned on him and grew about him, and he supported her tenderly. She wasn't going to give him up for the sake of some abstract tradition. "It's not abstract," her grandmother said with spirit. "It's in your blood. Or why don't you sweep the floors the way other women do? The way Sam's mother must." Simone had begun to clean the house where she was thinking, moving her hand horizontally across the floor, in the height of her hip, and the dust was following the motion of her hand and moving in a small, sun-brightened river towards the trash basket in the kitchen corner. Now Simone raised her hand to her face to look at it, and the river of dust rose like a serpent and hung a foot below her hand. "Yes," she agreed. "At least I can clean the house, if I don't touch the good china and look where I'm going." the old woman said again, angrily. Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Not for myself, Simone mumbled, and looked again towards the garden, where her daughter was doing something with 3 stones and a pie plate full of spring water. I do despair of Nina, Cecily said, as she was said before. She's 4 and has no appearance, not even balance. She fell out of the apple rose tree and couldn't even help herself. Suddenly the old woman thrust her face close to the granddaughter. It was smooth, round, and sweet, as a young kernel of corn. The eyes, sunk down under the bushy green brows, were cold and clear gray. Simone, the old woman said, you didn't lie to me? You did know she was falling and couldn't get back in time to catch her? A shudder passed through Simone's body. There was no blood in her veins, only water. No marrow in her bones. They were empty and porous as a bird's. Even the roots of her hair were weak, and now the sweat was starting out on her scalp as she faced her grandmother and saw the bristling shapes of 7 generations of Putnam women behind her. You lied, the old woman said. You didn't know she was falling. Simone was a vapor, a mere froth, blowing away in the first breeze. My poor dear, the old woman said in a gentle voice. But how could you marry someone like Sam? Don't you know what will happen? He'll dissolve us, our history, our talents, our pride. Nina is nothing but an ordinary little child. She's a good child, Simone said, trying not to be angry. She wanted her child to be loved, to be strong. Nina isn't a common child, she said, with her head bent. She's very bright. A man with his head full of wheels, who's at home with electricity and wires, the old woman went on. We've had them before, but never allowed them to dominate us. My own husband was such a man, but he was only allowed to make token gestures, such as having the power lines put in. He never understood how they worked. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Your Sam understands. I've heard him talk to the water pump. That's why you're afraid of him, Simone said. Not because I'm weak and he might take something away from me, but because he's strong and he might give us something. Then everything would change, and you're afraid of that. Nina might be our change. She pointed toward the garden. Following the white line of her granddaughter's finger, Cecily looked out into the garden and saw Nina turn toward them, as though she knew they were angry. The child pointed with one finger directly at them in the house. There was a sharp crackle, and something of a brilliant and vibrating blue leaped between the outstretched fingers of mother and daughter, and flew up like a bird to the power lines above. Mommy, Nina called. Simone's heart nearly broke with wonder and fright. Her grandmother contemptuously passed through the kitchen door and emerged on the step outside, but Simone opened the door and left it open behind her. What was that? She asked Nina. Was it a bluebird? Don't be silly, Nina said. She picked up the pie plate and brought it toward them. Cecily's face was white and translucent. One hand went to her throat as the child approached. Brimful of crackling blue fire with a fluctuating heart of yellow, the pie plate came toward them, held between Nina's small, dusty hands. Nina grinned at them. I stole it out of the wires, she said. Simone thought she would faint with a mixture of joy and fear. Put it back, she whispered. Please, put it back. Oh, Mommy, Nina said, beginning to whine. Not now. Not right away. I just got it. I've done it lots of times. The pie plate crackled and hissed in the steady small hands. Simone could feel the old woman's shocked silence behind her. You must not carry it in a pie plate. It's dangerous, Simone said to her child, but she could see Nina was in no danger. How often have you done this? She could feel her skirt and her hair billow with electricity. Lots of times. You don't like it, do you? She became teasing and roguish when she looked most like Sam. Suddenly she threw back her head and opened her mouth, and tilting up the pie plate she drank it empty. Her reddish gold hair sprang out in crackling rays around her face, her eyes flashed and sparks flew out between her teeth before she closed her mouth. "Nina!" the old woman cried, and began to crumble, falling slowly against Simone in a complete faint. Simone caught her in trembling hands and lowered her gently. She said to her daughter, "You mustn't do that in front of Grandy. You're a bad girl. You knew it would scare her." And to herself she said, "I must stop babbling. The child knows I'm being silly. Oh, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it awful? Oh, Sam, how I love you." "Daddy said it would scare you," Nina admitted. "That's why I never showed you before." Her hair was softly falling into place again, and she was gazing curiously at her great-grandmother lying on the doorstep. "It did scare me," Simone said. "I'm not used to it, darling, but don't keep it secret anymore." "Is Grandy asleep?" Simone said hastily. "Oh, yes, she's taking a nap. She's old, you know, and likes to take naps." "That's not a nap," Nina said, leaning over and patting the old woman's cheek. "I think she's having a bad dream." Simone carried her grandmother into the house. If that old tired heart had jumped and floundered like her own, that must be some damage done to it. If anything happened to her grandmother, the world would end, Simone thought. He was furious with Nina, and at the same time, full of joy for her. Cecily Putnam opened her eyes widely, and Simone said, "It does change, you see, but it's in the family after all." The old woman sat upright quickly. "That wicked child!" she exclaimed. "To come and frighten us like that! She ought to be spanked." She got up with great strength and rushed out to the garden. "Nina!" she called imperiously. The child picked up one of the small stones from the pie plate, now full of spring water, and came to her great-grandmother. "I'll make something for you, Granny," she said seriously. She put the stone in the palm of her hand and breathed on it, and then held out her hand and offered the diamond. "It's lovely." "Thank you," the old woman said with dignity, and put her hand on the child's head. "Let's go for a walk, and I'll show you how to grow rose apples. That's more becoming to a young lady." "You slept on the step." "Ah, I'm old, and I like to take little naps," Cecily answered. Simone saw them disappear among the apple rose trees side by side. She was still trembling, but gradually, as she passed her hand back and forth, and the dust followed, moving in a sparkling river towards the trash basket, Simone stopped trembling and began to smile, with the natural pride of a Putnam woman. The end of The Putnam Tradition by S. Dorman.
Such Blooming Talk by L. Major Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Henderson's lovely flowers were going to bring him fame, until they walked and talked too much. Such Blooming Talk by L. Major Reynolds. The ringing of the doorbell cut into Henderson's concentration, and he made a gesture of irritation with one outflung hand. But he didn't raise his head or shift his eye one iota from the tiny green thing on his laboratory table. Tensely absorbed, he stood watching the small miracle he had made, and emotion approaching exaltation gripped him. He slid one hand toward a switch, never moving his eyes from the table. The infinitesimal movement of his hand increased the power throb in the machine at his side so imperceptibly that only he could be aware of it. Suddenly, his breath exploded in what was almost a squeal of delight. The small plant on the table was, with great effort, extending a pair of tiny rootlets, and was trying to use them to walk. As Henderson watched, spellbound, the sudden cessation of the doorbell's ring went unnoticed. He stood there, willing with every cell of his body the miracle that would make the small shred of green take its first vital step. Slowly, it struggled to an upright position, stood waving. Henderson increased the power with a trembling hand, and almost forgot to breathe as he waited for the miracle which followed. Several more rootlets abruptly appeared, and now the plant balanced itself on the bare table. Then, slowly, as a long minute passed, one of the roots made an uncertain step, then another, and another, until it was walking unsteadily across the surface of the table. Henderson, his face, even his lips, white with excitement, now reached for another switch. Before turning it on, he adjusted the tiny microphone on the edge of the table. Then he turned the screw switch. Instantaneously, the laboratory was filled with rustling. Then there came a series of tiny squeaks that sounded strangely like a voice, speaking. Henderson sat spellbound, watching, listening. The doorbell rang again, but this time he didn't even hear it. Nothing could break the spell which held him in his seat before the first talking and walking plant the world had ever known. He picked up an alternative phase microphone and spoke into it. His voice issued from a tiny speaker beside the plant as a small whisper of itself. "Man," his voice whispered. "Man." He nearly yelled his delight as the small green thing echoed the word. He shut off the mic, then got busy. He sat down and began to plan a vocabulary to educate his plant. When that was done, he would stun the world with a demonstration of his genius. It was some time before he realized there was a ghost of a voice coming from someplace in the room. He looked at the plant on the table, but it was standing quintessent. Henderson stared around the laboratory, frowning. Then a movement at the window caught his eye. His mother's prized geranium was struggling to free itself from the soil in the window box, and it was muttering. Henderson blushed as he made out some of the words that the flower was muttering. That plant had been in the room with him during his most dismal scientific failures, and it evidently had a good memory. He watched wide-eyed as the plant struggled to lift its roots from the earth. One root finally came loose with an audible pop, accompanied by a squeaky streak of profanity. Another and another root worked free, and suddenly the geranium was standing on the edge of the box, its bright red blossom turned from side to side. There were no eyes visible, but Henderson had the chilly feeling that the flower was surveying the room. Then, after a moment, the plant jumped to the sill of the window, from there to the seat of the chair. Then it slid down one of the legs of the chair to the floor. It shook its leaves, lifted its blossoms upward at the amazed Henderson frozen in his chair, and a tiny squeaking voice said cheerily, "Hi, pal!" Then it started across the floor toward the door, muttering, "Somebody's got to answer that damn doorbell!" Henderson's legs came unfrozen as it went through the doorway, and he made a wild dash after the walking geranium. It was padding down the hall, its roots making little padding sounds on the linoleum as he passed it. Henderson opened the door, and only then did he begin to realize the scope his rays must have. He stood, jaws agape, looking down at the rose bush, which stood outside the door. His mouth opened, and the words tried to come out. But the bush spoke first. "I have been ringing this bell for hours," it said petulantly. "Some nasty boys have been picking my roses. I'm getting sore." Henderson fainted then, and the last thing he remembered was the voice of the geranium saying, "Hi, babe, come on in. I've been watching you for a long time." The end of Such Blooming Talk by L. Major Reynolds.
The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Godinho. The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Ordinarily, the military least wants to have the others know the final details of their war plans. But logically, there would be times. "I don't really see what this problem has anything to do with me," the CIA man said.
And frankly, there are a lot of more important things I could be doing. Ford, the physicist, glanced at General Leroy. The general had that quizzical expression on his face, the look that meant he was about to do something decisive. Would you like to see the problem firsthand? The general asked, innocently. The CIA man took a quick look at his wristwatch. Okay, if it doesn't take too long. It's late enough already. It won't take very long, will it, Ford? The general said, getting out of his chair. Not very long, Ford agreed. Only a lifetime. The CIA man grunted as they went to the doorway and left the general's office. Going down the dark, deserted hallway, their footsteps echoed hollowly. I can't overemphasize the seriousness of this problem, General Leroy said to the CIA man. 8 ranking members of the general staff had either resigned their commissions or gone straight to the violent ward after just one session with the computer. The CIA man scowled. Is this area secure? General Leroy's face turned red. This entire building is as secure as any edifice in the free world, mister. And it's empty. We're the only living people inside here at this hour. I'm not taking any chances. Just want to be sure. Perhaps if I explain the computer a little more, Ford said, changing the subject, you'll know what to expect. Good idea, said the man from CIA. We told you that this is the most modern, most complex and delicate computer in the world. Nothing like it has ever been attempted before. Anywhere. I know that they don't have anything like it, the CIA man agreed. And you also know, I suppose, that it was built to simulate actual war situations. We fight wars in this computer. Wars with missiles and bombs and gas. Real wars. Complete down to the tiniest detail. The computer tells us what will actually happen to every missile, every city, every man. Who dies, how many planes are lost, how many trucks will fail to start on a cold morning, whether a battle is won or lost. General Leroy interrupted. The computer runs these analyses for both sides, so we can see what's happening to them too. The CIA man gestured impatiently. War game simulations aren't new. You've been doing them for years. Yes, but this machine is different, Ford pointed out. It not only gives a much more detailed war game, it's the next logical step in the development of machine-simulated war games. He hesitated dramatically. Well, what is it? We've added a variation of the electroencephalograph. The CIA man stopped walking. The electro what? Electroencephalograph. You know, a recording device that reads the electrical patterns of your brain, like the electrocardiograph. Oh, but you see, we've given the EEG a reverse twist. Instead of using a machine that makes a recording of the brain's electrical wave output, we've developed a device that will take the computer's readout tapes and turn them into electrical patterns that are put into your brain. I don't get it. General Leroy took over. You sit at the machine's control console. A helmet is placed over your head. You set the machine in operation. You see the results. Yes, Ford went on. Instead of reading rows of figures from the computer's printer, you actually see the war being fought. Complete visual and auditory hallucinations. You can watch the progress of the battles, and as you change strategy and tactics, you can see the results before your eyes. The idea originally was to make it easier for the general staff to visualize strategic situations, General Leroy said. But everyone who's used the machine has either resigned his commission or gone insane, Ford added. The CIA man cocked an eye at Leroy. You've used the computer? Correct. And you have neither resigned nor cracked up. General Leroy nodded. I called you in. Before the CIA man could comment, Ford said, The computer is right inside this doorway. Let's get this over with, while the building is still empty. They stepped in. The physicist and the general showed the CIA man through the room-filling rows of massive consoles. It's all transistorized and subminiaturized, of course, Ford explained. That's the only way we could build so much detail into the machine and still have it small enough to fit inside a single building. A single building? Oh yes, this is only the control section. Most of this building is taken up by the circuits, the memory banks, and the rest of it. They showed him finally to a small desk, studded with control buttons and dials. The single spotlight above the desk lit it brilliantly, in harsh contrast to the semi-darkness of the rest of the room. Since he'd never run the computer before, Ford said, General Leroy would do the controlling. You just sit and watch what happens. The general sat in one of the well-padded chairs and donned a grotesque headgear that was connected to the desk by a half-dozen wires. The CIA man took his chair slowly. When they put one of the bulky helmets on him, he looked up at them, squinting a little in the bright light. This isn't going to, well, do me any damage, is it? My goodness, no, Ford said. You mean mentally? No, of course not. You're not in the general staff, so it won't affect you the way it did the others. The reaction has nothing to do with the computer, per se. Several civilians have used the computer with no ill effects, General Leroy said. Ford has used it many times. The CIA man nodded, and they closed a transparent visor over his face. He sat there and watched General Leroy press a series of buttons, then turn a dial. Can you hear me? The general's voice came muffled through the helmet. Yes, he said. All right, here we go. You're familiar with Situation 121? That's what we're going to be seeing. Situation 121 was a standard war game. The CIA man was well acquainted with it. He watched the general flip a switch, then sit back and fold his arms over his chest. A row of lights on the desk console began blinking on and off. 1, 2, 3. Down to the end of the row, then back to the beginning again. On and off, on and off. And then, somehow, he could see it. He was poised incredibly, somewhere in space, and he could see it all in a funny, blurry, double-sided, dreamlike way. He seemed to be seeing several pictures and hearing many voices, all at once. It was all mixed up, and yet it made a weird kind of sense. For a panicked instant, he wanted to rip the helmet off his head. It's only an illusion, he told himself, forcing calm in his unwilling nerves. Only an illusion. But it seemed strangely real. He was watching the Gulf of Mexico. He could see Florida off to his right, and the arching coast of the southeastern United States. He could even make out the Rio Grande River. Situation 121 started, he remembered, with the discovery of missile-bearing enemy submarines in the Gulf. Even as he watched the whole area, as though perched on a satellite, he could see, underwater and close up, the menacing shadowy figure of a submarine, gliding through the crystal blue sea. He saw, too, a patrol plane as it spotted the submarine and sent an urgent radio warning. The underwater picture dissolved in a bewildering burst of bubbles. A missile had been launched. Within seconds, another burst, this time a nuclear depth charge, utterly destroyed the submarine. It was confusing. He was every place at once. The details were overpowering, but the total picture was agonizingly clear. 6 submarines fired missiles from the Gulf of Mexico. 4 were immediately sunk, but too late. New Orleans, St. Louis, and 3 Air Force bases were obliterated by hydrogen fusion warheads. The CIA man was familiar with the opening stages of the war. The first missile fired at the United States was the signal for whole fleets of missiles and bombers to launch themselves at the enemy. It was confusing to see the world at once. At times, he could not tell if the fireball and mushroom cloud was over Chicago or Shanghai, New York or Novosibirsk, Baltimore or Budapest. It did not make much difference, really. They all got in the first few hours of the war, as did London and Moscow, Washington and Peking, Detroit and Delhi, and many, many more. The defensive systems on all sides seemed to operate well, except that there were never enough anti-missiles. Defensive systems were expensive compared to attack rockets. It was cheaper to build a deterrent than to defend against it. The missiles flashed up from submarines and railway cars, from underground silos and stratospheric jets. Secret ones fired off automatically when a certain airbase command post ceased beaming out a restraining radio signal. The defensive systems were simply overloaded, and when the bombs ran out, the missiles carried dust and germs and gas. On and on, for 6 days and 6 firelit nights. Launch, boost, coast, re-enter, death. And now it was over, the CIA man thought. The missiles were all gone. The airplanes were exhausted. The nations that had built the weapons no longer existed. By all the rules he knew of, the war should have been ended. Yet the fighting did not end. The machine knew better. There were still many ways to kill an enemy, time-tested ways. There were armies fighting in 4 continents, armies that had marched overland, or splashed ashore from the sea, or dropped out of the skies. Incredibly, the war went on. When the tanks ran out of gas, and the flamethrowers became useless, and even the prosaic artillery pieces had no more rounds to fire, there were still simple guns, and even simpler bayonets and swords. The proud armies, the descendants of the Alexanders and Caesars and Temujins and Wellingtons and Grants and Rommels, relived their evolution in reverse. The war went on. Slowly, inevitably, the army split apart into smaller and smaller units, until the tortured countryside that so recently had felt the impact of nuclear war once again knew the tread of bands of armed marauders. The tiny savage groups, stranded in alien lands, far from the homes and families that they knew to be destroyed, carried on a mockery of war, lived out the land, fought their own countrymen if the occasion suited, and revived the ancient terror of a hand-wielded, personal, one-head-at-a-time killing. The CIA man watched the world disintegrate. Death was an individual business now, and none the better for no longer being mass-produced. In agonized fascination, he saw the myriad ways in which a man might die. Murder was only one of them. Radiation, disease, toxic gases that lingered and drifted on the once innocent winds, and, finally, the most efficient destroyer of them all, starvation. 3 billion people, give or take a meaningless 100 million, lived on the planet Earth when the war began. Now, with the tenuous thread of civilization burned away, most of those who were not killed by the fighting itself succumbed inexorably to starvation. Not everyone died, of course. Life went on. Some were lucky. A long darkness settled in the world. Life went on for a few, a pitiful few, a bitter, hateful, suspicious, savage few. Cities became pest holes. Books became fuel. Knowledge died. Civilization was completely gone from the planet Earth. The helmet was lifted slowly off his head. The CIA man found that he was too weak to raise his arms and help. He was shivering and damp with perspiration. "Now you see," Ford said quietly, "why the military men cracked up when they used a computer." General Leroy, even, was pale. "How can a man with any conscience at all direct a military operation when he knows that that will be the consequence?" The CIA man struck up a cigarette and pulled hard on it. He exhaled sharply. "Are all the war games like that? Every plan?" "Some are worse," Ford said. "We picked an average one for you. Even one of the brush fire games get out of hand and end up like that." "So, what do you intend to do? Why did you call me in? What can I do?" "You're the CIA," the general said. "Don't you handle espionage?" "Yes, but what's that got to do with it?" The general looked at him. "It seems to me that the next logical step is to make them certain that they get the plans to this computer. And fast." The end of The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova.
Test Rocket by Jack Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. It's amazing how much you can learn about absolute strangers if you just stop to think about the kind of animal they'll put in a test rocket by Jack Douglas. Captain Baird stood at the window of the laboratory where the 1,000 parts of the strange rocket lay strewn in careful order. Small groups worked slowly over the dismantled parts. The captain wanted to ask, but something stopped him. Behind him, Dr. Johansen sat at his desk, his gnarled old hand tight around a whiskey bottle, the bottle the doctor always had in his desk, but never brought out except when he was alone, and waited for Captain Baird to ask his question. Captain Baird turned at last. "They are our markings?" Captain Baird asked. It was not a question. Captain Baird knew the markings of the rocket testing station as well as the doctor did. "Yes," the doctor said. "They are our markings, identical, but not our paint." Captain Baird turned back to the window. 6 months ago it had happened. 10 minutes after launching, the giant test rocket had been only a speck on the observation screen. Captain Baird had turned away in disgust. "A mouse?" the captain had said. "Unfortunate a mouse can't observe, build, and report. My men are getting restless, Johansen." "When we are ready, Captain," the doctor had said. It was 12 hours before the urgent call from Central Control had brought the captain running back to the laboratory. The doctor was there before him. Professor Schultz wasted no time. He pointed to the instrument panel. "A sudden shift. See for yourself. We'll miss Mars by 1.25 million at least." 2 hours later, the shift in course of the test rocket was apparent to all of them, and so was their disappointment. "According to the instruments, the steering shifted 1/4 of an inch. No reason shows up," Professor Schultz said. "Flaw in the metal," Dr. Johansen said. "How far can it go?" Captain Baird asked. Professor Schultz shrugged. "Until the fuel runs out, which is probably as good as never, or until the landing mechanism is activated by a planet-sized body." "Course? Did you plot it?" the doctor asked. "Of course I did," Professor Schultz said. "As close as I can calculate, it is headed for Alpha Centauri." Captain Baird turned away. The doctor watched him. "Perhaps you will not be quite as hasty with your men's lives in the future, Captain," the doctor said. Professor Schultz was spinning dials. "No contact," the professor said. "No contact at all." It had been 6 months ago. 3 more test rockets had been fired successfully before the urgent report came through from Alaska Observation Post number 4. A rocket was coming across the pole. The strange rocket was tracked and escorted by atomic-armed fighters all the way to the rocket test station, where it cut its own motors and gently landed. In the center of a division of atomic-armed infantry, the captain, the doctor, and everyone else waited impatiently. There was an air of uneasiness. "You're sure it's not ours?" Captain Baird asked. The doctor laughed. "Identical, yes, but 3 times the size of ours." "Perhaps one of the Asian ones?" "No, it's our design, but too large, much too large." Professor Schultz put their thoughts into words. "Looks like someone copied ours. Someone, somewhere. It's hard to imagine, but true nevertheless." They waited 2 weeks. Nothing happened. Then a radiation-shielded team went in to examine the rocket. 2 more weeks, and the strange rocket was dismantled and spread over the field of the testing station. The rocket was dismantled, and the station began to talk to itself in whispers and look at the sky. Captain Baird stood now at the window and looked out at the dismantled rocket. He looked, but his mind was not on the parts of the rocket he could see from the window. "The materials? They're not ours?" the captain asked. "Unknown here," the doctor said. The captain nodded. Those were our instruments? Yes. The doctor still held the whiskey bottle in a tight grip. They sent them back, the captain said. The doctor crashed the bottle hard against the desk top. Ask it, Captain. For God's sake. The captain turned to face the doctor directly. It was a man, a full-grown man. The doctor sighed, as if letting the pent-up stream from his heart escape. Yes, it was a man. It breathes, it eats, it has all the attributes of a man. But it is not of our planet. It's speech, the captain began. That isn't speech, Captain, the doctor breaking in sharply. It's only sound. The doctor stopped. He examined the label of his bottle of whiskey very carefully. A good brand of whiskey. He seems quite happy in the storeroom. You know, Captain, what puzzled me at first? He can't read. He can't read anything, not even the instruments in that ship. In fact, he shows no interest in his rocket at all. The captain sat down. He sat at the desk and faced the doctor. At least they had the courage to send a man and not a mouse, Doctor. A man. The doctor stared at the captain. His hand squeezed and unsqueezed on the whiskey bottle. A man who can't read his own instruments? The doctor laughed. Perhaps you too have failed to see the point. Like that stupid general who sits out there waiting for men from somewhere to invade? Don't you think it's possible? The doctor nodded. A very good possibility, Captain, but they will not be men. The doctor seemed to pause and lean forward. That rocket, Captain, is a test rocket. A test rocket just like ours. Then the doctor picked up his whiskey bottle at last and poured 2 glasses. Perhaps a drink, Captain? The captain was watching the skies outside the window. The end of Test Rocket by Jack Douglas.
Keep Out by Frederick Brown. With no more room left on Earth, and with Mars hanging up there empty of life, somebody hit on the plan of starting a colony on the Red Planet. It meant changing the habits and physical structure of the immigrants, but that worked out fine. In fact, every possible factor was covered, except one of the flaws of human nature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brayden Michaelson. Keep Out by Frederick Brown. Daptine is the secret of it. Adaptine, they called it at first. Then it got shortened to Daptine. It let us adapt. They explained it all to us when we were 10 years old. I guess they thought we were too young to understand before then, although we knew a lot of it already. They told us just after we landed on Mars. "You're home, children," the head teacher told us after we had gone into the glassite dome they'd built for us there. And he told us there'd be a special lecture for us that evening, an important one that we must all attend. And that evening he told us the whole story and whys and wherefores. He stood up before us. He had to wear a heated spacesuit and helmet, of course, because the temperature in the dome was comfortable for us, but already freezing cold for him, and the air was already too thin for him to breathe. His voice came to us by radio from inside his helmet. "Children, you are home. This is Mars, the planet on which you will spend the rest of your lives. You are Martians, the first Martians. You have lived 5 years on Earth and another 5 in space. Now you will spend 10 years until you are adults in this dome, although toward the end of that time, you will be allowed to spend increasingly long periods outside. Then you will go forth and make your own homes, live your own lives as Martians. You will intermarry and your children will breed true. They too will be Martians. It is time you were told the history of this great experiment of which each of you is a part." Then he told us. Man, he said, had first reached Mars in 1985. It had been uninhabited by intelligent life. There is plenty of plant life and a few varieties of non-flying insects. And he had found it by terrestrial standards uninhabitable. Man could survive on Mars only by living inside glassite domes and wearing spacesuits when he went outside of them. Except by day in the warmer seasons, it was too cold for him, the air was too thin for him to breathe, and long exposure to the sunlight, less filtered of rays harmful to him than on Earth because of the lesser atmosphere, could kill him. The plants were chemically alien to him, and he could not eat them. He had to bring all his food from Earth or grow it in hydroponic tanks. For 50 years he had tried to colonize Mars, and all his efforts had failed. Besides this dome which had been built for us, there was only one other outpost, another glassite dome much smaller and less than a mile away. It looked as though mankind could never spread to the other planets of the solar system besides Earth. For all of them, Mars was the least inhospitable. If he couldn't live here, there was no use to even trying to colonize the others. And then, in 2034, 30 years ago, a brilliant biochemist named Weymouth had discovered daptine, a miracle drug that worked not on the animal or person to whom it was given, but on the progeny he conceived during a limited period of time after inoculation. It gave his progeny almost limitless adaptability to changing conditions, provided the changes were made gradually. Dr. Weymouth had inoculated and then mated a pair of guinea pigs. They had borne a litter of 5, and by placing each member of the litter under different and gradually changing conditions, he had obtained amazing results. When they attained maturity, one of those guinea pigs was living comfortably at a temperature of 40 below 0 Fahrenheit. Another was quite happy at 150 above. A third was thriving on a diet that would have been deadly poison for an ordinary animal, and a fourth was contented under a constant X-ray bombardment that would have killed one of his parents within minutes. Subsequent experiments with mini litters showed that animals who had been adapted to similar conditions bred true, and their progeny was conditioned from birth to live under those conditions. 10 years later, 10 years ago, you children were born of parents carefully selected from those who volunteered for the experiment, and from birth you have been brought up under carefully controlled and gradually changing conditions. From the time you were born, the air you have breathed has been very gradually thinned and its oxygen content reduced. Your lungs have been compensated by becoming much greater in capacity, which is why your chests are so much larger than those of your teachers and attendants. When you are fully mature and are breathing air like that of Mars, the difference will be even greater. Your bodies are growing fur to enable you to stand the increasing cold. You are comfortable now under conditions which would kill ordinary people quickly. Since you are 4 years old, your nurses and teachers have had to wear special protection to survive conditions that seem normal to you. In another 10 years at maturity, you will be completely acclimated to Mars. Its air will be your air, its food plants your food, its extremes of temperature will be easy for you to endure, and its median temperatures pleasant to you. Already, because of the 5 years we spent in space under a gradually decreased gravitational pull, the gravity of Mars seems normal to you. It will be your planet, to live on and to populate. You are the children of Earth, but you are the first Martians. Of course, we had known a lot of those things already. The last year was the best. By then, the air inside the dome, except for the pressurized parts where our teachers and attendants live, was almost like that outside, and we were allowed out for increasingly long periods. It is good to be in the open. The last few months, they relaxed segregation of the sexes so we could begin choosing mates, although they told us that there is to be no marriage until after the final day, after a full clearance. Choosing was not difficult in my case. I had made my choice long since, and I had felt sure that she felt the same way. I was right. Tomorrow is our day of freedom. Tomorrow we will be Martians. The Martians. Tomorrow we shall take over the planet. Some among us are impatient, have been impatient for weeks now. But wiser counsel prevailed and we are waiting. We have waited 20 years, and we can wait until the final day. And tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, at a signal, we will kill the teachers and the other Earthmen among us before we go forth. They do not suspect, so it will be easy. We have dissimulated for years now, and they do not know how we hate them. They do not know how disgusting and hideous we find them, with their ugly, misshapen bodies, so narrow-shouldered and tiny-chested, their weak, sibilant voices that need amplification to carry in our Martian air, and above all, their white, pasty, hairless skin. We shall kill them, and we shall go and smash the other dome so all the Earthmen there will die too. If more Earthmen ever come to punish us, we can live and hide in the hills where they'll never find us. And if they try to build more domes here, we'll smash them. We want no more to do with Earth. This is our planet, and we want no aliens. Keep off. Keep Out by Frederick Brown. Recorded by Brayden Michaelson.
John Jones's Dollar by Harry Stephen Keeler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Dirkx. John Jones's Dollar by Harry Stephen Keeler. Take a board with 64 squares on it. Put a grain of wheat on the first square, 2 on the second, 4 on the third. Keep doubling in this manner, and you will find that there isn't enough wheat in the world to fill the 64th square. It can be the same with compound interest. On the 201st day of the year 3221 AD, the professor of history at the University of Terra seated himself in front of the visiphone and prepared to deliver the daily lecture to his class, the members of which resided in different portions of the earth. The instrument before which he seated himself was very like a great window sash, on account of the fact that there were 300 or 400 frosted glass squares visible. In a space at the center, not occupied by any of these glass squares, was a dark oblong area and a ledge holding a piece of chalk. And above the area was a huge brass cylinder. Toward this brass cylinder the professor would soon direct his subsequent remarks. In order to assure himself that it was time to press the button which would notify the members of the class in history to approach their local visiphones, the professor withdrew from his vest pocket a small contrivance which he held to his ear. Upon moving a tiny switch attached to the instrument, a metallic voice, seeming to come from somewhere in space, repeated mechanically, 15 o'clock and 1 minute, 15 o'clock and 1 minute, 15 o'clock and 1 minute. Quickly, the professor replaced the instrument in his vest pocket and pressed a button at the side of the visiphone. As though in answer to the summons, the frosted squares began, one by one, to show the faces and shoulders of a peculiar type of young men. Young men with great bulging foreheads, bald, toothless, and wearing immense horn spectacles. One square, however, still remained empty. On noticing this, a look of irritation passed over the professor's countenance. But, seeing that every other glass square but this one was filled up, he commenced to talk. "I am pleased, gentlemen, to see you all posted at your local visiphones this afternoon. I have prepared my lecture today upon a subject which is, perhaps, of more economic interest than historical. Unlike the previous lectures, my talk will not confine itself to the happenings of a few years, but will gradually embrace the course of 10 centuries. The 10 centuries, in fact, which terminated 300 years before the present date. My lecture will be an exposition of the effects of the John Jones dollar, originally deposited in the dawn of civilization, or to be more precise, in the year of 1921, just 1,300 years ago. At this point in the professor's lecture, the frosted glass square, which hitherto had shown no image, now filled up. Sternly, he gazed at the head and shoulders that had just appeared. B262H72476 male, you are late to class again. What excuse have you to offer today? From the hollow cylinder emanated a shrill voice, while the lips of the picture on the glass square moved in unison with the words, Professor, you will perceive by consulting your class book that I have recently taken up my residence near the North Pole. For some reason, wireless communication between the Central Energy Station and all points north of 89 degrees was cut off a while ago, on account of which fact I could not appear in the visiphone. Hence... Enough, sir, roared the professor. Always ready with an excuse, B262H72476 male. I shall immediately investigate your tale. From his coat pocket, the professor withdrew an instrument which, although supplied with an earpiece and a mouthpiece, had no wires whatever attached. Raising it to his lips, he spoke. Hello. Central Energy Station, please. A pause ensued. Central Energy Station? This is the professor of history at the University of Terra speaking. One of my students informs me that the North Pole region was out of communication with the visiphone system this morning. Is that statement true? A voice, apparently from nowhere, spoke into the professor's ear. Quite true, Professor. A train of our ether waves accidentally fell into parallelism with a train of waves from the Venus substation. By the most peculiar mischance, the two trains happened to be displaced with reference to each other one half of a wavelength, with the unfortunate result that the negative points of one coincided with the positive points of maximum amplitude of the other. Hence the two wave trains nullified each other, and communication ceased for 185 seconds, until the Earth had revolved far enough to throw them out of parallelism. Ah, thank you, replied the professor. He dropped his instrument into his coat pocket and gazed in the direction of the glass square whose image had so aroused his ire. I apologize, B262H72476 male, for my suspicions as to your veracity, but I had in mind several former experiences. He shook a warning forefinger. I will now resume my talk. A moment ago, gentlemen, I mentioned the John Jones dollar. Some of you who have just enrolled with the class will undoubtedly say to yourselves, what is a John Jones? What is a dollar? In the early days, before the present scientific registration of human beings was instituted by the National Eugenics Society, man went around under a crude, multi-reduplicative system of nomenclature. Under this system, there were actually more John Joneses than there are calories in a British thermal unit. But there was one John Jones in particular, living in the 20th century, to whom I shall refer in my lecture. Not much is known of his personal life except that he was an ardent socialist, a bitter enemy, in fact, of the private ownership of wealth. Now as to the dollar. At this day, when the psychoerg, a combination of the psych, the unit of aesthetic satisfaction, and the erg, the unit of mechanical energy, is recognized as the true unit of value, it seems difficult to believe that in the 20th century, and for more than 10 centuries thereafter, the dollar, a metallic circular disc, was being passed from hand to hand in exchange for the essentials of life. But nevertheless, such was the case. Man exchanged his mental or physical energy for these dollars. He then re-exchanged the dollars for sustenance, raiment, pleasure, and operations for the removal of the vermiform appendix. A great many individuals, however, deposited their dollars in a stronghold called a bank. These banks invested the dollars in loans and commercial enterprises, with the result that every time the Earth traversed the solar ecliptic, the banks compelled each borrower to repay, or to acknowledge as due, the original loan plus 6/100ths of that loan. and to the depositor, the banks paid 3/100ths of the deposited dollars for the use of the discs. This was known as 3%, or bank interest. Now, the safety of dollars when deposited in banks was not absolutely assured to the depositor. At times, the custodians of these dollars were wont to appropriate them and proceed to portions of the earth sparsely inhabited and accessible with difficulty. And at other times, nomadic groups known as yeggmen visited the banks, opened the vaults by force, and departed, carrying with them the contents. But to return to our subject. In the year 1921, one of these numerous John Joneses performed an apparently inconsequential action which caused the name of John Jones to go down in history. What did he do? He proceeded to one of these banks, known at that time as the First National Bank of Chicago, and deposited there one of these discs, a silver dollar, to the credit of a certain individual. And this individual to whose credit the dollar was deposited was no other person than the 40th descendant of John Jones, who stipulated in paper, which was placed in the files of the bank, that the descendancy was to take place along the oldest child of each of the generations which would constitute his posterity. The bank accepted the dollar under that understanding, together with another condition imposed by this John Jones, namely, that the interest was to be compounded annually. That meant that at the close of each year, the bank was to credit the account of John Jones's 40th descendant with 3/100ths of the account as it stood at the beginning of the year. History tells us little more concerning this John Jones, only that he died in the year 1931, or 10 years afterward, leaving several children. Now, you gentlemen who are taking mathematics under Professor L127M72421 Mail of the University of Mars will remember that where any number such as x, in passing through a progressive cycle of change, grows at the end of that cycle by a proportion p, then the value of the original x after n cycles becomes x times the set 1 plus p risen to the nth power. Obviously, in this case, x equaled $1, p equaled 3/100ths, and n will depend upon any number of years which we care to consider, following the date of deposit. By simple calculation, those of you who are today mentally alert can check up the results that I shall set forth in my lecture. At the time that John Jones died, the amount in the First National Bank of Chicago to the credit of John Jones, the 40th, was as follows. The professor seized the chalk and wrote rapidly upon the oblong space. 1931. 10 years elapsed. $1.34. The peculiar sinuous hieroglyphic, he explained, is an ideograph representing the dollar. Well, gentlemen, time went on as time will, until 100 years had passed by. The First National Bank still existed, and the locality, Chicago, had become the largest center of population upon the earth. Through the investments which had taken place and the yearly compounding of interest, the status of John Jones's deposit was now as follows. He wrote, 2021, 100 years elapsed, $19.10. In the following century, many minor changes, of course, took place in the man's mode of living, but the so-called socialists still agitated widely for the cessation of private ownership of wealth. The First National Bank still accepted dollars for safekeeping, and the John Jones dollar still continued to grow. With about 34 generations yet to come, the account now stood 21, 200 years elapsed, $364. And by the end of the succeeding 100 years, it had grown to what constituted an appreciable bit of exchange value in those days. Thus, 2221, 300 years, $6,920. Now, the century which followed contains an important date. The date I am referring to is the year 2299 AD, or the year in which every human being born upon the globe was registered under a numerical name at the Central Bureau of the National Eugenics Society. In our future lessons, which will treat with that period of detail, I shall ask you to memorize that date. The socialists still agitated, fruitlessly, but the First National Bank of Chicago was now the first international bank of the earth. And how great had John Jones's dollar grown? Let us examine the account, both on that important historical date and also at the close of the 400th year since it was deposited. Look, 2299, 378 years, $68,900. 2321, 400 years, $132,000. But, gentlemen, it had not reached the point where it could be termed an unusually large accumulation of wealth. For larger accumulations existed upon the earth. A descendant of a man once known as John D. Rockefeller possessed an accumulation of great size, but which, as a matter of fact, was rapidly dwindling as it passed from generation to generation. So let us travel ahead another 100 years. During this time, as we learn from our historical and political archives, the socialists began to die out, since they at last realized the utter futility of combating the balance of power. The account, though, now stood 2421, 500 years, $2,520,000. It is hardly necessary for me to make any comment. Those of you who are most astute, and others of you who flunked my course before and are now taking it the second time, of course know what is coming. During the age in which this John Jones lived, there lived also a man, a so-called scientist, called Metchnikoff. We know from a study of our vast collection of Egyptian papyri and Carnegie Library books that this Metchnikoff promulgated the theory that old age, or rather senility, was caused by colon bacillus. This fact was later verified, but while he was correct in the etiology of senility, he was crudely primeval in the therapeutics of it. He proposed, gentlemen, to combat and kill this bacillus by utilizing the fermented lacteal fluid from a now extinct animal called the cow, models of which you can see at any time at the Solaris Museum. A chorus of shrill, piping laughter emanated from the brass cylinder. The professor waited until the merriment had subsided and then continued. I beg of you, gentlemen, do not smile. This was merely one of the many similar quaint superstitions existing in that age. But a real scientist, Professor K122B62411 male, again attacked the problem in the 25th century. Since the cow was now extinct, he could not waste his valuable time experimenting with fermented cow lacteal fluid. He discovered the old V-rays of radium. The rays which you physicists will remember are not deflected by a magnetic field, were really composed of two sets of rays, which he termed the G-rays and the E-rays. These last name rays, only when isolated, completely devitalized all colon bacilli which lay in their path, without in the least affecting the integrity of any interposed organic cells. The great result, as many of you already know, was that the life of man was extended to nearly 200 years. That, I state unequivocally, was a great century for the human race. But I spoke of another happening, one perhaps of more interest than importance. I referred to the bank account of John Jones XL. It, gentlemen, had grown to such a prodigious sum that a special bank and board of directors had to be created in order to care for and reinvest it. By scanning the following notation, you will perceive the truth of my statement. 2521, 600 years, $47,900,000. By the year 2621 AD, two events of stupendous importance took place. There is scarcely a man in this class who has not heard of how Professor P222D29333 male accidentally stumbled upon the scientific fact that the effect of gravity is reversed upon any body which vibrates perpendicularly to the plane of the ecliptic with a frequency which is an even multiple of the logarithm of 2 of the Naperian base E. At once, special vibrating cars were constructed which carried mankind to all planets. That discovery of Professor P222D29333 male did nothing less than open up 7 new territories to our inhabitants, namely Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. In the great land rush that ensued, thousands who were previously poor became rich. But gentlemen, land which so far had been constituted one of the main sources of wealth was shortly to become valuable for individual golf links only, as it is today, on account of another scientific discovery. The second discovery was in reality not a discovery, but the perfection of a chemical process, the principles of which had been known for many centuries. I am alluding to the construction of the vast reducing factories, one upon each planet, to which the bodies of all persons who have died on their respective planets are at once shipped by aerial express. Since this process is used today, all of you understand the methods employed, how each body is reduced by heat to its component constituents, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, calcium, phosphorus, and so forth, how the separated constituents are stored in special reservoirs together with the components from thousands of other corpses, how these elements are then synthetically combined into food tablets for those of us who are yet alive, thus completing an endless chain from the dead to the living. Naturally, then, agriculture and stock raising ceased, since the food problem, with which man had coped from time immemorial, was solved. The two direct results were, first, that land lost the inflated values it had possessed when it was necessary for tillage, and second, that men were at last given enough leisure to enter the fields of science and art. And as to the John Jones dollar, which now embraced countless industries and vast territory on the earth, it stood, in value, 2621, 700 years, $912 million. In truth, gentlemen, it now constituted the largest private fortune on the terrestrial globe. And in that year, 2621 AD, there were 13 generations yet to come before John Jones the 40th would arrive. To continue, in the year 2721 AD, an important political battle was concluded in the Solar System Senate and House of Representatives. I am referring to the great controversy as to whether the Earth's moon was a sufficient menace to interplanetary navigation to warrant its removal. The outcome of the wrangle was that the question was decided in the affirmative. Consequently, but I beg your pardon, young men, I occasionally lose sight of the fact that you are not so well informed upon historical matters as myself. Here I am, talking to you about the moon, totally forgetful that many of you are puzzled as to my meaning. I advise all of you who have not yet attended the Solaris Museum on Jupiter to take a trip there some Sunday afternoon. The interplanetary suburban line runs trains every half hour on that day. You will find there a complete working model of the old satellite of the Earth, which, before it was destroyed, furnished this planet light at night through the crude medium of reflection. On account of this decision as to the inadvisability of allowing the moon to remain where it was, engineers commenced its removal in the year 2721. Piece by piece, it was chipped away and brought to the Earth in interplanetary freight cars. These pieces were then propelled by zoodolite explosive in the direction of the Milky Way, with a velocity of 11,217 meters per second. This velocity, of course, gave each departing fragment exactly the amount of kinetic energy it required to enable it to overcome the backward pull of the Earth from here to infinity. I dare say those moon hunks are going yet. At the start of the removal of the moon in 2721 AD, the accumulated wealth of John Jones the 40th stood 2721, 800 years, $17,400 million. Of course, with such a colossal sum at their command, the directors of the fund had made extensive investments on Mars and Venus. By the end of the 28th century, or the year 2807 AD, the moon had been completely hacked away and sent piecemeal into space, the job having required 86 years. I give herewith the result of John Jones's dollar, both at the date when the moon was completely removed and also at the close of the 900th year after its deposit. 2807, 886 years, $219 billion. 2821, 900 years, $332 billion. The meaning of those figures, gentlemen, as stated in simple language, was that the John Jones dollar now comprised practically all the wealth on Earth, Mars, and Venus, with the exception of one university site on each planet, which was, of course, school property. And now I will ask you to advance with me to the year 2906 AD. In this year, the directors of the John Jones Fund awoke to the fact that they were in a dreadful predicament. According to the agreement under which John Jones deposited his dollar away back in the year 1921, interest was to be compounded annually at 3%. In the year 2900 AD, the 39th generation of John Jones was alive, being represented by a gentleman named J664M42721 male, who was 30 years of age and engaged to be married to a young lady named T246M42652 female. Doubtless you will ask, what was the predicament in which the directors found themselves? Simply this: careful appraisement of the wealth on Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, and likewise Earth, together with an accurate calculation of the remaining heat in the Sun, and an appraisement of that heat at a very decent valuation per calorie, demonstrated that the total wealth of the solar system amounted to $6,309,525,241,362.15. But unfortunately, a simple computation showed that if Mr. J664M42721 male married Miss T246M42652 female and was blessed by a child by the year 2921, which year marked the 1,000th year since the deposit of the John Jones dollar, then in that year there would be due the child the following amount: 2921, 1,000 years, $6,310 billion. It simply showed, beyond all possibility of argument, that by 2921 AD, we would be $474,758,637.85 shy, that we would be unable to meet the debt to John Jones XL. I tell you, gentlemen, the board of directors was frantic. Such wild suggestions were put forth as the sending of an expeditionary force to the nearest star in order to capture some other solar system, and thus obtain more territory to make up the deficit. But that project was impossible on account of the number of years that it would have required. Visions of immense lawsuits disturbed the slumber of those unfortunate individuals who formed the John Jones Dollar Directorship. But on the brink of one of the biggest civil actions the courts had ever known, something occurred that altered everything. The professor again withdrew the tiny instrument from his vest pocket, held it to his ear, and adjusted the switch. A metallic voice rasped, 15 o'clock and 52 minutes, 15 o'clock and 52 minutes, He replaced the instrument and went on with his talk. I must hasten to the conclusion of my lecture, gentlemen, as I have an engagement with Professor C122B 24999 male of the University of Saturn at 16 o'clock. Now let me see, I was discussing the big civil action that was hanging over the heads of the John Jones Dollar directors. Well, this Mr. J664M42721 male, the 39th descendant of the original John Jones, had a lover's quarrel with Miss T246M42652 female, which immediately destroyed the probability of their marriage. Neither gave in to the other. Neither ever married. And when Mr. J664M42721 male died, in 2946 AD of a broken heart, as it was claimed, he was single and childless. As a result, there was no one to turn the solar system over to. Immediately, the interplanetary government stepped in and took possession of it. At that instant, of course, private property ceased. In the twinkling of an eye almost, we reached the true socialistic and democratic condition for which man had futilely hoped throughout the ages. That is all today, gentlemen. Class is dismissed. One by one, the faces faded from the visiphone. For a moment, the professor stood ruminating. A wonderful man, that old socialist, John Jones I, he said softly to himself. A far-seeing man, a bright man, considering that he lived in such a dark era as the 20th century. But how nearly his well-contrived scheme went wrong. Suppose that 40th descendant had been born. End of John Jones's Dollar by Harry Stephen Keeler.
My Fair Planet by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbey. My Fair Planet by Evelyn E. Smith. As Paul Lamberkin was clambering up the stairs of his rooming house, he met a man whose face was all wrong. "Good evening," Paul said politely, and was about to continue on his way when the man stopped him. "You are the first person I have encountered in this place who is not shuddered at the sight of me," he said in a toneless voice with an accent that was outside the standard repertoire. "Am I?" Paul asked, bringing himself back from one of the roseate dreams with which he kept himself insulated from a not-too-kind reality. "I dare say that's because I'm a bit nearsighted." He peered vaguely at the stranger. Then he recoiled. "What is incorrect about me, then?" the stranger demanded. "Do I not have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth, the identical as other people?" Paul studied the other man. "Yes, but somehow they seem to be put together all wrong. Not that you can help it, of course," he added apologetically, for when he thought of it, he hated to hurt people's feelings. "Yes, I can, for, of a truth, 'twas I who put myself together. What did I do amiss?" Paul looked consideringly at him. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but there are certain subtle nuances you just don't seem to have caught. If you want my professional advice, you'll model yourself directly on some real person until you've got the knack of improvisation. Like unto this?" The stranger's outline shimmered and blurred into an amorphous cloud, which then coalesced into the shape of a tall, beautiful young man with the face of an ingenuous demon. "Behold, is that superior?" "Oh, far superior." Paul reached up to adjust a stray lock of hair, then realized he was not looking into a mirror. "Trouble is, well, I'd rather you choose someone else to model yourself on. You see, in my profession, it's important to look as unique as possible. Helps people remember you. I'm an actor, you know. Currently I happen to be at liberty, but the year before last—" "Well, whom should I appear like? Should I perhaps pick some fine upstanding figure from your public prints to emulate? Like your president, perhaply?" I hardly think so. It wouldn't do to model yourself on someone well-known, or even someone obscure, whom you might just happen to run into someday. Being a kind-hearted young man, Paul added, "Come up to my room. I have some British film magazines, and there are lots of relatively obscure English actors who are very decent-looking chaps." So they climbed up to Paul's hot little room under the eaves, and, after leafing through several magazines, Paul chose one Ivo Darcy as a likely candidate. Whereupon the stranger deliquesced and reformed into the personable simulacrum of young Mr. Darcy. "That's quite a trick," Paul observed as it finally got through to him what the other had done. "It would come in handy in the profession. For character parts, you know." "I fear you would never be able to acquisition it," the stranger said, surveying his new self in the mirror complacently. "It is not a trick, but a racial ableness. You see, I feel I can trust you. Of course, I'm not really a character actor. I'm a leading man, but I believe one should be versatile, because there are times when a really good character part comes along. I am not a human being. I am a native of the 5th planet circulating around the star you call Sirius, and we Sirians have the ableness to change ourselves into the apparition of any other livid form." "I thought that might be a Near Eastern accent," Paul exclaimed, diverted. "Is Lebanese anything like it? Because I understand there's a really juicy part coming up in—" "I said Syrian, not Syrian. I do not come from Minor Asia, but from outer space, from an outerware solar system. I am an outworlder, an extraterrestrial." "I hope you had a nice trip," Paul said politely. "From Sirius, did you say? What's the state of theater there?" "In its infanticide," the stranger told him. "But—" "Let's face it," Paul muttered bitterly. "It's in its infancy here, too. No overall planning, no appreciation of the fact that all the components that go to make up a production should be a continuing totality, instead of a tenuous coalition of separate forces which disintegrate. You, I comprehend, are disemployed at current. I should—" "You won't find that situation in Russia," Paul went on, pleased to discover a sympathetic audience in this intelligent foreigner. Mind you, he added quickly, I disapprove entirely of their politics. In fact, I disapprove of all politics. But when it comes to theater, in many respects the Russians like to make a proposal to our mutual advantage. You wouldn't find an actor there playing a lead role one season, and then not being able to get any parts except summer stock and odd bits for the next 2 years. All right, so the show I had the lead in folded after 2 weeks, but the critics all raved about my performance. It was the play that stank. Will you terminate the monologue and hearken unto me? The alien shouted. Paul stopped talking. His feelings were hurt. He had thought Ivo liked him. Now he saw all the Outworlder wanted to do was talk about his own problems. I desire to extend to you a position, said Ivo. I can't take a regular job, Paul said sulkily. I have to be available for interviews. Fellow I knew took a job in a store, and, when he was called to read for a part, he couldn't get away. The fellow who did get that part became a big star, and maybe the other fellow could have been a star too, but now all he is a lousy chairman of the board of some department store chain. This work can be undergone at your convention between readings and interviews, whenever you have the timing. I shall pay you beautifully, being abundant with USA currency. I want you to teach me how to act. Teach you how to act, Paul repeated, rather intrigued. Well, I'm not a dramatic coach, you know. However, I do happen to have some ideas on the subject. I feel that most acting teachers nowadays fail to give their students a really thorough grounding in all aspects of the dramatic art. All they talk about is method. But what about technique? I have observed your species with great diligence, and I thought I had acquisitioned your habits and speakings to perfectness. But I fear that, like my initial face, I have got them awry. I want you to teach me how to act like a human being, to talk like a human being, to think like a human being. Paul's attention was really caught. Well, that is a challenge. I don't suppose Stanislavski ever had to teach an extraterrestrial, or even Strasbourg. Then we are in accordance, Ivo said. You will instruction me? He essayed a smile. Paul shuddered. Very well, he said. We'll start now, and I think the first thing we'd better start with is lessons in smiling. Ivo proved to be a quick study. He not only learned to smile, but to frown and to express surprise, pleasure, horror, whatever the occasion demanded. He learned the knack of counterfeiting humanity with such skill that Paul was moved to remark one afternoon when they were leaving Brooks Brothers after a fitting. Sometimes you seem even more human than I do, Ivo. I wish you'd watch out for that tendency to rant, though. You're supposed to speak, not make speeches. I try not to, Ivo said, but I keep getting carried away by enthusiasm. Apparently I have a real flair for teaching, Paul went on as, expertly camouflaged by Brooks, the two men melted away into the dense charcoal-gray underbrush of Madison Avenue. I seem to be even more versatile than I thought. Perhaps I have been, well, not wasting, but limiting my talents. That may be because your talents have not been sufficiently appreciated, his star pupil suggested, or given enough scope. Ivo was so perceptive. As a matter of fact, Paul agreed, it has often seemed to me that if some really gifted individual, equally adept at acting, directing, producing, playwriting, teaching et al., were to undertake a thorough synthesis of the theater— but that would cost money, he interrupted himself. And who would underwrite such a project? Certainly not the government of the United States. He gave a bitter laugh. Perhaps, under a new regime, conditions might be more favorable for the artist. Shh! Paul looked nervously over his shoulder. There are senators everywhere. Besides, I never said things were good in Russia, just better. For the actor, that is. Of course, the plays are atrocious propaganda. I was not referring to another human regime. The human being is, at best, save for certain choice spirits, unsympathetic to the arts. We Outworlders have a far greater respect for things of the mind. Paul opened his mouth. Ivo continued without giving him a chance to speak. No doubt you have often wondered just what I am doing here on Earth. The question had never crossed Paul's mind. Feeling vaguely guilty, he murmured, Some people have funny ideas of where to go for a vacation. I am here on business, Ivo told him. The situation on Sirius is serious. You know, that's catchy. The situation on Sirius is serious, Paul repeated, tapping his foot. I've often thought of trying my hand at a musical we have had a grave population problem for the last couple of centuries. Hence our government has sent out scouts to look for other planets with similar atmosphere, climate, gravity, and so on, where we can ship our excess population. So far, we have found very few. When Paul's attention was focused, he could be as quick as anybody to put two and two together. But Earth is already occupied. In fact, when I was in school, I heard something about our having a population problem ourselves. The other planets we already, took over were in a similar state, Ivo explained. We managed to surmount that difficulty. How? Paul asked, though he already suspected the answer. Oh, we didn't dispose of all the inhabitants. We merely weeded out the undesirables, who, by fortunate chance, happened to be in the majority, and achieved a happy and peaceful coexistence with the rest. But look, Paul protested. I mean to say... For instance, Ivo said suavely, take the vast body of people who watch television, and who have never seen a legitimate play in their lives, and indeed rarely go to the motion pictures. Surely they are expendable. Well, yes, of course. But even among them there might be... say a playwright's mother. One of the first measures our regime would take would be to establish a vast network of community theaters throughout the world. And you, Paul, would receive first choice of starring roles. Now, wait a minute, Paul cried hotly. He seldom allowed himself to lose his temper, but when he did, he got angry. I pride myself that I've gotten this far wholly on my own merits. I don't believe in using influence to... But, my dear fellow, all I meant was that, with an intelligently coordinated theater and an intellectually adult audience, your abilities would be recognized automatically. Oh, said Paul. He was not unaware that he was being flattered, but it was so seldom that anyone bothered to pay him any attention when he was not playing a role that it was difficult not to succumb. Are you figuring on taking over the planet single-handed? He asked curiously. Heavens no. Talented as I am, there are limits. I don't do the, dirty work myself. I just conduct the preliminary investigation to determine how powerful the local defenses are. We have hydrogen bombs, Paul said, trying to remember details of a newspaper article he had once read in a producer's anteroom. And plutonium bombs, and... Oh, I know about all those. Ivo smiled expertly. My job is checking to make sure you don't have anything really dangerous. All that night, Paul wrestled with his conscience. He knew he shouldn't just let Ivo go on. Yet what else could he do? Go to the proper authorities? But which authorities were the proper ones? And even if he found them, who would believe an actor offstage delivering such improbable lines? He would either be laughed at or accused of being part of a subversive plot. It might result in a lot of bad publicity which could ruin his career. So, Paul did nothing about Ivo. He went back to the usual rounds of agents' and producers' offices, and the knowledge of why Ivo was on Earth got pushed farther into the back of his mind as he trudged from interview to reading to interview. It was an exceptionally hot October, the kind of weather when sometimes he almost lost his faith and began to wonder why he was batting his head against a stone wall, why he didn't get a job in a department store somewhere or teaching school. And then he thought of the applause, the curtain calls, the dream of some day seeing his name in lights above the title of the play. And he knew he would never give up. Quitting the theater would be like committing suicide, for off the stage he was alive only technically. He was good. He knew he was good, so someday he assured himself he was bound to get his big break. Toward the end of that month, it came. After the maximum 3 readings, between which his hopes alternately waxed and waned, he was cast as the male lead in The Holiday Tree. The producers were more interested, they said, in getting someone who fitted the role of Eric Everard than in a big name, especially since the female star preferred to have her luster undimmed by competition. Rehearsals took up so much of his time that he saw very little of Ivo for the next 5 weeks, but by then Ivo didn't need him any more. Actually, they were no longer teacher and pupil now, but companions, drawn together by the fact that they both belonged to different worlds from the one in which they were living. Insofar as he could like anyone who existed outside of his imagination, Paul had grown rather fond of Ivo, and he rather thought Ivo liked him too. But because he could never be quite sure of ordinary people's reactions toward him, how could he be sure of an Outworlder's? Ivo came around to rehearsals sometimes, but naturally it would be boring for him, since he wasn't in the profession, and after a while he didn't come around very often. At first, Paul felt a twinge of guilt. Then he remembered that he need not worry. Ivo had his own work. The whole Holiday Tree troupe went out of town for the tryouts, and Paul didn't see Ivo at all for 6 weeks. Busy, happy weeks they were, for the play was a smash hit from the start. It played to packed houses in New Haven and Boston, and the box office in New York was sold out for months in advance before they even opened. Must be kind of fun, acting, Ivo told Paul the morning after the New York opening, as Paul weltered contentedly on his bed. He had the best room in the house now, amid a pile of rave notices. At long last he had arrived. Everybody loved him. He was a success. And now that he had read the reviews and they were all favorable, he could pay attention to the strange things that had happened to his friend. Raising himself up on an elbow, Paul cried, "Ivo, you're mumbling. After all I taught you about articulation." "I got to hanging around with this here bunch of actors while you were gone," Ivo said. "They say mumbling's the common thing. Besides, you kept yapping that I declaimed, so—" "But you don't have to go to the opposite extreme and—" "Ivo!" Incredulously, Paul took in the full details of the other's appearance. "What happened to your Brooks Brothers suits?" "Hung 'em in a closet," Ivo replied, looking abashed. "I did wear one last night, though," he went on defensively. "Wouldn't come just like this to your opening. But all the other fellows wear blue jeans and leather jackets. I mean, hell, I gotta conform more'n anybody. You know that, Paul." And Paul sat bolt upright. This was the supreme outrage. "You've changed yourself. You've gotten younger." "This is an age of youth," Ivo mumbled, "and I figured I was about ready for improvisation, like you said." "Look, Ivo, if you really want to go on the stage—" "Hell, I don't want to be no actor," Ivo protested far too vehemently. "You know damn well I'm a spy scouting around to see if you have any secret defenses before I make my report." "I don't feel I'm giving away any government secrets," Paul said, "when I tell you that the bastions of our defenses are not erected at the actor's studio. Listen, pal, you let me spy the way I wanna, and I'll let you act the way you wanna." Paul was disturbed by this change in Ivo, because, although he had always tried to steer clear of social involvement, he could not help feeling that the young alien had become in a measure his responsibility. Particularly now that he was a teenager. Paul would even have worried about Ivo if there hadn't been so many other things to occupy his mind. First of all, the producers of the Holiday Tree could not resist the pressure of an adoring public. Although the original star sulked, 3 months after the play had opened in New York, Paul's name went up in lights next to hers, over the title of the play. He was a star. That was good. But then there was Gregory, and that was bad. Gregory was Paul's understudy, a handsome, sullen youth who had on numerous occasions been heard to utter words to the effect of, "It's the part that's so good, not him. If I had the chance to play Eric Everard just once, they'd give Lamberkin back to the Indians." Sometimes he had said the words in Paul's hearing. Sometimes the remarks had been lovingly passed on by fellow members of the cast who felt that Paul ought to know. "I don't like that Gregory," Paul told Ivo one Monday evening as they were enjoying a quiet smoke together, for there was no performance that night. He used to be a juvenile delinquent, got sent to one of those reform schools where they use acting as therapy, and it turned out to be his métier. But you never know when that kind'll hear the call of the wild again. He's a good kid," Ivo said. "He just never had a chance. Trouble is, I'm afraid he's going to make himself a chance. Chance, that is." Retorted Ivo, with prideful inarticulateness. However, when at 6:30 that Friday, Paul fell over a wire, stretched between the jambs of the doorway leading to his private bathroom, and broke a leg, even Ivo was forced to admit that this did not look like an accident. "Ivo," Paul wailed when the doctor had left, "what am I going to do? I refuse to let Gregory go on in my place tonight." "You're gonna have to," Ivo said, shifting his gum to the other side of his mouth. "He's steady." "But the doctor said it would be weeks before I can get around again. Either Gregory'll take over the part completely with his interpretation and I'll be left out in the cold, or more likely, he'll louse up the play and it'll fold before I'm on my feet. You gotta have more confidence in yourself, kid. The public ain't gonna forget you in a few weeks." But Paul knew far better than the idealistic Ivo how fickle the public can be. However, he chose an argument that would appeal to the boy. "Don't forget, he booby-trapped me." Certainly looks like it, Ivo was forced to concede. But what you gonna do? You can't prove it. Besides, the curtain's gonna go up in a little over an hour. Paul gripped Ivo's sinewy wrist. Ivo, you've got to go on for me. You got rocks in your head or something? Ivo demanded, trying not to look pleased. I ain't got an equity card, and even if I did, he's Yanesteady. No, you don't understand. I don't want you to go on as Ivo Darcy playing Eric Everard. I want you to go on as Paul Lamberkin playing Eric Everard. You can do it, Ivo. Good Lord, so I can. Ivo whispered, temporarily neglecting to mumble. I'd almost forgotten. You know my lines, too. You've cued me in my part often enough. Ivo rubbed his hand over his forehead. Yeah, I guess I do. Ivo, Paul beseeched him. I thought we were pals. I don't want to ask any favors, but I helped you out when you were in trouble. I always figured I could rely on you. I never thought you'd let me down. And I won't. Ivo gripped Paul's hand. I'll go in tonight and play that part like I ain't never been played before. No! Play it the way I played it. You're supposed to be me, Ivo. Forget Strasbourg. Go back to Stanislavski. Okay, pal, Ivo said. Will do. And promise me one thing, Ivo. Promise me you won't mumble. Ivo winced. Okay, but you're the only one I'd do that for. Slowly, he began to shimmer. Paul held his breath. Maybe Ivo had forgotten how to transmute himself. But technique triumphed over method. Ivo Darcy gradually coalesced into the semblance of Paul Lamberkin. The show would go on. Well, how was everything? Paul asked anxiously when Ivo came into his room shortly after midnight. Pretty good, Ivo said, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Gregory was extremely surprised to see me. Asked me half a dozen times how I was feeling. Ivo was not only articulating, Paul was gratified to notice, he was enunciating. But the show, how did that go? Did anyone suspect you were a ringer? No, Ivo said slowly. No, I don't think so. I got 12 curtain calls, he added, staring straight ahead of him with a dreamy smile. 12. Friday nights the audience is always enthusiastic. Then Paul swallowed hard and said, Besides, I'm sure you were great in the role. But Ivo didn't seem to hear him. Ivo was still wrapped in his golden days. Just before the curtain went up, I didn't think I was going to be able to do it. I began to feel all quivery inside, the way I do before I change. Butterflies in the stomach is the professional term, Paul nodded wisely. A really good actor gets them before every performance. No matter how many times I play a role, there's that minute when the house lights start to dim, when I'm in an absolute panic. And then the curtain went up, and I was all right. I was fine. I was Paul Lamberkin. I was Eric Everard. I was everything. Ivo, Paul said, clapping him on the shoulder. You're a born trooper. Yes, Ivo murmured. I'm beginning to think so myself. For the next 4 weeks, Paul Lamberkin lurked in his room, while Ivo Darcy played Paul Lamberkin playing Eric Everard. It's terrific of you to take all this time away from your duties, old chap, Paul said to Ivo one day between the matinee and the evening performances. I really do appreciate it. Although I suppose you've managed to squeeze some of them in. I never see you on non-matinee afternoons. Duties? Ivo repeated vacantly. Yes, of course. My duties. Let me give you some professional advice, though. Be more careful when you take off your makeup. There's still some grease paint in the roots of your hair. Sloppy of me, Ivo agreed, getting to work with a towel. I can't understand why you bother to put on the stuff at all, Paul grinned, when all you need to do is just change a little more. I know, Ivo rubbed his temples vigorously. I suppose I just like the smell of the stuff. Ivo, Paul laughed. There's no use in trying to kid me. You are stage-struck. I'm sure I have enough pull now to get you a bit part somewhere, when I'm up and around again, and then you can get yourself an equity card. Maybe, he added amusedly, I can even have you replace Gregory as my understudy. Later, in retrospect, Paul thought perhaps there'd been a curious expression in Ivo's eyes, but right then he'd had no inkling that anything untoward was up. He did not find out what had been at the back of Ivo's mind until the Sunday before the Tuesday on which he was planning to resume his role. Lord, it's going to be good to feel that stage under my feet again, he said as he went through a series of complicated limbering up exercises of his own devisement, which he had sometimes thought of publishing as The Lamberkin Time and Motion Studies. It seemed unfair to keep them from other actors. Ivo turned around from the mirror in which he had been contemplating their mutual beauty. "Paul," he said quietly, "you're never going to feel that stage under your feet again." Paul sat on the floor and stared at him. "You see, Paul," Ivo said, "I am Paul Lamberkin now. I am more Paul Lamberkin than I was... whoever I was on my native planet. I am more Paul Lamberkin than you ever were. You learned the part superficially, Paul, but I really feel it." "It's not a part," Paul said querulously. "It's me. I've always been Paul Lamberkin." "How can you be sure of that? You've had so many identities. Why should this be the true one?" "No, you only think you're Paul Lamberkin. I know I am." "Damn it," Paul said. "That's the identity in which I've taken out equity membership. And be reasonable, Ivo. There can't be two Paul Lamberkins." Ivo smiled sadly. "No, Paul, you're right. There can't." Of course Paul had known all along that Ivo was not a human being. It was only now, however, that full realization came to him of what a ruthless alien monster the other was, existing only to gratify his own purposes, unaware that others had a right to exist. Are you going to dispose of me, then?" Paul asked faintly. "To dispose of you, yes, Paul. But not to kill you. My kind is killed enough, conquered enough. We have no real population problem. That was just an excuse we made to salve our own consciences." "You have consciences, do you?" Paul's face twisted in a sneer that he himself sensed right away was overly dramatic and utterly unconvincing. Somehow, he could never really be genuine offstage. Ivo made a sweeping gesture. "Don't be bitter, Paul. Of course we do. All intelligent life forms do. It's one of the penalties of sentience." For a moment, Paul forgot himself. "Watch it, Ivo. You're beginning to ham up your lines." "We can institute birth control," Ivo went on, his manner subdued. "We can build taller buildings. Oh, there are many ways we can cope with the population increase. That's not the problem. The problem is how to divert our creative energies from destruction to construction, and I think I have solved it." "How will your people know you have?" Paul asked cunningly. "Since you say you're not going back." "I am not going back to Sirius, Paul. You are. It is you who are going to teach my people the art of peace to replace the art of war." Paul felt himself turn what was probably a very effective white. But I can't even speak the language. You will learn the language during the journey. I spent those afternoons I was away making a set of Syrian in a Jiffy records for you. Syrian's a beautiful language, Paul, much more expressive than any of your Earth languages. You'll like it. I'm sure I shall. But, Paul, you are going to bring my people the outlet for self-expression they have always needed. You see, I lied to you. The theater on Sirius is not in its infancy. It has never been conceived. If it had been, we would never have become what we are today. Can you imagine a race like mine, so superbly fitted to practice the dramatic art, remaining in blind ignorance that such an art exists? It does seem a terrible waste." Paul had to agree, although he could not be truly sympathetic just then. "But I am hardly equipped." "Who is better equipped than you to meet this mighty challenge? Can't you see that at long last you will be able to achieve your great synthesis of the theatrical arts? As producer, teacher, director, actor, playwright, whatever you will, working with a cast of individuals who can assume any shape or form, who have no preconceived notions of what can be done and what cannot. Oh, Paul, what a glorious opportunity awaits you on Sirius 5. How I envy you." "Then why don't you do it yourself?" Paul asked. Ivo smiled sadly again. "Unfortunately, I do not have your manifold abilities. All I can do is act. Superbly, of course, but that's all. I don't have the capacity to build a living theater from scratch. You do. I have talent, Paul, but you have genius." "It is a temptation," Paul admitted. "But to leave my own world, Paul, Earth isn't your world. You carry yours along with you wherever you go. Your world exists in the mind and heart, not in reality. In any real situation, you're just as uncomfortable on Earth as you would be on Sirius." "Yes, but think of it this way, Paul. You're not leaving your world. You're just leaving Earth to go on the road. It's a longer road, but look at what's waiting for you at the end of it. Yes, look, Paul said, reality very much to the fore in his mind and heart at that moment. Death or vivisection. Paul, do you believe I'd do that to you? There were tears in Ivo's eyes. If he was acting, he was a great performer. I really am one hell of a good teacher, Paul thought, and with lots of raw material like Ivo to work with, I could... Could he really mean what he's saying? They won't harm you, Paul, because you will come to Sirius bearing a message from me. You will tell my people that Earth has a powerful defensive weapon, and you have come to teach them its secret. And it's true, Paul. The theater is your world's most powerful weapon, its best defense against the universal enemy. Reality. Ivo, Paul said, you really must check that tendency toward bombast, especially with a purple speech like that. You simply got to learn to underplay. You'll watch out for that when I'm gone, won't you? I will! Ivo's face lighted up. Oh, I will, Paul. I promise never to chew the scenery again. I won't so much as nibble on a prop. The next day, the two of them went up to Bear Mountain, where Ivo's ship had been cached all those months. Ivo explained to Paul how the controls worked, and showed him where the clean towels were. Pausing in the airlock, Paul looked back toward Manhattan. I dreamed so many years of seeing my name up in lights on Broadway, he murmured. And now, just when I made it, I'll keep it up there, Ivo vowed. I promise. And meanwhile, you'll be building a new Broadway up there in the stars. Yes, Paul said dreamily. That is something to look forward to, isn't it? Fresh, enthusiastic audiences, performers untrammeled by tradition, a cooperative government, unlimited funds. Why, there was a whole wonderful new world opening up before him. In another 10 years or so, Ivo was saying, Syrian actors will be coming to Earth in droves, making the native performers look sick. Paul smiled wisely. Now, Ivo, you know equity would never stand for that. Equity won't be able to help itself. Public pressure will surge upward in a mounting wave and... Ivo stopped. Sorry, I was ranting again, wasn't I? It's being out in the open air that does it. I need to be bounded by the four walls of a theater. That's a fallacy, Paul began. On the Greek stage. Save that for the stars, fella. Ivo smiled. You've got to leave before it gets light. Then he wrung Paul's hand. Goodbye, kid, he said. You'll knock 'em dead on Sirius. Goodbye, Ivo. Paul returned the grip. Then he got inside and closed the airlock door behind him. He did hope Ivo would correct that tendency toward declamation. On the other hand, it was certainly better than mumbling. Paul put a Syrian in a Jiffy record on the turntable, because he might as well start learning the language right away. Of course, he'd have no one to talk to but himself for many months, but then, when all was said and done, he was his own favorite audience. He strapped himself into the acceleration couch and prepared for takeoff. Next week, East Lynne, he said to himself. End of My Fair Planet by Evelyn E. Smith.
Navy Day by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Army had a new theme song. Anything you can do, we can do better. And they meant anything, including up-to-date hornpipes. Navy Day by Harry Harrison. General Wingrove looked at the rows of faces without seeing them. His vision went beyond the Congress of the United States, past the balmy June day to another day that was coming, a day when the Army would have its destined place of authority. He drew a deep breath and delivered what was perhaps the shortest speech ever heard in the hallowed halls of Congress. The General Staff of the U.S. Army requests Congress to abolish the archaic branch of the armed forces known as the U.S. Navy. The aging senator from Georgia checked his hearing aid to see if it was in operating order, while the press box emptied itself in one concerted rush and a clatter of running feet that died off in the direction of the telephone room. A buzz of excited comment ran through the giant chamber. One by one, the heads turned to face the naval section, where rows of blue figures stirred and buzzed like smoked-out bees. The knot of men around a paunchy figure heavy with gold braid broke up, and Admiral Fitzjames climbed slowly to his feet. Lesser men have quailed before that piercing stare, but General Wingrove was never the lesser man. The Admiral tossed his head with disgust. Every line of his body denoted outraged dignity. He turned to his audience, a small pulse beating in his forehead. I cannot comprehend the General's attitude, nor can I understand why he has attacked the Navy in this unwarranted fashion. The Navy has existed and will always exist as the first barrier of American defense. I ask you, gentlemen, to ignore this request as you would ignore the statements of any person, slightly demented. I should like to offer a recommendation that the General's sanity be investigated, and an inquiry be made as to the mental health of anyone else connected with this preposterous proposal. The General smiled calmly. I understand, Admiral, and really don't blame you for being slightly annoyed. But please let us not bring this issue of national importance down to a shallow personal level. The Army has facts to back up this request, facts that shall be demonstrated tomorrow morning. Turning his back on the raging Admiral, General Wingrove included all the assembled salons in one sweeping gesture. Reserve your judgment until that time, gentlemen. Make no hasty judgments until you have seen the force of the argument with which we back up our request. It is the end of an era. In the morning, the Navy joins its fellow fossils, the dodo and the brontosaurus. The Admiral's blood pressure mounted to a new record, and the gentle thud of his unconscious body striking the floor was the only sound to break the shocked silence in the giant hall. The early morning sun warmed the white marble of the Jefferson Memorial and glinted from the soldiers' helmets and the roofs of the parked cars that crowded forward in a slow-moving stream. All the gentlemen of Congress were there, the passage of their cars cleared by the streaming sirens of motorcycle policemen. Around and under the wheels of the official cars pressed a solid wave of government workers and common citizens of the capital city. The trucks of the radio and television services pressed close, microphones and cameras extended. The stage was set for a great day. Neat rows of olive-drab vehicles curved along the water's edge. Jeeps and half-tracks shouldered close by the weapons carriers and six-bys, all of them shrinking to insignificance beside the looming patent tanks. A speaker's platform was set up in the center of the line, near the audience. At precisely 10 a.m., General Wingrove stepped forward and scowled at the crowd until they settled into an uncomfortable silence. His speech was short and consisted of nothing more than amplifications of his opening statement that actions speak louder than words. He pointed to the first truck in line, a 2.5-ton filled with an infantry squad sitting stiffly at attention. The driver caught the signal and kicked the engine into life. With a grind of gears, it moved forward toward the river's edge. There was an indrawn gasp from the crowd as the front wheels ground over the marble parapet. Then the truck was plunged down toward the muddy waters of the Potomac. The wheels touched the water, and the surface seemed to sink while taking on a strange, glassy character. The truck roared into high gear and rode forward on the surface of the water, surrounded by a saucer-shaped depression. It parked 200 yards offshore, and the soldiers, goaded by the sergeant's bark, leapt out and lined up with a showy present arms. The general returned the salute and waved to the remaining vehicles. They moved forward in a series of maneuvers that indicated a great number of rehearsal hours on some hidden pond. Tanks rumbled slowly over the water, while the jeeps cut back and forth through their lines in intricate patterns. The trucks backed and turned like puffing ballerinas. The audience was rooted in a hushed silence, their eyeballs bulging. They continued to watch the amazing display as General Wingrove spoke again. You see before you a typical example of Army ingenuity, developed in Army laboratories. These motor units are supported on the surface of the water by an intensifying of the surface tension in their immediate area. Their weight is evenly distributed over the surface, causing the shallow depressions you see around them. This remarkable feat has been accomplished by the use of the Dornifier, a remarkable invention that is named after a brilliant scientist, Colonel Robert A. Dorn, commander of the Brook Point Experimental Laboratory. It was there that one of the civilian employees discovered the Dorn effect, under the colonel's constant guidance, of course. Utilizing this invention, the Army now becomes master of the sea as well as the land. Army convoys of trucks and tanks can blanket the world. The surface of the water is our highway, our motor park, our battleground, the airfield and runway for our planes. Mechanics were pushing a shooting star into the water. They stepped clear as flame gushed from the tailpipe. With a familiar whooshing rumble, it sped down the Potomac and hurled itself into the air. When this cheap and simple method of crossing the oceans is adopted, it will, of course, mean the end of that fantastic medieval anachronism, the Navy. No need for billion-dollar aircraft carriers, battleships, dry docks, and all the other cumbersome junk that keeps those boats and things afloat. Give the taxpayer back his hard-earned dollar. Teeth grated in the naval section as carriers and battleships were called boats, and the rest of America's sea might lumped under the casual heading of things. Lips were curled at the transparent appeal to the taxpayer's pocketbook. But with leaden hearts, they knew that all this justified wrath and contempt would avail them nothing. This was Army Day, with a vengeance, and the doom of the Navy seemed inescapable. The Army had made elaborate plans for what they called Operation Sinker. Even as the general spoke, the publicity mills ground into high gear. From coast to coast, the citizens absorbed the news with their morning nourishment. Agnes, you hear what the radio said? The Army's going to give a trip around the world in a B-36 as first prize in its limerick contest. All you have to do is fill in the last line and mail one copy to the Pentagon and the other to the Navy. The naval mailroom had standing orders to burn all the limericks when they came in, but some of the newer men seemed to think the entire thing was a big joke. Commander Bowman found one in the mess hall. The Army will always be there, on the land, on the sea, in the air. So why should the Navy take all the gravy? To which some seagoing scribe had added, and not give us ensigns our share. The newspapers were filled daily with photographs of mighty B-36s landing on Lake Erie, and grinning soldiers making mock beachhead attacks on Coney Island. Each man wore a buzzing black box at his waist and walked on the bosom of the now quiet Atlantic like a biblical prophet. Radio and television also carried the thousands of news releases that poured in an unending flow from the Pentagon building. Cards, letters, telegrams, and packages descended on Washington in an overwhelming torrent. The Navy Department was the unhappy recipient of deprecatory letters and a vast quantity of little cardboard battleships. The people spoke, and their representatives listened closely. This was an election year. There didn't seem to be much doubt as to the decision, particularly when the reduction in the budget was considered. It took Congress only 2 months to make up its collective mind. The people were all pro-army. The novelty of the idea had fired their imaginations. They were about to take the final vote in the lower house. If the amendment passed, it would go to the states for ratification, and their votes would certainly follow that of Congress. The Navy had fought a last-ditch battle to no avail. The balloting was going to be pretty much a sure thing. The wet-water Navy would soon become ancient history. For some reason, the admirals didn't look as unhappy as they should. The Naval Department had requested one last opportunity to address Congress. Congress had patronizingly granted permission, for even a doomed man is allowed one last speech. Admiral Fitzjames, who had recovered from his choleric attack, was the appointed speaker. Gentlemen of the Congress of the United States, we in the Navy have a fighting tradition. We damn the torpedoes and sail straight ahead into the enemy's fire if that is what's necessary. We have been stabbed in the back. We have suffered a second Pearl Harbor sneak attack. The Army relinquished its rights to fair treatment with this attack. Therefore, we are counterattacking. Worn out by his attacking and mixed metaphors, the Admiral mopped his brow. Our laboratories have been working night and day on the perfection of a device we hoped we would never be forced to use. It is now in operation, having passed the final trials a few days ago. The significance of this device cannot be underestimated. We are so positive of its importance that we are demanding that the Army be abolished. He waved his hands toward the windows and bellowed one word. Look! Everybody looked. They blinked and looked again. They rubbed their eyes and kept looking. Sailing majestically up the middle of Constitution Avenue was the battleship Missouri. The Admiral's voice rang through the room like a trumpet of victory. The Mark I debinder, as you see, temporarily lessens the binding energies that hold molecules of solid matter together. Solids become liquids, and a ship equipped with this device can sail anywhere in the world, on sea or land. Take your vote, gentlemen. The world awaits your decision. The End of Navy Day by Harry Harrison.
Am I Still There? By James R. Hall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Am I Still There? By James R. Hall. Lee slid off the examining table and began buttoning his shirt. He had had a medical examination every 6 months of his adult life, and it always seemed strange to him that, despite the banks of machines the doctor had which could practically map a man from a single cell outward, each examination always entailed the cold end of a stethoscope against his chest. He tucked his shirt into his pants and turned to the examining doctor who was writing on a chart. "Well?" Lee asked him. "Sound as $1," replied the doctor. Of course, Dr. Flotman or Dr. Roberts might turn up something on their electronic monsters, but I see no reason why we can't go ahead on schedule." Lee felt relieved. Even while being examined by technicians, medical doctors, and biologists, he had been conscious of the hundreds of little dull pains which had nibbled like mice in every corner of his brain. Sometimes he felt like a piece of his brain was being completely smoothed, a horrible sensation of having a part of his head severed from him. These would go away, but would appear again in a different area, usually in about 15 to 30 minutes. Well, the doctor said he was fit for surgery that would end his nagging pain, just as it always had in the past. "If you're ready now," Lee became aware the doctor was speaking to him. "Oh," Lee said. He had no idea what the doctor was talking about. "I'm sorry, I guess I didn't hear what you said." The doctor smiled tolerantly. "I said you can see Dr. Letzmiller this afternoon to get the final okay." "Letzmiller? Who is he? I thought you said I was ready to go." Lee knew he sounded a little petulant, but he was tired from all these examinations, and besides, his head hurt. The doctor, Gors, Lee thought his name was rather young but seemed used to this kind of thing. He turned on his tolerant smile again. Dr. Letzmiller is chief of the familiarization and post-operative adjustment section. He can explain himself better when you see him. Is he the last one? Lee asked. He was already following Dr. Gors out of the door and down a corridor. Dr. Gors stopped before a door marked Dr. C. L. Letzmiller and opened it. The last one. You take these. He handed Lee a thick manila folder. And tell the girl Dr. Gore sent you for your interview. He waited until Lee had entered, then closed the door and left. Evidently, Dr. Letzmiller had been expecting him, for very shortly Lee found himself sitting at the doctor's desk, comfortably seated in a brown leather armchair. He was facing a rather pudgy man, who was leafing through the manila folder Lee had given him. Finally, Dr. Letzmiller looked up. Well now, Mr. Lee, suppose you first tell me about yourself, and then I'll tell you about me. Tell you about me? Lee asked. Dr. Letzmiller smiled. It was another tolerant smile, but it seemed more sincere than Gors's. I suppose the best way would be for me to review these facts on your medical history. You are Vincent Bonnard Lee? Yes, sir. Date of birth? August 11th, 1934. That would make you 409 years old. Lee hesitated. He never really thought of his age. It had long ago ceased to be of any importance to him. Of course, he remembered his birth date. It was one of those facts that always appears on your records, like your social security number. He did some calculations in his head as rapidly as the constantly shifting blank spots in his thinking would allow him. Yes, sir. It shows here that you first underwent replacive surgery in 1991, correct? Yes. Remember what it was for? Yes, I had heart trouble. They fixed me up with one of those big jobs requiring my carrying batteries under my armpit. One of those early models. And this shows that at various times since then you have undergone replacive surgery some 87 times, including 3 replacements of a pulmonary nature. Again Lee hesitated. The number of times he had had a worn organ or tissue repaired or replaced was more than a little hazy. After the novelty of the first few times, when he found himself with a new stomach or liver or muscle, he had started to take these things as a matter of course. He gave a little nervous laugh. If that paper says so, I suppose so, Doctor. Yes, well, everything seems to be functioning properly now, doesn't it? With the exception of your head, of course. Yes, I feel fine otherwise. Lee was feeling uncomfortable. Doctor, could you tell me what this is all about? I must have answered these questions half a dozen times before to those other people. In just a moment. First, I need to know you a little better. Your medical history lists your occupation as cabinet maker. That's right. Lee was becoming more and more uncomfortable. The extensive examinations had tired him, and the repetition of the answers to all these questions was making him edgy. Doctor, can't you at least tell me what type of operation I am going to have? What do you think it will be? I don't know, some sort of repair on my head, I guess. Mr. Lee, this isn't going to be a matter of repair. We have found it necessary to replace the entirety of what could roughly be called your brain, as well as part of the spinal cord. My whole brain? Lee sat, stunned comprehension slowly filtering into him. He voiced the only coherent thought which materialized. Why, that will mean there won't be anything left of me at all. Dr. Letzmiller regarded him. What do you mean? Doc, you've got my records there. At one time or another since they first put a new heart in me, every single inch of me has been replaced by an artificial part. I mean, all of me. There is not one bit of me. Heart, eyes, toenails, nothing. That is me. That bothered me quite a bit when this left eye was put in. I thought, well, this isn't me. This is my brain walking around in a jumble of artificial flesh. I tell you, it bothered me. But I went to a doctor, a psychoanalyst, and he convinced me that as long as I had what he called a sense of identity, that I was me. Lee stopped. How could he explain it? But Letzmiller seemed to understand. And you think that your brain is all that is left of you? Doc, it's a funny feeling, like this. Lee raised his hands, brought them together and touched his fingertips. "See that? I can raise those hands. I can make them touch each other. I can feel them touching each other. But it is just not quite right. It is just a little bit off-key, like one trumpet player out of 20 being about 1/16 of a note flat. Know what I mean?" "I think I do," said Letzmiller, nodding slowly. "Now, just what does that have to do with your operation?" "Doctor." Lee had to stop, for the patchwork quilt of blank spaces was dancing in his head. The helplessness went away slowly like smoke drifting from a fire. As his mind cleared, he realized that he didn't know why he was being interviewed by this doctor. "Anything wrong?" Dr. Letzmiller asked. Lee knew he wasn't being too coherent, jumping about with the conversation this way, but he asked the question anyway. "Doc, why am I seeing you?" "You haven't guessed?" "No." The doctor paused to light a half-gone cigar. "My job here at Merkin's Replacive is to deal with just such fears as you have expressed. I am a medical doctor and a psychologist, and," Letzmiller smiled to himself, "a kind of historian." "Historian?" "Well, you see, I was supposed to give you the regular formal lecture on the history of replacive surgery when you first came in. Like to hear it?" Lee nodded. So Letzmiller continued. "Replacive surgery is actually quite old as medicine itself, I suppose. Very early attempts at dentures were tried, though with little success. And of course, peg legs and hooks for persons who had lost their hands might be called replacive surgery, though they were very crude. Later on came more refined dentures, artificial limbs, corrective lenses, skull plates, hearing aids, plastic or cosmetic surgery, blood transfusions, all types of skin grafts, etc. The 1950s saw the beginning of bone and corneal transplants, use of plastics in arteries, those huge heart, lung and kidney machines, implantation of electrodes in the heart to steady its beat. Many things which were mostly emergency or stopgap measures. All through the late 1900s, refinements continued to be made, but it wasn't until 1988 that the fathers of replacive surgery, Drs. Mills, Levinson, and McCarthy, made the breakthrough that revolutionized the whole concept. In very simplified language, they unlocked the key to producing specialized living tissue through a bombardment of an extremely complex carbon compound with amino acids and electricity, then making it selective in function by a fantastically intricate application of radiation. That pulmonary replacement he received in 1991 was undoubtedly one of the first successes. You were quite lucky, you know. Up until 2017, only about 5% of their synthesized hearts lasted more than 30 days. At any rate, the principle was established, and it was proven that it could work. Most of our work from then till a few years ago has been in improving and refining the work those three good doctors did over 300 years ago. Letzmiller's cigar had gone out, and he discarded it in favor of a cigarette. That would be the end of my history lecture, if it were not for the nature of your trouble. Lee looked at him closely. Why is that? Well, Mr. Lee, the big thing missing in that summation is the seemingly impossible task of synthesizing nerve tissue, especially that of the cerebral cortex. It's been approximated at any rate closely enough to give us good enough results to allow an artificial tissue to respond to brain signals, about 98%, as well as the original would. But actual duplication, no. At least not until about 3 years ago. To tell you the truth, it's barely out of the experimental stage. Experimental? Yes, this will be the first complete replacement of a human brain. Oh, of course it has been done with animals, and it has been successful with partial replacements on humans. But you will have the honor of being the first human with a complete substitution. Lee could not contain himself. Doc, that's just it. There won't be a single atom of me except what you fellows have conjured up. Letzmiller broke in mildly. I think conjured is hardly the proper word, Mr. Lee. Well, of course, I didn't mean that, but don't you see what I am driving at? You could just as well start from scratch and duplicate me without bothering about going about it piecemeal. And what does that make me? The doctor had been looking at Lee intently, studying him through these outbursts. I think I see what you mean, and I can't answer you. The question you raise may be philosophical or metaphysical, but it certainly isn't medical. And from a doctor's point of view, complete substitution is the only course open, risky as it may seem. Lee mulled these over. Of course, he knew surgery was the only solution to his decaying mentality. Actually, the only alternative to his becoming a virtual idiot, and shortly after that, dead. And he did not want to die. He had lived a long time, but thanks to the methods of Letzmiller, Gores, and all their predecessors, he was as full of juice as he had been at 35. But the question that kept plaguing him, Letzmiller seemed determined to avoid. He didn't understand very much about replacive surgery, really didn't care to. If Letzmiller said it could work, then he wasn't worried about that. Well, he guessed he really didn't have much choice. With this realization, he had only one more question for Letzmiller. Doc, if I'm not me when this is over, do you think I will know it? Letzmiller looked at Lee's troubled face. Do you think that you would want to? Lee answered slowly. No, I guess not. Letzmiller rose from his chair. I'll talk to you again after the operation. Do you think you are ready to go to your room now? Lee nodded and obediently followed the doctor. Lee was asleep when the nurse came, but with the efficiency of all good nurses since time immemorial, she woke him to give him the sedative to prepare him for surgery. She chatted brightly as she prepared the hypodermic. You know, you have all the nurses speculating, Mr. Lee. I mean, we are wondering just what Dr. Lakin, he's the anesthesiologist, is going to use for you when you won't have any brain for the anesthesia to work on. She stopped, the needle poised above her Lee's arm, realizing the inaptness of her remark. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. No, that's all right, said Lee. I've already reconciled myself to being the headless horseman for a while. He had too, although it was wonderfully strange to think of himself lying on the operating table with a cavity where he right now felt, knew that he was a person. Lee didn't actually lie on the table in the literal sense. The table was inclined to about 45 degrees, with his head exposed and supported by a clamp on the cheek and jaw bones. This arrangement was necessary to allow the waiting machinery access to the area where it would perform. Physicians, surgeons, biologists, and the like were gathered in the amphitheater to see a bit of medical history. Actually, there wasn't much to see. A team of technicians, radiologists, and surgeons were working around Lee. Some were attaching electrodes to parts of Lee's body to maintain the electrical impulses necessary to keep his vital processes in motion while the main switchboard was out of commission. Others were sensitizing the exposed brain, from which the skull had already been removed, to guide the delicate fingers of the huge automatic operating, recording, and calculating complex through its precisely programmed steps. Letzmiller was among those in the amphitheater as a spectator, drawn both by professional curiosity and a desire to know the answer to Lee's question, Doc, what will there be left of me? Of course, he couldn't find out even part of the answer for some weeks. Even the operating, recording, and calculating complex, now being fitted to Lee's unconscious brain, adjusted and activated, would not finish with its job for something like 32 hours. The synthesizer would reconvert the data, translate it into countless chemical and electrical formulae, and apply it to the raw material of carbons, amino acids, proteins, and other components. When the basic organ had been reconstructed, a process requiring another week and a half in the synthesizer, it would be grafted back. The nerve lead-ins would then be reconnected one by one, spaced at intervals to avoid shock. Lee would be unconscious the whole time, of course. Or rather, Lee would be unconscious part of the time. Most of the time, he wouldn't have the capacity for either consciousness or the lack of it. Dr. Letzmiller observed the huge operating, recording, and calculating complex for a time, but there wasn't anything to see. It simply sat over Lee, doing its job. Unwanted, the thought came to Letzmiller that the machine looked like a frog with a long worm dangling from its mouth. Lee was the worm. You can talk to him now, Doctor. Alden Reed, the surgeon in charge, addressed Letzmiller outside Lee's room, where he had just finished his examination. Personally, I think things went exactly as they should. All physical and mental responses check out. I guess here is where I'm finished, and you go to work. Lee was sitting up in bed as Letzmiller entered. He looked just like he had in Letzmiller's office before the operation, except for the small white bandages around his head to protect his healing skull. Well, the doctor said, how do you feel? Your head hurt? Letzmiller checked at Odin Reed's office and was admitted to give his report as had been planned. "Well?" asked Odin Reed. Letzmiller lit the end of his cigar before answering. "I wholly agree with you. Everything seems to have worked out exactly according to plan. I found him essentially the same as he appeared to me during his pre-operative interview. Of course, he's a little foggy yet, but I suppose that's just the post-operative shock. Yes, that will clear up in a few days. He seems alert, responsive, full of memory. I don't think there will be any difficulty with my part of his post-operative treatment, except, Doctor, have you ever listened to a group of violins and just sensed, not actually heard, that one of them seemed about a quarter of a note flat?" Odin Reed looked at him strangely as Letzmiller left the office and closed the door. End of Am I Still There? By James R. Hall.